Okay, we should be live. Okay, now I think. I'm just checking if my microphone also works. It's looking like it does. Yeah, the wind is making the door go crazy, so I think we need to close it when we're not in here. So it is again cold and windy here. I'm wondering whether or not I should put in a scarf thingy. I guess I should. If I can still, because I now have a lot of layers already with the camera setup. With all the straps and stuff related to those. But yeah, I guess the first order of business would be to try and get the camera mount to the Avant machine, so you guys would get a better view of what's happening when I'm using it. So I bought a, not sponsored because I did buy it with my own money, but this is like a set that should have all different kinds of mounts and stuff, so we'll test this one. It should have like a bike mount, so you could put it on like the handlebar of a bike. And so that's what I'm thinking that we could use. We'll see. This could go horribly wrong. I'm also late, so that's why I'm like rushing. Well, I had to rush a bit. Let's start with putting the electricity on. And then the nemesis, which is the door. How do we open the door? My father didn't seem to have any trouble with it, so it could be user error. No, it most definitely is. But I'll just close the back a bit further. Okay, so now it should be open, I guess. Okay, we had no issue this time, very nice. But yeah, so what I was thinking that we could hook you guys up to this lever here. So if I like put in a clamp from here, we could maybe place the camera somewhere here and maybe point it downwards a bit so you would have a better view. Because when I'm sitting here in the, is it cockpit or whatever you'd call it, you can hardly see anything because it's from my chest level, so something like here maybe, and then you know towards there it's the visibility isn't that great. So there was some suggestions, some feedback that you guys would like to see more, so that's why I went and bought this set. I've not even opened it yet, so let's hope it has everything it's supposed to. There's mad amount of stuff here, which I guess was known. So this I guess is the clamp thingy for here. I would need to unwind it all the way, but I guess the question is how would we start from there? I guess something like this. We'll see. I guess you can spin it quite easily, so that won't be an issue. We do have screwdrivers too, so if we need to make them tighter we can. So yeah, this is the content we are having right now. Unscrewing this. But yeah, I guess one option would be to like try to figure out the whole setup before we stick it in there, but I guess the other approach would be to just start doing it. Because I do have like extra bits and pieces in my streamer bag as well, so even if this set doesn't have enough like extenders and stuff, I think we will still manage. But yeah, so that's the first one out. It seems that there's like another harness, so the one I'm wearing like now, so the chest mount thingy, I think there's another one in that set. But yeah, it's again cold and windy here. I think it was like 6 degrees or something. So right now I'm feeling like I would like to have a hat, but I don't know if I brought it with me. Also, hello Egguna, hello, good morning. Good morning. Here we have some unscrewing action. But yeah, now this should go hopefully on this one here. So somewhere like here maybe. I think we can adjust the height as long as we don't tighten it too much. Let's see if we can put them back on the threads. Guess the gloves are not really helping here, but I don't think they're harming or hindering this too much either. I think I need to tilt you guys backwards a bit, if you can. I don't know if there's like much room for you to tilt. Spin, spin. Are you butchering Avant there? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this butchers the paint job. Hopefully not. I don't think it should. It depends, of course, on like how much we move it on once we've like put it in tight. So I guess there are options for doing harm as well. But that's not the intent here. Hopefully not so. But I'm trying to put you guys on a camera that will actually see something. So that's the goal here. Is to make you guys a setup you can actually see outside of. So because we'll be doing a lot of Avanting today. I think there's some digging we still need to do. I think there's quite a lot of digging overall, but with even this like scoopy thing. Oh, it was this like a bucket thing? I don't know the English word. But even with this guy, we have a lot of stuff to still do. So there should be at least easily today's worth of content just digging with this Avant machine. So that's why I'm hoping to get a better angle for you guys. Because if that's the only, pretty much the only content we'll have and you're not gonna be seeing it, it's no point filming. But I guess we could use maybe something like this. It goes a bit tilted, so I guess we can still, after we tighten it, we can move it around a bit. So like the final resting spot. Yeah, Avant will be filming soon, yeah, exactly. So yeah, it would be something like this. I'm hoping the door closes, but it looks like it does. But yeah, so there should be like extender arms and stuff in this back as well. We'll see if we can find them. I have to say this back looks like the one that you're never gonna close again after you open it once, because there's so much bits and pieces in there. But yeah, it looks like this bag might be the one with like extended thingies. But let's see if we pour the contents out. If we find what we're looking for. There's like one extender here. It also changes the direction, if that's good or not, we'll see. And then I think there's another one. Oh wait, that's, well, basically it is, but it's with a screw. So we'll see if we need to disassemble that, if we need that many parts. So yeah, that's all. That's all, folks. Oh yeah, and I forgot, I need to have like a stand for the action camera, so we need to get that one at least. But yeah, this one to me it looks good. Like this could work well. I think you might be able to see it. The only question is if we can now screw it from the other side. Guess there's still plenty of space. Yeah, there is. It should be no problem. We can actually even spin it because it's not that tight yet. So we can just tighten this a bit. We don't need to put it where we like the final spot yet, just to have all the components on it. But yeah, I guess the next step would be to get, because I forgot I put it in the, I left it in the bag, so there's still the same kind of like a mount that you guys are on my chest, so like a quick mount for these DJI 4 action cameras. So that's that's still in the bag. I ordered 2 more of them because I don't want to go between my tripods and stuff and having to go back and forth. So I ordered a few extra. I think it's these ones. Yeah, it's this guy. So if I show you guys, it's just this kind of thing that the DJI camera easily latches onto. So we just put that on the top part. I think I had some other types of mounts, but we'll see if this works, because I remember that I ordered these like thumb screws or whatever you call these. I ordered ones that twist from the side here so that they don't bend the cable, but we'll see if we need one here, because the camera comes from the cable from the camera comes from the side, and if this is protruding too much it could cause issues. But we'll see if we need it here. Wait, we also need to see that this goes the right way. I think it's like this. Okay. Okay, so now you guys would get like a, to me it looks like you're quite high, but I don't think that's a issue. That would be good. That might be fine. But yeah, I think we now need to make sure all of these are tight, because I can see it moves quite a lot, so I think we need to tighten these up quite a lot to prevent it from sliding around. So something like that, I guess, could work. It's feeling like it's quite a compact package. So yeah, that would be the POV from for today. I will need to see if I think I can put this bag you're in like hanging from this side as well. So it should work. But I guess we'll pack things up so we take the other stuff with us. Seeing that should be all we need. But now the question is whether we can close that bag or not. I have doubts. But yeah, we only used like one part from this whole set, but I guess in the future we will probably need the other stuff as well, so I don't think it goes to waste. And there's also like the occasional breakage of stuff, so it's good to have extras. For example, like this chest mount I'm wearing, that if this went and broke somehow, it's nice that there's a extra now, so wouldn't mean that the stream would end necessarily, as long as I have it with me, I guess. So need to keep this along with the streamer bag. But yeah, I guess the next step would be to try to get you guys on that mount. So whippy. It's also the paper which is the plan for all the water and stuff. So let's take this with us too, so we can plan while we're in there. Although with the camera setup going towards the glass, I don't think I can show you guys what I'm seeing necessarily. But yeah, the things we need to do is there will be like another well on that corner there. But I was hoping I could reach it from here, but it's not looking like I can unless I move like a lot of this. But for that I would need to change the scoop thingy. Another thing we could do is dig this where you can see it's going. There's also another like a well type of thing, so one of those red capped ones will be going there. So that's another thing we could do. I guess that would be what we'll start with. But yeah, the corner here I think is the biggest question we have right now. How do we do that then? Because I don't think you can dig it too well from that side. We could try that. I guess that we will have to try, since I don't think it will be easy from this side. So that will be an interesting challenge we'll have today. Because the one thing is, of course, when you start digging this corner, it will all fall into the previously dug trench, so that will go to waste basically, that trench there. But yeah, I don't think this side is too easy to go from, and we can't like dig it on that side because you can see the corner post is there for the house and then the other one is over there, so if we dug it towards the house from that trench it would go like underneath the house, and that we cannot have. So unfortunately we're stuck with this side. But yeah, it's also, yeah, I was thinking it's also possible that we could go with a shovel from the side, but there's still like a lot of ground that would like fall into the hole. So I think it's still better to use the Avant machine. We'll see how it works. It has quite a long reach, but like the problem being that it can't move sideways, only with like how you turn the whole machine. So that will give us some trouble for sure. So yeah, I'll fold this paper and put it, I don't know, is there a place for papers in Avant machine? Do people use plans when they work with Avant machine? I guess that's the question. Hello. Let's put it to the side there. But yeah, so now I will need to take the camera, put it on the mount and take the bag. Let's take the as much as possible of the cable for the camera out first, so that the bag can have enough cable to hang, because it will be further than it is right now. Okay, I guess I need to just check, because I do have longer cables as well, so I would just need to go in and switch the cables, which would like cause a disconnect, I guess, on the stream if we need to do that, but we'll see. I also need to take off my jacket, unfortunately, for this bag was put before my jacket. But yeah, the microphone is also on the bag, so I will move you guys. Sorry about the disturbances. Okay, it should be back. Like, microphone is on me now. You can see the bag is here. There's quite a lot of cable as well. So now the next step would be to remove you guys and put you guys on the Avant mount, freshly installed Avant mount. Yoink. Oh yeah, sorry about the disturbances. The cable on the bag is extremely twisted, so let's see if we can maybe spin you guys around. Sorry about the spinning. Of course I could spin the bag as well, I guess that would be less nauseating for you. Let's see if the bag spins enough. No? Because I don't think it will be good if there's like a knot on it. Oh, yeah, okay, so that should be good. Hello, selfie time. But yeah, so let's put you guys on the Avant mount. See if you can go there. It should work. I've never had this fail me, so I'm curious why it didn't click immediately. Could be that I'm on like a wrong angle. Well, then I have it like the wrong way around, but we'll see. I don't think it clicked. Now it did. I think both sides are now done. So that should be done. There's like a weird black thing. Oh yeah, it's from the side of the Avant, because on the glass there it has this. I can actually show you if I turn you towards it. There's like this, like, is it like sun protector type of thing on the side of it. I guess we can have you guys like around here. I'm also trying to tighten these screws so that it doesn't spin so much. I like move, because I'm curious when we start like using it whether or not it shakes and stuff, because you know the whole Avant machine shakes a bit, so we'll see how sturdy you are. How sturdy you are here. I guess this is like a better angle than previously. We can adjust it. We can adjust it of course at any time. But now we need to take the bag with the Bella box and stuff. I'm actually curious because the cable is actually long enough easily. It's easily long enough, so there shouldn't be trouble with that. The thing I'm a bit worried about is when we close the door that nothing goes in between the door, but we'll see. I just need to be careful when doing that. But yeah, you can't see me now. I think if I go to the front of the machine you can. So you should be able to see me mayhaps if I go somewhere like here. But yeah, I had my haircut yesterday, so I'm all ready for the summer. Hopefully it'll arrive soon, because it is yet again extremely chilly here. I think it was like 6 degrees or something. So definitely not a summer weather. But yeah, I guess that would mean that we're all set up for starting with the machine. Trying to think if there's something I need before I struggle my way into here. But I guess we have everything. I'm trying not to kick you too much too. But yeah, I think so far it's looking like this will work. Now we need to close the door, trying to keep the bag away from it. Now we're closed. It's still looking like it's working. I think I could check the stream. Check the stream that it is working, so you guys can see where the camera is pointing. You should be able to hear me too. I'm really close to the. Looking good so far. Very nice. Very nice. I guess it's slightly tilted. I don't know. It doesn't look too bad. It's also, I can see there's like a sort of like a reflection from the glass going on as well, but I don't think there's much we can do about those. There's not that much of an angle. We can actually move you like left and right. Up and down we can move you guys a bit, but I don't know if there's any like benefits from doing that, because I think we could even lift you, like tilt you guys even further downwards, because then you would easily like better see the stuff I'm digging. Because now I think you can see the front tire, so you can actually see better than I can. Pretty much, unless I like lean forwards, then I can see basically the same as you, of course. But from like sitting back here, you can see better than me. So guys, you will just have to give me instructions, because you know there's only like a delay of 3 seconds, so just type really fast. But yeah, I'll blow my nose before we start, so that I don't need to immediately start for that. I'm also like, right now it's not too bad that it's like inside the Avant machine, because I was driving this, I think it was last Sunday that I was doing off-stream Avant driving for a little bit, and it was a warm day then. It was like 16 or something out. So inside the Avant machine you could definitely start melting. So can't wait for those times that we're actually like 20 and 20 plus, because like my father has said, the only thing he regrets about buying this Avant machine is that he didn't buy it with the air conditioning. So saved on the wrong spot there, because you can't like after install it, so they need to do it when they are making it, so you can't unfortunately get it afterwards. But yeah, I guess we'll start the machine and start yet again practicing with it. So we're only like 30 minutes in, so I guess we're making somewhat nice progress. I'm curious about the bag, because now it's on my leg, so I think if I can maybe move it so that it won't like swing too much. You're not seeing this, but struggles of Avant driver. So yeah, try to see it from the camera side what you can see when I move this, but I think you can see quite well. Like I mentioned, I think you see better than I do. I'm also curious that if I go like the furthest I can, like how much can you see from there? Because I guess you have the same issue that I do, that it like blocks it somewhat. But yeah, there's pretty much nothing you can do about that unless like we would hook you guys up to the beam itself. But even then, like first of all, I don't think how that would happen. Like how could we hook you guys in there without you guys propping into whatever we're digging? But then like another thing would be that it would still be blocked by some angles, so there's probably no way to prevent that. But yeah, so we just go for we'll go for the middle trench, I guess, first. Because I don't think I want to start with the struggle city. So let's make our way there. But yeah, this angle should be a lot better than the one you had earlier, so from my chest. But feel free to give me feedback if it was better or worse. Also curious if I should increase the rounds per minute on this. I think last time we were something like 1800, so 1800 rounds per minute, so I guess we'll go there. I think it's also like the engine is still cold, so once it warms up a bit, should be smoother sailing. But yeah, so on your right now, I think you can see there's these like two sticks pointing upwards, and those are like the corners from the side building and the main building. And this trench we're digging right now is between those two, so it will be like rainwater from between those two buildings. And now we would need to dig up a well, or like one of those red capped things in the. Also, hello Nat, how are you? I'm very good. It's extremely cold again here, it's like 6 degrees, so I can't say I have the weather I would have wanted, but can't really complain because this Avant machine doesn't have an air conditioning, so so having it like it being like 20 degrees or something would be like torture. So compared to that, I guess it's still quite okay. But yeah, you have now a better point of view, I hope. I'm actually trying to see what you can see, but I think you can see better. Yes, your view is from like the left side right now. And to me it looks like it's better from like what it was earlier. But you can again give me feedback whether this is better or worse from what you had earlier. So the problem we might have with these trenches that we're digging is that they are getting deeper on the wrong end, because you can maybe see if I actually reverse, I think you can see better then. Now that I'm gonna take these away. But there's like already one well in place. I don't know if you can actually see it. Hard to me to see what you can see because it's so much in an angle. But there's like already the starting point is already done. So for that sense, we would need to get all of these, like they would need to be higher than the starting point. So for that reason, we can't really dig too deep here. But I guess for the leveling purpose, it's better that we dig too deep and then have to fill it with something to get it like the optimal height, than like not making it deep enough and having to do it with a shovel. So I guess that's still like not too bad, and not really that much of an issue. But yeah, Nat, how are you? I also, like, the first thing when I started the stream, I noticed that like the activity log was like you got 3 different shoutouts from Nat, and I was like, oh damn, Nat keeps pampering us with those. And we also got our 40th follower thanks to you, Nat, so thank you very much. We are finally the follower goal is for the affiliate 50 followers, so I'm excited about that. But yeah, you can maybe tell if there has been any progress with me driving this machine or not. It's definitely not the level my father is at, but I feel like there's been hopefully some progress. I do still like mess up with like the directions that I go for, like the wrong direction first before going for the one I'm like intending to go. But I feel like I've gotten a bit faster here. Yeah, I appreciate the support too. I'm glad to hear you're getting closer. Yeah, we're getting there. It's only a matter of time, I guess. Well, I think it's always been, but still, like, it has been a steadier pace than I was like expecting. But yeah, the thing we basically don't want to do here is to smack any of the pipes that are coming out the ground, because that would be the opposite of progress. So as long as we don't smack any of those, I think we're golden. But yeah, from the papers there's like, it's not that like clear where the well needs to be. It's like middle between the buildings, so I think we can do it somewhere here mayhaps. I'm just trying to see how long are we from the end of the building. I think we're still quite far off, so there's still some room here to dig. But yeah, actually, Nat, I got the recipe from my mother for the next Karelian food we could do. So depending on when your next cooking stream is, you could like have the steaks and stuff in between, and then we would have this. It's called pyörre, and it's like it's definitely a lot rarer than the one we did last. So the Karelian pies are like pizza for us, so that like every store has them basically, like all of the baking sides of every store has them like pre-made, and you can find them on like the frozen section. But the pyörre thing, like none of my friends have ever had them. Like that's basically from like, I guess, only known in like smaller circles, because I know that like our family is definitely not the only one making them, but there's hardly that many people doing those, so it is a lot rarer recipe than the Karelian pie one was. So I would assume that like if you were to make pyörres like after we've done them, or like I could give you the recipe already beforehand, but it's like just I got it from my mother. She like spoke to me and like told me about it, so I wrote it down from that conversation. So it's not like a recipe from the site, so I would need to translate it too, but that would be of course no issue. But there's also like different ways, I guess. Some families do it a bit different and stuff, because I know my grandma makes them. Both of my aunts from my mother's side make them, so they all do it slightly differently, because like everyone has their twists to it. But yeah, it's again extremely greasy, so you will get like deep regrets when eating it, but that's part of the Karelian experience. It was like Elina mentioned after like we talked about the greasiness, and she was like, yeah, it was no surprise that the Karelian people were like the ones getting most educated on like what you should eat and what you shouldn't eat, like on heart conditions and stuff. So there might be some link between those two. Also, I'm seeing Hannu is there, so our foreman guy will just pause here for a second since he's here. So you will see you will get once again some fast spoken Finnish as I'll go talk with Hannu for a second. But yeah, I don't think I will take the camera with me, so just stuck with the trench view. Although I could ask him to come closer to the camera so that we'll be standing near the trench. But yeah, I'll keep the door open because the microphone is still needing to link to the still need to get the wireless connection to the bag, so I'm hoping you can still hear me if I walk away. Päivä. Täällä on tosiaan nyt ojankaivu taseessa. Se tulee se kaivo nyt johonkin. Se oli nyt jossakin puolivälissä tässä. Mä ajattelin, että mä sitä sivusta kaivan sitten vähän syvemmälle, niin. Kun sehän tarvii tietenkin tuon kaivon pohjaa olla aika paljon syvemmällä, kun tämä on tämä oja muuten. Että tällä se nyt taas jatkuu sitten.
Sulla on ne nurkkapisteet on vielä edelleen.
Joo, ne suunnilleen pysyy siinä vielä. Joo, aina oot siinä nyt tosiaan sitten kattoo ne. Mä tuota nurkkaa tuolla nyt jo kaivoin sillä, että mä käänsin sitä vähän. Että sit jos sen sadevesi, kun se tulee kuitenkin niin kuin tavallaan tolle nurkalle, niin että sen saisi suunnilleen oikean kohtaan. Pitää sitä varmaan vielä mitata. Ja sitten mä ajattelin, että jos ottaa ihan lopun sitten lapiolla, sehän tulee kuitenkin maata niin paljon päälle, että sen saa sen käännön sitten.
Ja sitten, että saat kuitenkin routaeristeet sinne.
Niin, joo, että ne tulee sen päälle.
Se 1,5 metriä
joo.
melkein
joo.
tarvit. 1,20 taitaa olla.
Joo, niin taisi olla se. Siinä oli nurkissa oli niin kuin ne nurkkaroutaeristeet oli pitemmälle, mutta se voi olla, että ne ei tossa kohtaa sitten enää osu, jos ne, jos ne on niin kuin tavallaan tällä puolella sitä seinää, niin se voi olla, että se ei siinä auta sitten. Hitaasti, mutta etenee kuitenkin.
Niinhän se pääsee eteen.
Niin, se pääsee. Joo, ei se pahillakaan ei ole niin väliä, mutta. Joo, nyt tosiaan pankeilta kyselin nyt lainoja sitten, että saisi sen, mitä tähän tarvii tähän talousrakennukseen, että sitä saisi sitä lainaa, niin sieltä nyt vielä odotellaan sitten. Joo. Että Anturaasti nyt on rahat tälläkin hetkellä, mutta se, että siitä pääsee jatkamaan, niin se vaatii sitten.
Se onkin vähän isompi.
Niin, että se on sitten tavallaan ne runko ja sitten ne katto, se runko oli jonkun 16, jonkun 18 tonnia siinä välillä oli ne, niin kuin tuolla, mitä se runko maksoi, se katto oli jotakin alle 30, mutta sitä luokkaa kuitenkin, että se on tavallaan.
Tietysti oliko se sellainen betoni mukana?
Joo, siinä tavallaan, että se on siinä 20 luokkaa se runko ja sen 30 luokkaa se katto, että siinä sitä väliä, että tavallaan, että siihen mä en pyysi, että se saisi sitä lainatarjosta sitten, että saisi ne tehtyä, että se on se säältäsuojaan kuitenkin sitten seuraava vaihe.
Se kelepasi se sun tekemä kustannus?
Joo, mehän katsottiin sitä silloin, sieltä toki oli se, että se täytyy niin tavallaan sun sitten aina hyväksyä niitä ja muuta, että se voi olla, että sieltä täytyy sitten. Niin, sitä justi, niin, että ne tulee sulta sitten, että saa nähdä kyseliäkö ne sitten vielä sulta sinne jotakin, mutta
no yleensä sulla ei kysele.
Okei, joo,
no niin, joo,
että
se riittää, että se on se kustannusarvio.
Joo.
Toki siinä monesti täytyy olla, mä nyt en muista allekirjoitinko minä sitä.
Joo, niin voi mulla olla, että se voi olla, että ne vaatii sen.
Sen sitten
Joo, mä
laitetaan siihen.
Joo. Siinä oli aika hurja tuo 20% korotuksesta puhuvat Danske Bankissa, että täytyy varautua siihen, että budjettiin, että 20% nousee. Joo. Mikä mun mielestä kuulostaa kohtuukorkealta. Mä niin ymmärrän, että ne budjetit aina paukkuu, mutta se, että 20% kuulostaa semmoiselta, että kannattaako budjettia lainkaan. Jos.
Se, että tietysti kun on hyvin suunniteltu, niin sillähän sitä voi ehkäistä, mutta periaatteessa niin rakennusmateriaalit voi nousta viiden vuoden aikana 10%.
Joo, helposti varmasti.
Ja jos kävi 5 vuotta sitten, niin
joo, sehän paukahti ihan kunnolla. Joo, että nehän paukahti.
Puolen vuoden aikana.
Jep. Joo, että nyt tietenkin tässä talousrakennuksessa, niin kun se on, puhutaan siinä jossakin 100 tonnin luokkaa sitten tavallaan niin kokonaiskustannuksena, niin se, mitä tuossa itse piti ihan hyvänä, että nyt kun näitä maanrakennusbudjetteja on katsonut, niin ne on pitänyt sen takia ihan hyvin, että mulla on kuitenkin kaikki ne hinnat, mitä mä oon katsonut, niin on ollut OVH-hintoja. Niin tavallaan se, että kun sitten pyydät tarjouksia, niin sieltähän saa suoraan 30% niistä pois, ja sitten vaikka tulee jotakin yllätyksiä, niin kuin nyt nämä kaivot oli kalliimpia kuin mitä mä olin arvioinut silloin itse, mutta sitten kuitenkin niin se kokonaishinta on paljon halvempi ollut kuin mitä tavallaan niin sitten.
Tietysti siinä on sitä peliä.
Niin, että siinä on tavallaan, että paljon ne mitä mä oon katsonut etukäteen niitä hintoja, niin nehän ei pidä sinällään paikkansa, että sitten kun tilaa isompia määriä, niin niihin saa heti alennuksia. Niin.
Ja tämä työhän sulla on halpaa.
Se on toinen sitten, että se pääsee, että täällä, se dieselikin on verrattain halpaa sitten, jos miettii tosiaan, mitä silloin kun se oli se kaivinkone täällä. Niin.
Paljonko se muuten oli tuntivelotus?
Se oli 89, se oli alveen. Ja sitten lavettikuljetus. Joo, alvillinen summa, joo. Ja sitten se oli niin kuin 780 päivää, mä taisin sen laskea, että jos se oli niin kuin täys 8-tuntinen päivä, että se oli niin kuin 780 päivää. Ja sitten parisataa oli alvillinen hinta niin kuin lavettikuljetus suuntaansa, että siitä tuli päälle, oliko se 500 jotakin sitten se lavettikuljetus. Että se oli, sieltä tulikin se lasku, jos oli jotakin vähän päälle 4 tonnin luokkaa sitten, kun siinä oli ne maakuormatkin, mitä silloin tuli. Mutta että sekin oli sillä ihan, mä olin siihenkin budjetoinut siihen kaivinkonehommaan niin 3,5 ja se oli nyt aika tarkkaan se 3,5 sitten, että ne maakuljetukset on tietenkin erikseen budjetus sinne, niin se sillä pysyy sekin ihan. Joo, että se oli aika hyvä arvio siihen. Mikä sillä oli toki hurja, että mä olin arvioinut sitä enemmän sen kanssa, että jos semmoisen vuokraisi semmoisen kaivinkoneen, että se olisi se hinta ollut sille. Että se silti kaukana ollut siitä. Tietenkin sen oli, että ammattilainen kävi tekemässä, niin siinä ei mennyt sitä koko kuukautta sitten. Niin, että se siinä ehkä oli sitten mikä siinä auttoi, että oli hätäisempää sitten.
Pitää sun jossain vaiheessa pitää routaeristeitä tähän, mutta ei ole vielä.
Joo, ei ole toki vielä.
Anturat sinne ensin.
Jep. Joo, se siinä varmaan on sitten tosiaan, että niitä maatäyttöjä ja tosiaan, että ne rootaristeet saa sitten joka puolelle, vaikka ne anturat on tosiaan sitten vaan niin suojataan tällä puolella tätä päärakennuksesta, niin silti, että ne tulee joka puolelle.
Kyllä ne ehdottomasti.
Muutenhan se meurii sitä maata sitten niin, nyt tavallaan, että se ei sitten suojaaminen auta. Että.
Sä et ole tässä vissiin ollut sen perjantain jälkeen.
Ei tässä ole paljon. Aamuna. Joo, nyt vasta tulin sitten tosiaan. Joo, ei tässä kauheasti ole kerennyt tapahtua. Tuolla olisi nyt se tosiaan se korko, mistä se sadevesi lähtee tulemaan, että tää on nyt sillä lailla katsoin, että nuo on aika liian syviä mulla periaatteessa nuo, mitä nyt on kaivaa. Mutta niin, sit mä ajattelin, että sitä mursketta kun kuitenkin heittelee sinne pohjalle ja sitten lätkää sitä, niin sitä paremmin saisin koron tehtyä sitten.
Niinpä, ehdottomasti just niinpä, että otat tässä vaiheessa vähän enemmän, niin kyllä saat sinne tavaraa.
Jep, helpommin sitä tuosta sivusta lisää, kun se alat lapioimaan sitten.
No niinpä,
koska sitten vielä, että jos sitten koko matkalta joudut lapioimaan, vaikka se olisiko muutama sentti, niin on siinä aika homma sitten. Kun tuolla Avantilla se huono, että sun on hankala päästä enää tämmöisen, mikä on jo kaivettu. Niin, että se on, niin se on sitten niin lapiolla mentävä sen jälkeen, että se on sillä toki parempi tässä kaivaa liian pitkälle sitten. Kyllä. Mutta joo, helatorstaina varmaan tapahtuu sitten enemmän, meinastaa molemmat vanhemmista tulla tänne vouhuttaa sitten kanssa.
Niin helatorstaina.
Joo, niin silloin helatorstai viikonloppuna joo, että silloin viikon päästä sitten, että sitten varmaan pääsis niitä ja laittelenkin noita putkia tänne. Tai se lätkä vaan sitten tosiaan hakea vuokraamista. Mä sitä nyt jo mietin, että hanka mä sen huomenna, että se olisi nyt viikonloppuna, mutta se voi olla, että jos en mä saa näitä kaivuita kaikkia, niin se vähän, että kannattaa kaikki kaivaa ja laittaa ne murskeet ja muut ja sitten saa kerralla kaikki lätkät. Kun ei sinne kuitenkaan kauan mene, kun sä vaikka kaikki nämä kävelet. Ei se niin puhutaan ehkä jostakin puolesta tunnista, että kannattaa sitä erikseen hakea. Niin, heistaa sitä ajalla sitten sitä lätkää. Että parempi ehkä ottaa tosiaan vasta sitten.
Niinpä, saat nuo kaikki tehtyä.
Niin.
Eikä tarvitse reissata sitä.
Niin, se on sitten, ja toinen on sitä aina just se, että milloin se vie takaisin, mihin aikaan sitten pelähtii ja muuta, että sitten se on niin aikataulujen kanssa aina sitten semmoista. Että.
Et rauhassa vaan nuulla.
Jep. Kyllä.
Joo, eipä siinä mitään. Minä tuun sitten ensi viikolla varmaan sitten perjantaina.
Joo.
Tai viikonloppuna tai torstaina.
Joo.
Niitä, miten. Mutta nyt minä tiedän, että olette torstaina.
Joo, torstai, perjantai, varmaan lauantaikin vielä sitten ensi viikolla. Että sunnuntaista en tiedä, mä voin ottaa mä sitten täällä, mutta en tiedä onko muut sitten. Nyt lähteekö porukat sitten jo, mutta ollaan varmasti torstai, perjantai täällä sitten ainakin ja lauantainakin varmasti vielä.
No niin, ei mitään.
Kyllä. Jes, palailemme asiaa. Kiitoksia. Okay, so Nat, you need to translate all we just spoke. I'm assuming you could still hear even if you went a bit further there. I'm just catching up. Also there's Bogus now, hellost. I can't wait to see you make it out there, so we need to make it first. It's sounding like... Sorry about the smack, but I was told that it's not too bad because I think it like peaks, so I don't think it goes too loud for you guys. One walk papaya, basically. They are also like, I would say they are bigger. They are definitely bigger than the Karelian pies. Of course, the Karelian pies you can make any size, so you could make Karelian pies bigger than the pure. But I don't know. I don't think there's like a translation for those either. So you will definitely need to learn how to pronounce it. I can type it for you. Give me a second, so maybe I don't know if there's like if you can find stuff online about this. Because that word is like extremely close to like bike, which is pyörä. So as long as you don't go like, did you mean bicycle? One walk papaya, that's exactly. Hello, the trench is not too bad, could be neater, yes. Please ensure there is enough space for rodent entry, yes. Don't forget to put on sunscreen. Do we look like we need sunscreen here, Nat? What is this? Got flashbanged by a Teams interview at 8 AM, then berated for not being prepared for the job interview. I died. Well, that sounds like an interesting morning, I have to say. So was it like a job interview, like you didn't know beforehand? So you just like, when were you told that this is a job interview for you? Like in at 8 a.m. because that's first of all a horrible time for a job interview, unless it's for like job that's only happening during like early mornings, so like a baking job or like anything like that. But for any other job, I would say job interview at 8 a.m. is the worst time. But yeah, I don't know if Egguna is here, if she could find you a pyörä recipe online, because I've never even tried to find them, because I now have my mother's recipe for those. But yeah, how did the interview go, like overall? I'm assuming if you got berated that it wasn't too good. And I'm still assuming you can see, I guess the camera hasn't changed any. How would it have changed since, you know, it was just me standing outside? Damn stone evaded me. There's two of them now. How do you spell that again? I typed it in the chat. Can you see it? It's pyörä. Also can't believe Egguna is here only to confirm the rodent entry discussion we had with Hannu. I already forgot what was the title of Hannu, because I think it was Semhan Foraki who googled it, and it was something like auditioning master, or like, what was it? It was like a weird one. Because he's like sort of like our foreman in here, but mostly for like making sure everyone on the bureaucracy side knows what we're doing and where we are at. So he's here to help, but not in like physical sense, more in like a managerial sense. Oh yes, you did. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, no worries. Just making sure that it's like visible, because you know I've had some history with these chat programs. You know, not showing everything and not working as I had hoped. So no worries. There's like all the stones in this scoop now. There's one stone I think I'm missing. I think we could maybe drive this stone to the back of the plot so we don't reuse it when filling the ground. Yeah, didn't go over well. Basically asked me if I know how to do X. I didn't. You should prepare for an interview instead of wasting our time. Yeah, that sounds like a pleasant experience. Not like an absolute bullet you just avoided. So yeah, answering master. Yeah, that was exactly. Yeah, that was the weird English translation for it. Because that to me sounds like a fax machine or something. like some kind of machine that you get your missed calls into. But yeah, Nat, you need to learn how to spell ö, so I don't know if that helps, like me trying to say it to you, but you could see me yeet some stone there. But it's still like also bogus. It's weird that like they wanted you for an interview, but I'm assuming you sent them like your CV and stuff so that they would know like what you can do and what you've done before and stuff. So I don't know who was wasting whose time, to be honest. Also, like having to wake up at 8 for an interview is again diabolical. I did find recipes for pyörä in Finnish. They seem to use rice porridge as the filling instead of mashed potatoes your mother uses. Okay, so that's not correct. Can't believe this. But I have to say that if you use rice porridge in there, I feel like it's just a round Karelian pie basically. there's hardly much difference if you're going with rice porridge. So even if I'm biased saying that it's diabolical, I think it needs to have the mashed potato to keep it different enough. But yeah, we need to have a cooking stream at some point again. My mother actually already, when we were discussing the recipe, she was saying that next Thursday or Friday. I think either one, I don't know if she knows yet, but like either of those 2 dates she could be making those purret, and there's like a meat sauce that she does with it. That's, I don't think is too like Karelian or traditional, but for us it's like you always have to have it for purret time. So for our family it is traditional to have that like brown sauce with like pieces of meat, pieces of beef actually. Yeah, it's beef. Yeah, they claimed my application was interesting, but I didn't embellish my experience. Weird AF, yeah, definitely weird. But to me it sounds like you definitely dodged the bullet there with a weird company. So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that. Of course, like any job I think would have, at this point would be better than nothing, but still for like long-term stuff you shouldn't just, you know, take the first one you get if it's all full of red flags and stuff. Lapin AMK. Oh yeah, that sounds interesting. So like actually I don't know what is the English term for AMK, because it's like not a university, but it's similar. There's once again quite a lot of stones, but I don't know if they were that big stones in this scoop yet. I think they will be there in the future. Also trying to see if the trench I've been digging is turning, because it might be that it's turning a bit to the right from where I'm digging it from, so I need to make sure that I keep it to the left for the next few scoops. Skibbity scoops. Uni of Applied Sciences. Okay, so there is uni in the name of it. I see. But yeah, I don't know if you can see, but it's raining now. Ever so slightly, not too bad. But again, it's really nice to be inside the Avant machine when it's raining, because like you know that I previously had the stress of whether or not this gear can take, like, it is not waterproof, and you know, electronics and water doesn't usually mix too well, so there is this added level of stress with the water getting into the gear. But with us being inside the Avant machine, we shouldn't have any trouble with, even if it is raining outside. But yeah, now we don't scoop the huge stone. There's a massive one right next to it. So unfortunately this is only the first one of the two. Crappy weather the past 2 days. Yeah, it has been. Oh my Dios mio, that stone is actually massive. I don't know if you can't see it yet, but you will see it when we come back. I don't know if you can lift that thing, because it might be that we need a different kind of scoopity scoop for that, but we'll see. We'll see if we can make that happen. It will also be interesting to try and carry it all the way to the back of the plot, because that thing was actually massive. But yeah, Nat, I watched the VOD yesterday, what I missed when I had to go and get my broken van. so there was a hilarious clip of you. Also, you were cringing quite hard for it, and you mentioned that if only I was there watching, and I have to say I did see it, and it was absolutely dramatic, as was expected from you if you're still there. We need to build around the rock. I think that could be a solution, maybe. I guess for like water purpose and stuff, it would be better to get it out so that it like doesn't start collecting water on top of that thing, because it was massive. But we'll see. It could be our biggest struggle yet. I'm also debating what angle should I approach it from. So maybe you can see it soon. I think you should be able to see it right about now. Maybe, well, at least now, but that thing you can see it like it unearthed a lot of ground. So like if we go underneath it, try to lift it, I don't know if we can like go far below it enough. Because we will need to get the weight underneath it, because now we're like just lifting it upwards, not the way I'd like it. But I guess we need to go from another side so that we get it like lengthwise. Because now we were on like the... Oh wait, it is quite round. Oh dear. Maybe a singing rock for pheasants. Yeah, we'll see what happens with this guy. Let's see if we can even move it. If not, I think we need to just lift it, or maybe hopefully get it to the side of the trench. So that when we have the scoop, we could then pick it up with that. But yeah, I'm debating what angle should I go for. Right now I'm reversing towards it. Guess this could be an angle we could use. Maybe. But there's also the like the heating pipes and stuff in here, so I don't wanna bonk them. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's... If it were like long, I could maybe scoop it from one side, but I don't know if this is any better angle for my scoop attempts. If not, we'll just, we'd also like try and push it to the side of it, because there should be like enough strength to push these things around. We'll see. So here's me hoping to go underneath it. Maybe we could even turn it upwards. I don't know if that did anything. Because I think we could like pull it out of there if we go from the same direction we did earlier. Maybe we do that. You maybe see the lack of experience I have when we have like a first proper challenge, and I'm already like, I don't know what to do with this. You can do it. Avant machine, yeah. Chunky, yeah. I hope that's the biggest we'll see, but we might get larger ones still. We'll see. We could also have just, pulled it from that side. Because once it's on like a level ground, we could easily take it with the other type of scoop, so I don't think that would then be an issue, but as long as we have the smaller one, I don't think it's too easy to get it with us. Let's see if I can just reverse my way out of here. I'm just, flailing it around at this point. Let's see if we can scoop it out of the ditch so we could like push it around. Because I think earlier, when we lifted it a bit, it did work, sort of. Because, we can make it like lighter from this side. So now it's away from the ditch. So I guess that's a victory in itself. So I guess we could now just push it to the side. So we'll do that next. But yeah, that guy is massive. Not with this bucket thingy, I don't think we'll be doing anything to it. So we'll make it a problem for us later. It's basically what we're doing now. If we push it towards the pile there. Let's hope we maybe put it a bit lower. And let's see if we can push it. There we go. Now the question is whether we have to push it a bit further still. I guess we could. But yeah, my father always says when he's using this Avant machine that the good thing about this is that the hydraulics don't feel pain, so you can pretty much torture them any way you like. So I guess that's what we just did, you know, making the hydraulics work for us. But yeah, you can see it from the ground, and I think the window is also like getting rained on quite heavily, so hopefully you can still see outside. For me, I can see like raindrops everywhere, so it's definitely raining now. I don't think the forecast said it should be raining today. Like I think it was supposed to rain like at like extremely late in the evening, so like 10 or something. Shouldn't be raining yet, but can't trust the forecast, it seems. But yeah, I think we're somewhere around here where we want to start digging the well into, so I think we could use the hole the rock left us with and start doing the well thingy in here. So I'll just scoop from further away so we get the bottom into some sort of level. Because yeah, I also mentioned to Hannu that we are here digging probably too deep, but he said that yeah, that's still a better thing than like too shallow, because if you need to continue with a shovel, it's easier to fill than it is to dig away. So yo, the POV is crazy. Hello Squishy Josie. I don't think I've seen you here before. I think you have a first time chatter cap here, but of course I know you from Nat, so how are you? But yeah, just today I got this POV for you're seeing what I'm digging, so we are making steady small improvements. Hopefully everything. Unfortunately for now I think you're getting the rain POV because it is raining and that like the windshield of this machine has already gotten rained on, so unfortunately that probably hinders the view a bit. If it stops raining, I could maybe swipe it. I'll check if it's already not raining, so I could maybe swipe it. Although I don't know if that makes it better or worse. It could actually make it worse. Let me see if I have a paper to dry it with, because I think it would be better to use a paper, not a glove to, you know, spread it around. Let's see. I'm trying to reach from the cockpit here. Now I'm trying to see what you're seeing. Oh yeah, the view is so wide. I need to go from further away. Can't believe my napkin already broke. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. But yeah, so hopefully it made it better, not worse. Let me know. It's immersive since it's happening IRL. Hello, the rain is cinematic. Yeah, that is actually probably true, yeah, so it was all intended, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. We ordered the rain to come in here, so that was our intention all along. But yeah, so we're doing some digging for rainwater pipes. So hopefully in the future when it rains like this, we'll have the pipes ready for them. So, but yeah, how are you guys? How are you, Squish Joshi? There's again stones in the bottom of the pit there, so I think we'll need to do our very best to get rid of them. But it will be interesting because I remember the excavator driver, because we had an excavator here with the professional driving, and that's like how we started with these streams. And I remember him saying that when he dug up these like trenches for us, and of course they were like way deeper than what we are digging here with this Avant machine, but he was saying that with rain they usually collapse. So like the ground, I guess, tends to stay quite still unless it's raining, because you know the raindrops smack the sides of it, and that causes avalanches of ground. So we'll see if this means trouble for us with these trenches collapsing on the sides. But then again, we are like, it's not that deep, the trenches we are making, so it could be that there's like no issue for us. Well, I just finished streaming some Avant and now chilling and catching up on a lot of stuff. Oh, that sounds nice. I played a bit of the Avant. To me it felt like the story didn't really pick up like fast enough for me to get invested. I guess for me the problem is with like having for me at least, it felt like the nemesis or the villain in that game is like mushroom. So basically a fungi of sorts. And like trying to fight a fungi to me sounds like a wasted battle, because I remember there's like quotes about like mushrooms saying that you can't kill me in any way that makes a difference, because you know there's like fungi in the air around us all times and stuff. So I guess it didn't pick up fast enough for me. But there was like a lot of critique I didn't really like agree on. Like there were people comparing it to like different games and stuff, which to me felt weird, like comparing it to some older games that had like more immersive and reactive environments and stuff, and like, why are you comparing? I don't think the game ever said that it would have those, so what's with this needless comparison? But the combat to me felt like really satisfying compared to like Nat is playing the Oblivion, and I definitely like Oblivion and I like Skyrim too, but the sad truth is that the combat in those games is really dated. So compared to like those, the combat was really nice. Saku has his own little sandbox to dig around, every boy's dream come true. I guess this would be something a little boy me would have been happy about. But yeah, I'm seeing that I think this trench is definitely like turning a bit, so I think we'll try to scoop out the side of it to maybe get it aligned better. There's I think again a stone on that side giving us trouble. Let's see if we can make it loose. Okay, I think it is loose now. The fungi we see above the ground is basically only the reproductive organs of it, as far as I know. I don't think we could kill it if we tried. Yeah, exactly my point. So if we had like a fungi that was like an absolute nemesis to us, like a villain, I don't think there would be like any way we could actually fight it. So for me the premise of Avant was like, we've lost this game, boys. Last time we came here to lose, there were like better offerings. We were catered. Now we're just struggling. Also, Nat, you had a clip of you playing, I think it was Luigi's Mansion? I think that was the clip from where you were like struggling with the rats or mice, I guess, in that game. And that reminded me of like, there's this quote that it's supposed to be a role-playing game. What role am I playing? The victim? And that, you know, reminded me of the fungi struggles in the Avowed game. I was like, there's no way we're gonna beat this. There are parts of the story where it feels slow, I agree. It feels like it only picks up with the main storyline, but you are not strong enough to do the main storyline unless you do the side quests, so it forces you to do the slow stuff. Yeah, that's not a thing I like. Especially, I think it has been, like for me, from my experience, it was worst in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where you were basically like, to advance the main missions, you have to do all of these like side quests, and they were boring, to be honest. Like, repetitive to me, and like if you want to like eventually finish games, you basically have to in those kinds of games you have to like focus on the main missions, which is something like, for example, Nat did in when she was playing the Dragon Age Whale Guard. I could never like pass people giving side quests, and that's like the reason I never finish games. You know, finish being finished. Hello. But you're also right about the comparisons. I seem to compare it to Skyrim as well, but not necessarily in the terms of game itself, but rather that's the closest thing I could compare it to. Yeah. But I think that's like a big, like an issue nowadays, is that we have so many games we can compare to each other, and you don't take games at face value anymore. But then again, I guess it's also a problem of people having too much to play, so they can be picky. And of course they should be picky. I'm not saying that it's like it's an excuse to make rubbish games and stuff, so you definitely should compare it to, but still like comparing, like I remember for example when Cyberpunk came out and people were comparing it to like GTA, and I was like baffled because I never thought Cyberpunk would be another GTA game. Because if you think about like games like Saints Row, for example, that of course gets compared to GTA because it's like similar but with like hilarious stuff. But like Cyberpunk to me was never another GTA. For me it was like a Witcher 4 in sense that I was hoping it would be like step up to the level Witcher 3 was. But yeah, comparisons are sometimes weird. Like of course they're all valid, like you can compare stuff, but it's still interesting how like certain games get this certain like a stigma that okay, you should be similar to this other game just because of this and that. Only like being in like a fantasy setting, for example with Avant, I guess. Like that's mainly the reason it's compared to Skyrim, is because like the weapons and stuff are similar, and also because it's like first person and stuff, so comparison is valid in that sense. Haha, it would be like that they were taking all my health, like 10,000 paper cuts. Yeah, it was a hilarious clip. But yeah, it just reminded me of the quote that what role am I playing? The victim? That's like a hilarious quote. We'd actually even, I was thinking, because once we eventually hit the affiliate and stuff, because I don't have any like follower notifications on stream, because I want to keep it lurker friendly, because I know, for example, my grandparents are watching this, and so I don't want to be like calling them out, because they are then confused, like how do I type with this thing? Because I had to teach them how to watch Twitch, because they are living next to my parents, so they're in Lapland, so they're somewhat far away from here, so it's also like a nice experience so that they can like look what's happening here, what their grandchild is up to. It feels like construction ASMR. I guess that's basically what it is. Like, I'm not complaining if that's what it will be used for. I guess from my point of view, it will be interesting if you're watching this as an ASMR, seeing that there's like this random, okay, we'll talk fast in Finnish because someone comes into chat or stuff like that. So it could be interesting to use as an ASMR if this actually works like that, since you know it's me yapping for most of the time. But yeah, I feel like I'm slowly getting used to this Avant machine. I guess the turning is still the weirdest part for me, because it does turn from the middle. So unlike a car which turns from the front tires go left and right, this thing like turns from the middle. Of course the tires also turn, but still like the whole machine like folds in a sense from the middle. That's wholesome. Yeah, that actually is wholesome. My mother also asked how can she watch, but for my mother I think it's like the biggest issue is that like she works during the daytime, because like I'm mostly here during working hours. So for example right now, where I'm not on I took a day off or like a summer holiday vacation, annual leave day, whatever you call it. So that's why I'm here on a Thursday. So, but for my mother, she'll be working today, so I don't think she will be one watching. But my grandparents, since they are retired, they have time during the day to also watch this. So for them it works. There's yet again something like a stone or something in the thinking if I should try and scoop that one as well, so that we would have both of them. Let's see if I can drop this stone on top, so we could maybe get it along with the other. So let's try a scoop number 2. Mayhaps. Let's see if the stone we just dropped comes with us or not. Not looking like it does. There's a massive stone. Where did this come from? It's also quite neatly split. I think it's the same stone, but it's like split in the middle. Final boss was construction, yeah. And that's the... I don't know actually what will be the final boss. It could be budget. Because on Tuesday I had a meeting with the bank on like construction loan. Because obviously I need a loan to finish all this construction. So we have like a budget for until we have the foundation complete. So that's, I actually mentioned to Hannu as well. So our answering master, that right now we have a budget for building up until the foundations are complete. But after that we would need the loan from the bank, and on Tuesday I got a cold shower from the bank saying that there's a few things that need to change for us to give you that loan. So fortunately there are many different banks, so I just sent another bank the same kind of request, so we'll see what they say. But I'm hoping that we don't need to pause construction for the like after the foundation is done. There's like plenty of work still, like even if we are to do it until the foundations. But I will say that I will be extremely white people sad if we have to pause construction for today, like for this year, and only continue like the next year or so. We'll see what happens with that. We most definitely will not run out of stones on our plot, yeah, and that is true. With the amount of stones we've unearthed, it actually will be interesting to see the backyard there, because we keep putting all the stones in there. Like if we ever want to make a building of any kind in there, and we need to dig like a foundation for them, we will be cursing all the way through, because like right now we're just like yeeting all the stone in there. So whoever needs to dig the backyard will be giving a lot of the Finnish swear words. So there will be a lot of swearing happening if anyone decides to go for some backyard shenanigans. But yeah, I guess we should now aim to go a little deeper, since if we want to put in the well thingy there, it needs to go deeper. I will need to measure the depth, but I think we can go quite deep already. I don't think there's like an issue of us going like too deep here. Because I have the pictures, so I can actually check from the pictures as well, like how deep the wells are. So the well is basically just like a, well, I guess I mentioned earlier, I was saying that they were like barrels, which is like a descriptive way of saying it as well. So they're sort of like barrels. So like thick plastic barrels, which, you know, the water goes into and then goes out of. But you can check like the water levels from those wells. So that's the point of them. I'm actually not seeing too much of what I'm digging, but I'm assuming I got quite a nice scoop. Actually got a massive scoop. Very nice. Skibbity scoopity. Because in the wells or the barrels we put in there, they have like those pipes going in and one pipe coming out, and they will have like a certain level underneath, so it's just like not passing through, but they also collect some of the water, so that's why they go deeper. But yeah, how far are you on the Avant? Do you know how long is it and how far are you in it? Because, like you mentioned, you have to do the side quests. So I'm like curious, what's the length of the game? So if you like check from any sources, like what are people reporting, how long does it take? It would be interesting to know. Because I know that, like for example, the example I gave with the Assassin's Creed Valhalla, that because you need to do all those side things, it takes like 100 hours to beat the game, because there's like no way past it. Because the main quest people are just saying that you need to get in like good side with these people, and to get the good side with these people you just basically have to do the side quests for them. So that's how they handle it. I'm curious because I have a massive scoop, but it's also there's a stone in it, but I don't think it's that big, so I guess we drop it here. Also, I think the rain dried up quite well. I don't know if me like with the paper did anything any benefit from me swiping with it, other than I broke the napkin. Can't believe I did that. I think I'm way ahead of where I should be for my level. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty too. I just made it to the 3rd main city. I've skipped a lot of stuff, I see. But then again, like comparison to like Oblivion and Skyrim, to me at least, like the enemies being the same level as you are. As a kid, it was a really fancy mechanic. I remember I was defending it as a kid because, you know, all the games were hard, and that was finally a game that was easy enough. But as a game mechanic, I don't think that's a good one. So I have to say that's already an improvement on Avant, if the difficulty is based on the people around you and not the level you are. Because I remember when we were playing Oblivion with my brother, we never leveled up. The only time we would sleep is to get the Dark Brotherhood stuff, because you need to sleep for that, but we never slept outside of that to not get any levels, because like because to me I still feel like the game gets harder the higher level you are, unless you like break it with like Oblivion, and you can break it with spells and stuff. So in that sense it's like not the case, like of it getting harder, not like necessarily. Still again, like with the spells you can get, if you're still like level 1, you're like godlike. So I have to say that Avant still did a lot of things better than those games did, even if the people were mostly talking shit. There was so much slander. But yeah, I'm just happy we have enough plot to go all the way to the tree line there. Because even in Finland, because like I would assume it feels weird for me to say this, but for like in Finland we have this issue that there's not enough, like not large enough plots. So when you're building, you might have like 500 square meters or so of like a plot of land where you're supposed to build. And 500 square meters is not too much if you think about, like in here you have to build like 4 meters from the border of the plot and stuff like that. So when you put all those like rules and regulations we have, the 500 square meters is not a lot. So in those cases people usually have to also like drive away the excess ground and stuff, so that, you know, increases costs and stuff. So here it's easy that no matter how much we dig, we can always put it at the back of the plot, so we can just level that, because it was also like going downhill from there, so it's easy to fill that side. It does, because the scaling is cuffed in Oblivion. Yeah, exactly what I meant with that. That it gets increasingly hard with the higher level you add. Also, like I think the same issue was in Skyrim, that if you like just leveling like stuff outside of combat, so like speed skills and stuff, you're getting levels because of that. You're no better in combat, so all the enemies are still like, we are getting better, but you're not you're not getting any better in fighting, so you're so absolutely murdered. So that's another reason why the level scaling is a weird concept in my mind. Trying to see what I'm doing. It's the visibility, I have to say, is not too great from here. That's another thing the excavator driver was saying. He drove this Avant machine once and he was like, I'm not used to seeing this little Because from an excavator, I think you have a really good visibility everywhere. Because it's also like the beam is to your side and not like in front of you like it's in here. So there's like a difference there as well. But like I said, some of the story in Avant is alright, and I appreciate the combat, dodging and shooting with the range weapons feels like, yeah, it's nice. Yeah, definitely. For me, I think the story didn't pick up fast enough for me to get interested. But I think it was also like me not being in this like headspace of like wanting to play like a long, like an adventure RPG game, because they take quite a lot from you, so you have to have like a lot of spare time and stuff. Because right now I'm also feeling like I would like to play something like every evening when I go back from here, or like the evenings I'm after work that I'm not going here, I'm thinking like, what should I play? Because the thing is that I would like to play games like Oblivion Remastered and stuff, because they are like a big part of my childhood. But the thing is that they take such a long time, and you need to like be invested for those. You have to have that time to put in them, so I guess that was another reason. Yeah, Avowed for me didn't really stick. That I didn't really have that much time to put into it. And it was already looking like it'll be a long one. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is another good example, because that I also played that one, but like when I played it I was also thinking, yeah, I want to play this again, I want to do this again, I want to do this and that, and I want to do this and that differently than like previously and stuff like that. But it takes so much time, like partly because it's like good and you want to like embrace it and like go with it, but another reason for me at least is because the combat is extremely slow. Like compared to any other type of combat, turn-based combat, just, you know, it is just slower than any other basically. I had the same because I was playing, actually Bogus got me into playing the Rogue Trader 40k, so the Warhammer 40k universe game, Rogue Trader. It's also similar with the like turn-based combat and stuff, so it's similar to like Divinity Original Sins and games like that. I guess like, I don't know if it's like similar to XCOM games, maybe not necessarily, but again like turn-based. So that was again the same issue, that I was like really enjoying the game, but I felt like it's really slow. And like the progress in it and stuff like that took so long, so you need to be in a certain headspace to enjoy those kind of games and have that extra time to put into them. Because there's like, for me at least, like if you go to like Baldur's Gate 3, if you only play for like, let's say 40 minutes or so, if you only have like less than an hour of time to play, there's no point launching it. For me at least, I don't think you can get much done in like 40 minutes. So it's like you only get angry because of like going in there, not getting anything done and basically having to immediately stop. So games like that definitely need more time to be enjoyable. I never liked enemy scaling, prefer areas with different levels, etc. Yeah, I think that was one like big, like for Oblivion, like that was one big thing that differed from Morrowind. And I think people that were like fans of Morrowind didn't really like Oblivion because of that, because they were like used to enemies being harder. Like I remember I've only played Morrowind for like, I've only started it basically like once. And I went to like an area and got immediately wrecked. I guess Nat has the same experience. I think she mentioned that she had like a save where she went in and died and hadn't saved once during the gameplay, so it was just like a permadeath run for her. So that's basically my experience with Morrowind as well. So I went in there, died, and that was it for me. Although I did have like a save, but I guess that was like for young Saku it was too much. It was demoralizing. Let's see, I think I will need to aim it better. My tires are going in the trench there. Really, that's just like when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, it took hours and hours. It requires a different kind of thinking for sure. Yeah, those are different kind of games. But then again, I play games like Europa Universalis 4 and like Hearts of Iron and stuff. So in Finland, those are called like the, well, I guess the controversial term would be like non-neurotypical games. So people with like certain hyperfixations and stuff are playing those games. So caught, I'm guilty, hello. But yeah, I've been playing those kind of games, and I like slow progress and slow pace is not an issue for me when I get that mindset and like when I have time for it. I also play games like Total War and those kind of games. So for example, Total War, Warhammer 3 and stuff are like really great. I really like those games. But they also suffer the same thing, so you can't really go for like an hour. You need to have like a proper time for them to really get into them, because there's like also like all sorts of menus and stuff that you need to read through. So if you only have like a small time, you tend to like play them a bit hasty, so you like push through those menus not knowing what you're doing, which like down the line ends with frustration. So you shouldn't rush those games. I recommend The Sims 4. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll catch up with chat, so I'll pause here for a second and see, because there's this risk that you guys are like pushing so much further in chat that I'm no longer seeing that I would need to start scrolling. Actually, I will do a quick scroll to see that I've not missed any messages yet, hopefully. Yeah, I wanted to play the Warhammer one. Yeah, you mean the Rogue Trader. That was actually, I really like the story. Also, like, I've collected Warhammer 40 miniatures. Not right now, I don't have an army for it, but I used to have an Imperial Guard army, which is like, nowadays it's called Astra Militarum, but I used to have those, so it was really nice. I really liked the world of Warhammer 40,000, so having a game in there was really nice. I was about to say you can't really do a quick play session for turn-based RPGs. Yeah, I think that's like the biggest downside and like the biggest, I would say, like hindrance of them becoming mainstream is like how time investing they are. Although I have to say Baldur's Gate 3 really did break that mold a bit. Like it's just that good that people were like willing to go past it. Because I know there's like a lot of people, especially like a few streamers that I've watched, that are like, yeah, I can't do like turn-based games. There's no way I can do those. And then Baldur's Gate 3 came in, and they were like, I will just have to, you know, push through it, and they enjoyed it very much. But you know, it takes a bit to get past that. Like, I would say the brain power required, and also like the speed it like progresses. It's slower than like I guess most of us are used to it, like games like battle royales and stuff. So it is different. Also, hello Skeleton Jelly. I really like the Avant ASMR vibes here. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going with today. Hello, how are you? Nice to have you here. I think I know that nickname, so I think I know you from Vauhtijuoksu. So for them from this Finnish charity speedrun event, I think Skeleton Jelly might be from there. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course. Yes, Morrowind permadeath. So I did remember correctly. Nat had a permadeath run in Morrowind. I actually can't wait for, because I think Nat, you also mentioned that you can't wait for them to remaster the Morrowind, because if that ever happens, you would be playing it, and same for me, because I never got into Morrowind. Basically because I was too young back then, because I had first played Oblivion, and going from Oblivion to Morrowind as a kid was like an absolute struggle train, so I never got to Morrowind. So that would be nice for me to get to play with the remaster if they ever come with it. But I would assume that they hopefully have started remastering Morrowind, seeing that the Oblivion remaster was such a huge success. Well, that's also the good thing about games like Call of Duty or Marvel Rivals, just to get those sort of quick games in. Yeah. But then again, even in those games, I guess there's like this grind that you have to go on, like battle passes and stuff like that. So there's like this fear of missing out. Like you have to go back to them. Like for me, that's like a turn off itself. Like having to go back to the same game in like week after week, so you're not like left behind. Because for example, I really like Helldivers. I haven't played that in so long. I really should get back to it, but I guess it would require like a group of 4. I mostly played it with my brother, so the 2 of us. But for like the harder difficulties, you could require like a group of 4 or so. So that's a thing that like I guess put me off a bit. But also like the progress in those games, that you eventually hit like a part where you're not really like getting any better, like you're not getting any improvements or upgrades and stuff. You just have to wait for them to update and like eventually put in more content. So that's I guess a way where people drop off. I guess like right now I think Helldivers is really picking up again, because they have like a huge update, and also Super Earth is apparently under siege, so I would need to go defend Super Earth. Maybe we'll do that some evening. We'll see. I know my brother would be up for it immediately. He really enjoyed that game. Yeah, Sims 4 winning a win recommendation. I've only played like the first one, like really played it. First Sims game. Rogue Trader, I guess, lacked some of the things that PG3 had, like the story and voice acting. Rogue Trader is more reading, I feel. Yeah. Again, I think you do Rogue Trader like a huge disadvantage, or like in Finland you would say karhunpalvelus, which is like not really what would be the English word for it? Not doing any good trying to compare it to something else. So Rogue Trader, again, being compared to PG3 makes it like such a bad game. It's really a good game, but it's nothing compared. It doesn't hold a candle to like Baldur's Gate 3. So again, I guess for them it was like a pity Baldur's Gate 3 came when it did, because without Baldur's Gate 3 I think Rogue Trader would be like definitely would be more popular, because it's again like a good game, but it doesn't hold a candle to PG3. So not with like voice acting, not with the character, not like romance stuff and all that stuff. It's so like it's so well made with Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, a disservice. Yeah, that would be the word. Yeah, definitely a disservice. So for Rogue Trader, I don't think they really benefited from Baldur's Gate 3 coming out. Maybe in that sense that there are now more players playing those kind of games. So maybe that way they got like more players. But the direct comparisons between the two mean that Rogue Trader lose like 10 out of 10 times, because Baldur's Gate 3 is just like superior game in all ways. It should be, I hope at least it will be like a sort of like a standard for those kind of games in the future. Yes, PG3 was my first turn-based I enjoyed, though my taste in games has changed over time and I've become better at seeing things through. Yeah, what Nat is also describing, but I guess that's like the most common perspective in games like this, that you're not really like going for turn-based games unless you get like so heavily recommended that you got with like Baldur's Gate 3 and you like seeing stuff. Because I don't think there's been like any viral clips from those kind of games before. I know there's been like a few from like those XCOM type of games where like someone's playing those and they like lose their favorite character, because there's like permadeath in those kind of games, that you have this like squad of people and you want to go with them throughout the game, but they can like at any point just like die for good. So I guess like those, there were a few clips from those that did go somewhat viral, but I don't think those were enough to like recommend the games to people, similar to how Baldur's Gate got pretty much everyone. Whether you had like previous experience in Dungeons and Dragons or not, whether you had like experience with turn-based games or not, it really got a lot of people excited and trying out those games. And you really don't need to try the Baldur's Gate games for like, I would say maybe like 5 hours or so, and you're basically hooked. 5 hours again is like a lot of time for like any average game. So for example, I think I played Avant for like maybe 5 hours, maybe less. But like for you to make an opinion out of a game, it usually takes like an hour or so. You should know by then. Which again, I guess is weird, because like in bigger games, the prologue of those games usually takes like 2 or even more. Because if you think about like Kingdom Come Deliverance and stuff, those games, you're not even halfway to the prologue in like an hour if you like pay attention and listen to all of the things they say and stuff. So I guess that's another issue, that you don't really know what you're getting until like you're way into it. It was the first one I gave a proper playthrough. After that I went for Rogue Trader. Yeah, I think that's for Rogue Trader, I think they do benefit from like Baldur's Gate, since people after they've played Baldur's Gate, they might like want to go for similar games. Unfortunately though, it doesn't hold a candle, so you will be disappointed if you think it's as good as Baldur's Gate 3 is, because there's just no way to beat it. I'm feeling like the pit might be deep enough already. Just that I wouldn't want to be shoveling it. Yeah, Citronelli posted your stream in the Vautiox Discord. Oh yeah, true. So I did connect the dots correctly. Yeah, I think Citronelli was here, was it last stream, and she was asking if it's okay to promote this. And of course it is, like, of course. But I guess she was like, whether or not I want like a influx of people here yet or in the future or stuff. But of course, the content is what it is. So this is what you can expect in the future as well. So no reason to hide it. If there are people interested in some ASMR for construction work, we will gladly have you here. I would love to play remastered Morrowind. I broke so many storylines by going rogue right away. Yeah, that's also like a major difference to Oblivion with Morrowind, because in Oblivion you have these, I'm hoping it's not a spoiler to anyone, but if you have an NPC with a crown icon instead of this like a round icon, it means that they are, I guess the word was ethereal, which means that they are like, you cannot kill them. So anyone with a crown is someone you can't kill. But in Morrowind, they didn't have that. so if you just went and killed someone you weren't supposed to, so someone that was like vital for the story, it just told you that there's no way to move, like you cannot progress the story any further. Do you want to load the game, or do you want to continue with, you know, just with your murder hobo shenanigans basically? So compared to like those two games, again, they were so different. I think many people coming from Morrowind were like not used to that level of freedom they had there. Because in Oblivion, if you attack people with the crown icon instead of the round interaction icon, you just put them unconscious, so you cannot kill them. I don't think even with the console command, I don't think you could like go past that. So I think it was always the case that you would simply put them unconscious. But yeah, sorry if that was a spoiler to anyone playing the Oblivion. But I guess you might have already found out, but those with the crown icon are invincible. They could also, in Oblivion, there's also like people that are like invincible up to a certain point, or like after the quest or something, you can then kill them again. So they're like different states to the NPCs in that sense. I'll dig from the side here, maybe hoping to scoop the few stones that are in there. But I don't think we need to necessarily dig that side, but I guess getting those pointy stones out of the way is a good idea. We could maybe even go and drive them to the backyard. Yeah, disservice, yeah, I saw that again. So yeah, disservice is the word I was looking for. But yeah, karhunpalvelus in Finnish, I guess, is a sort of the same. I think it could actually be even like a direct translation for it, but yeah, disservice. Budget difference probably huge with PG3 and Rogue Ray. Yeah, absolutely. If they had the same resources, who knows? But I still think that PG3 is such a spectacular game in so many levels that even with like endless money, some studios couldn't like pull that off. Maybe now that they know what to like do, but still like they were basically inventing a lot of new stuff and like taking stuff that works from other games and implementing it to theirs. Because I guess a lot of game development is, you know, taking things that work from other games and trying to make a coherent experience for it. Karhunpalvelus VR service, yeah, that's the direct translation is service from a bear. So that's just Finnish language. Me looking at my crown icon on Twitch, yeah, you cannot be killed. Which is whether it could be a good thing or not. It depends on what your quest line is, how long that lasts. Because you know, in Oblivion, some of them are like ethereal for forever, I guess, and some are only until the quest ends. So depending on what sort of quests are you giving us, Squishy Joshy, how invincible are you actually? But yeah, I remember it took us some time to realize the invincible part when we were playing as a kids. So we didn't like immediately realize it, but then like we did at some point we did connect the dots that okay, all those people that have these crown icons are always going unconscious instead of dying. Like what's the deal with that? And then it finally clicked that maybe there is a connection between those two things. Maybe, just maybe. It's again slightly, I don't think you can see much more than I can, because it's so deep the hole already that it's hard for me to tell how much I'm digging. And also like the Avant machine is slightly going forwards. So I'm hoping not to fall in there. Because I don't know what we would use to rescue this if we have it like sideways somewhere. Because it does weigh, I think it was 1,800 kilos or so, this Avant machine. So if we tilt it, so I don't know what happens then. Because I don't think any like a car or so could like easily flip it. Can't believe the stone rolled and smacked us. But yeah, actually the chat application I'm using doesn't show the chat icons. Although I don't know if there's, well, of course you have the like the public community ones, so for like share the love and stuff like those. So those should be visible, but I don't see them. So it could be that it's a setting I have set off or something like that. But I can't believe Squishy Josie is a ethereal character in here. We are honored to have a invincible person. Actually, can you see to the bottom of the pit? Because I don't know if you're angled deep enough. Because it could also be that if I angle you more than what you already angled at, it could be that you're mostly seeing the bottom of the windshield and not like out of it. Let's extend the beam a bit before we do this. I brought some food with me, so I don't need to order anything. We also have a microwave, so the setup is getting better inside the Paukku caravan. So I don't think I will need to take at least a long lunch break. Like I will probably heat the lunch. The only thing I would need to, if I want to go to like bathroom, I would need to put you guys into BRB and go to my brother's place, because there's none of those here. But yeah, you can actually maybe see the trench is quite deep, and it's also like straight up. So if you have any like larger range, it could be that this thing like falls into itself. Let's see. Made me think of a funny superpower someone came up with. You're invincible unless you flinch. So it means that if you were to die, you don't unless you flinch while you're like, if you get scared of whatever is trying to get you. I guess that's what you mean basically. That would be actually quite an interesting one. I think we could go from the side a bit, so hopefully make it a little bit less steep so that it wouldn't fall into itself. Paukku has been upgraded to Lux level. Yeah, it's now luxurious. Yeah, there's a microwave, that means it's luxurious. Hello? Yeah, let's take the side of this a bit so that if it does like fall into itself, it doesn't take that much with it, hopefully. I'm also probably gonna be falling. Yeah, I just fell it in there. Hello? But I guess that also works. We'll just dig the side. Now there shouldn't be that much of an avalanche. But yeah, being invincible unless you flinch with like the first few cases I get. First few cases would be interesting. Also, I think it's like a reflex, so I don't know if there would be a way not to flinch. But I remember I read like some of those, I think they're like Reddit conversations and stuff like, where they're like, what would be a superpower, but there would be like a side effect which not be like a good one. So I remember there being like good ones. Like I think it was like that first person comes up with a superpower and then someone replies with like a condition on it. There were like funny combinations there. Like something like you can make like endless money, but it only comes from like your mouth or something like those kind of things. So there's some like downside to those. Yeah, I'm not good at not flinching. Yeah, I don't think anyone really is. But I guess it also depends on like, I think someone mentioned that it's like a sign of traumatic childhood that if you flinch easily. I don't know if there's any truth to that. But I guess like flinching a lot could mean that there has been something that you needed to flinch at past points. So maybe there is some truth to that. But yeah, I don't know, I could measure the depth of the pit we're making, and I would have to check the what we would need it to be. Guess I could do that next. I can maybe turn the machine a bit so I'm not blocking your view of it. Yeah, from my understanding you should always like put the crane thing down when you're done with it. The reason being that there's like no pressure on the hydraulics when it's like laying on the ground. Like it's on the ground. You can teleport, but only from a door to the connecting room. Only from a door to the connecting room. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, so only if you see the door, and only then inside it. But I guess even that I could like see some benefits too. But like the obvious users are always like, yeah, I want to go in, like teleport inside to like a bank vault and get all the gold bricks from there. But with that, I don't know if that would work then. Unless there was a door, if like a vault door would count, you go like to the door before the vaults and then inside it. But yeah, I'm checking the paper now. So in the drawings there, it has been drawn that it's like it twists a bit before the well, but I don't think like this twist in there is necessary because we make the hole for the barrel, so we can go like with a straight line. I don't think it makes I'm confident it doesn't make a difference for the water flowing if there's like an angle or not. Like of course there need to be an angle downwards, but like if it turns at any point, I don't think it makes a difference. Oh, through bank robbing hack. Yeah, I think that's like the easiest or the first thing that comes to mind when you're like teleporting, is to go into bank vault, get some of that gold. But yeah, I guess I need to check my phone for the measures for the well. I can also already have the like the barrel / wells, whatever you call them, already in there, so I could also like just go and measure them. But there should be like the levels we should aim at also mentioned in the papers, so I will just briefly check the papers. So just give me a second. There's actually also an email I should reply to. I'm all the time like checking, oh, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? But luckily you can't, because you're now getting the Avant view. Actually, what can you see from the Avant view? Can you see underneath the trench I was digging? I think you can see quite well. It's also the the weather is suddenly improving, because those that I don't think anyone here has had the time to leave. Well, we've been live for 2 hours, so maybe, but I think most of you guys still here saw the rain. Now we have like the sunny weather, so this is the average experience in Finland. So that's what you get for being in Finland in around summertime. I don't know if it's like if it counts as summer yet here, because it's like May. It's like end of May. I think it's starting to be summertime. I think most people consider like mid-May being the cutting point for spring and summer. I think for most of us it depends on the weather. So right now it's really hard to say whether we're on summer or not, with how last week was warm and now it's like 6 degrees. But yeah, I'll answer the email and then I'll check the barrel depth, and then we can do some rough measurements of how deep that hole is. I'm just typing so slow. It's about the van repair, so I'm just telling them that they could order the parts so that we finally get it complete. Even here in Helsinki, it's just a tiny bit too cold with the wind to call it summer. The other day was a whopping 19 degrees, but now it's back down to 13 to 14. Yeah, I think that's, I think for many Finns, like when it's like just above 10 degrees, it's like, it's hard to say that we're in the summertime. But yeah, definitely with the 19 degrees, that's like already summer weather. Tomorrow is supposed to be 16 in Keminmaa. Okay, that's nice. I don't know. I don't think it was supposed to be any warmer here, so I think it will be similar today. So in the sun, like right now, I think it will be warmer. So I think something like 10 or whatever. But the wind is cold here, so it's not summer weather here, at least in my opinion yet. But yeah, I would say that last week was like early summer weather with like 16 and stuff. So I would definitely consider that summer weather already, and I wouldn't complain with like 16 degrees. I'm not really complaining with this kind of weather either, because when you're working inside this machine with no air conditioning, you pretty much prefer this chillier weather to any like 20 degrees or plus. But I'll try and get that email sent. It's hard to me to, like, when I'm talking in English to you guys and then I need to reply in Finnish to this guy, so try to go back and forth in my brain so that I don't, type to this guy like, yeah, the weather here is really nice. It's spring weather, but soon hopefully summer weather. So yeah, trying to get this as professionally as possible. Typing. Yeah, it would also be interesting to, because I think Nat said at some point that she uses this, like, where you can speak and it types what you speak to them, like on your phone. I think there was like a word for it too, but I completely forgot what's the word for it. But that has never really worked well in Finnish. I think they could have improved it, but the last times I've tested it, they haven't really been good. But it could also be that, like, most of the words we use, or some of the words we use, are in sort of like a dialect. So when you like shorten words and stuff, it would need to be like the written Finnish. Okay, now with the Ystävällisin terveisin, which is like, I guess it's the same as like best regards, but it's like with friendly greetings. I think is the direct translation. Okay, now I sent the email. Because the thing is that I mentioned, actually it was in Nat stream yesterday that I mentioned that the van I have, what I'm trying, the transporter, it has been leaking coolant the whole time I've had it, and it leaks the coolant so that it's like 200 kilometers or so, and it tells me that okay, you need to add more coolant to it, and it went to like diagnostics, and the diagnostic for it is that EGR cooler is leaking. And yesterday I finally got a time for switching that EGR cooler, and they called me at like, it was just before Nat started, so I think like noon time. And they called me that, yeah, we installed the new EGR cooler, but it also leaks. Like, well, that's just great. but yeah, luckily, because the work for that, like the switching is like 500 euros, so it's really expensive, so it takes a long time for them to do it. But luckily, like that is because like whoever got the part in there, it's like their responsibility to get like parts that are not like broken before they are even used, so that so that work unfortunately, well, that work fortunately won't come out of my wallet, so I only need to pay the 500 once they get another part that works. So that's what the email was about. Can't believe they've done this. Yeah, exactly. Can't believe. Also, like, it was funny because yesterday I was like, in the morning I was like, yeah, I have to drive it in the earliest morning, so they open at like 8 a.m. the repair shop. So I went there at 8, and I was like, yeah, I need to take a bus back so that I can go like to work. Well, I work remotely from home, but so I was like, yeah, I have to go home with a bus, and it took me like 20 minutes, maybe even less than 20 minutes to drive to the repair shop, and then it took me 50 minutes just on the bus. 50 minutes just on the bus, because I absolutely blundered and took it was a sort of like a correct bus, but it was not one that they suggested on like Google Maps, because the reason being that was one bus that went like through all of those like smaller smaller places, like all of those detours possible. So then when I went, like, I was watching that stream, and I was like, yeah, I have to go now to catch another bus, and I was like, yeah, I have to like make sure I'm there like well in advance if the bus takes 50 minutes. And then I took a better bus, and it took like 30 minutes or so, so it was a lot better. But I was like, in the morning I was definitely suffering. I was like nauseous and stuff. I was like, yeah, I don't like sitting in a bus, especially the one that goes like through all the detours, because it was like spinning in all those smaller roads and stuff. So that was definitely an experience. But yeah, I think like in Finland we have a lot of discussion about like whether or not you should drive with your own car, if you should take the public transport, and like how much faster or slower and stuff. But like that was 50 minutes, not taking in account the time I had to first wait for the bus and then like walk back and front for the bus stops and stuff. So it was like so much slower than with a car. But it depends on where you are. For example, I know in capital area the public transportation is really good, and I think it's like good here as well. I think all the major cities have it so that it works. Just as my blunder with taking like the slowest possible bus. But yeah, it was a bus I could take, but unfortunately it was also the slowest I could take. So it was not even suggested. I just knew that okay, that goes like in front of the bus stop that I'm aiming to land at. So I knew that it was one of those buses that I could take, but there was a reason it wasn't suggested, and the reason was that it was the slowest slowest one. But yeah, I'll just check the barrel, what the measures are for it. So it's showing that the radius of the bottom of the barrel thing is 400 millimeters, so it's like 40 centimeters, or maybe then, wait, how would you say it? If it's 400 millimeters, it would be like 4 decimeters. For Nat to learn deci in metric system. But yeah, nobody uses decimeters, so I'm just bantering here. I saw Brisbane is pushing 2-seat journeys where they have more services in busier areas. Say you take one bus to an interchange and another to your destination. Sounds bad if there are delays or poor weather. You mean like you have to, like it's like a connection thingy, so that you have to like switch between buses? That's a common thing here. So there's like these main buses that go, pretty much all the buses go through city central, like the center of the city, or like a few of the bus stops in there are like the common ones that most all of the buses go through. So if it's like in here, I'm not gonna like be specific like where we are, but in here, and I think most of the like major cities in Finland have it so that the public transportation works well in like north and south way. So if you need to move like between north and south, they work well, and then like east and west. So if you need to go like from east to west or the opposite, those work well. But if you need to go like from north to west, from north to east, from south to any of those two, or like vice versa, so then you would also need to like switch between the buses. So it's not the same bus that goes. So then usually you have to be waiting in the city centers. But that's also like an issue here, that they are always like, some of them are always late, and so it like missing the connection could be bad. And like of course in here the distances are not that bad. I would assume maybe in Australia the distances could be larger. So you have a bus going in like every half an hour, so maybe even in some cases even faster, like every 20 minutes. Depends on like if you want to go from, for example, from city center to the university, you have a bus pretty much every 5 minutes. It's just that like it's different kinds of like lines, but it's just that so many of the lines go to the university, so there's many options. So in here it depends on like where you're going, that whether or not you have lots of buses or not. From where my parents live, so where I grew up, it was completely the opposite. The public transportation there was absolute rubbish. And back when I was in middle school, there were buses like every hour from 8 to 4 p.m. So they were like for people working and for school like students. And those were working quite well. So every hour you would get a bus, meaning that if you missed the bus, you had to wait basically an hour, usually less than an hour, because whatever time you took to miss it. But then when I was in high school, I guess it's like they are like equivalent of that. They decreased the amount of buses, so there were no buses after 4 p.m. because until then there was like one bus at 6 p.m. So if you had like something in the afternoon, you could still get a bus back. But when I was in high school, so like ages 15 to 18, there were no buses after 4 p.m. So there were like basically no hobby and stuff like that you could do in the city center if you wanted to go back home before 6 a.m. because that was the next bus was like 7 or 6, I don't know. So in the early morning, so you basically had to sleep in the city center, or you get your parents to get you from there. I kind of get it, but they also think rolling out a few bus services and calling it a metro doesn't look good either. Yeah, but yeah, that's actually the thing, because we don't have metro in here. I think the only metro we have in Finland is in Helsinki, so we don't have metro in any other city. So that's like a whole other aspect I'm not like seeing here, because like I can't like think about it in so that you would have like bus and a metro, because here we only have a bus as the public transportation. We also have like you can rent like those scooter thingies, but that's basically not a public transportation. I'm contemplating on applying for a job. Only problem is that by car it would take like 15 minutes to get there, but by bus it's around an hour. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to describe earlier. So here we have this issue that if you're not like in any of those like main lines for the buses, so that you would need to either switch buses, or then you're going like in like one of those buses I took yesterday, which took like 50 minutes, and I wasn't like not like going even near to like from the starting point to the destination point. I guess like the whole round it drives like from where it starts and like ends. I think it's like at least 1.5 hours, probably more. But yeah, but then again, Eguna, you're thinking of applying for, I think you will be driving a license to drive. So in that sense, I don't think it would be like a completely like impossible case to be. If it's like 15 minutes by car, that's like golden. Like, can't really hope for anything better than that. They've done something kind of annoying in my area with buses. It's hourly buses for me too. Yeah, I guess in here I think there's not enough people using them to like warrant the amount of buses driving, I think it's mostly because of like Central and University are the lines that are mostly used. And then of course they want to have all the newer like suburbs or what you would call them. Of course you have to have like lines for them as well, but I guess they decrease the amount with less people using them, so I guess we have the same issues here. It's interesting how much terrain impacts underground public transport too. I'd love to watch some animations on what it looks like. Whee! You mean like you would like to see what it looks like outside of when you're traveling in there? I guess you could still see well, basically I think they are like protected walls, so you're not saying like the stone or stuff from it, or do you mean like the process of making? Because I don't think they will be using Avant when they're making those. But yeah, we need to someone in Australia. Squishy Josie, can you volunteer to start working on underground construction and stream that to us? So we have we would have then different perspectives, so not only the Avant construction work. Actually, it's starting to rain again. You had like a brief glimmer of sunshine and now it's raining again. Maybe I will close the door. I was supposed to get the measuring stick out. I'm curious because the sound I just heard reminded me of like lightning or thunder, but I'm not sure if it was that or if it was just like wind blowing to some kind of like a cloth or fabric or something and bashing it around. But yeah, Squishy Joshi, stop laughing, start applying for underground construction jobs. Can't believe this. You have a job here now. But yeah, I would assume that the people in there like working those kind of jobs are probably not permitted to film it. I would assume that it's not like you're supposed to be filming those scale, like large scale constructions. Being in a road tunnel under the harbor, I cannot fathom it. Yeah, that's actually, and there's also like, I know Semhan Foraki has been like, because he, like I mentioned, he drives like larger excavators, and I think he works mostly like not with an excavator, but with like basically what an excavator is, but without the tires nor is it threads? I guess it's called threads. So like on those pontoon like ships. So he's mainly working naval. So I think he was like digging the bottom of what will be like a car tunnel. I think it was between like Denmark and what is Germany? I think he was, because I remember he was like sent to, I think it was in Denmark that he was sent as a job, so that he will be digging the bottom of the ocean to make room for those like car tunnels, or maybe it was like a railway tunnel, so for like trains and stuff. I can't remember. He's not here to correct me, so we'll need to ask him when he's here next time. If I get this menial labor job, I'll probably walk because it's like 33 minutes. Yeah, 33 minutes walking is not that bad. Of course, if it's like menial job, I assume menial means like muscle wise. So like walking could be like rough, but then again it like makes you pant less with each time you do it. So I guess you would get in a good shape. I don't know how suitable I would be for the job, but I can definitely do graphic design for them. Hey, Squishy Toshi, I'm not in any way like educated for this Avant machinery, so that's no excuse. Like I think in my description it also says that like the only reason I put it in there that I have like masters in basically computer science. It was information processing science is what it's, I think in English is the whole word, but basically the same as software engineering. Software developer. What was the? Oh, it's computer science. Yeah, that's the English term for it. So basically the same. So I'm in no way qualified for this construction work I'm about to enroll into. So unfortunately, that's an excuse we can't take here. But yeah, you could maybe go in there like, yeah, I'll do some graphic design for you, but then you like secretly you just hop into the machine and start filming, and you just tell them that this is all for the graphic design. So you're making like a grand poster, and like some fancy graphics need some IRL footage. So that's only this is only working in our favor. $10 for an Avant machine ride. Not, I'm trying to say that this thing is worth like €2. because I'm seeing that there's like a dollar sign, and I'm curious if that's the same dollar sign for Australian dollars, or if that's only for for the American ones. Also, Sergeant Katak, hello, very nice to have you here. You were also the 40th follower. Thank you very much. I missed it when it happened because it was during Nat's stream, but thank you very much. Also, I did. This is only for Gatak. I went in and scooped at your account, and I noticed that you're well versed in D&D. And I was also watching Nat's VOD at the same time, and Nat was saying that she would play like a one-shot campaign of D&D. So you need to make that happen. I'm counting on you to make Nat play D&D on stream. Also, there was on your schedule, it was showing that you will be streaming, but I'm not sure if you're active at the moment. I will definitely go and check your D&Ds if you stream. Oh yeah, you were saying I haven't streamed in a while. Yeah. If you ever get back to it, let me know. I'm extremely interested because I have a group. We are playing TRPGs ourselves, so I have a group. I used to play with another group. I have now a group because most of the people moved out of here. So I have a new group that I'm playing. We're playing Warhammer Fantasy. I think it's the 2nd edition. I think there is a 3rd edition which is more like a board game, and then there's the 4th edition which is back to the TRPG side. But we're on the 2nd edition because I have all the books for it. Same dollar sign, just way weaker dollar here, but it could change because from what I've understood, the US dollar is also getting weaker by the hour. So you never know. Maybe you will be the new dollar. You will be the new world currency because nobody wants to learn a new word for it. So dollar will do. So you never know. Well, I heard people are infamous for sneaking into places if you have a high-vis vest and clipboard. Yeah, ladder could also work. If you have a high-vis vest and a ladder, I think that's also that's another way. Not that like a ticket to basically anywhere. Yeah, Bogus also went. Don't forget the ladder, because that's what I immediately went for too. Just look like you're meant to be there. Yeah, but that's like, I think, like social hacking and stuff. So that's something like, at least in our company, there people are like trying to educate us to avoid that. Even if people are looking like they belong, maybe you still check up on them, check if they actually belong to where they are at. So in like your office space and stuff. Up to her if she wants to join with her busy schedule. Oh yeah, I forgot Nat has a busy schedule. Yeah, so Nat, you need to let Sergeant Garak know too. When will there be D&D one-shot sessions? Because you did promise that last stream, Nat, so you can't, wriggle out of it. And, it's such a nice coincidence that Sergeant Katak here is well-versed in D&D. The only ones I could run, I don't think I could run D&D. I've played 3.5, Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 when I was like 12 or so, I think. So wait, even maybe earlier, because I remember I was in like 4th grade, so I was 10 when I started role-playing stuff, and then I think I was 12, so in 6th grade when I started with like miniature stuff, so with Warhammer, and I remember the biggest issues starting out is the language barrier, because imagine like you're not speaking English that well and you're like going through rule books. But I have to say that you can easily see my English grades skyrocketed after those hobbies. So there has been some definitely some benefits from those nerd hobbies. I wanted to try Warhammer Fantasy. I've only played Dark Heresy for Warhammer TTRPG. Yeah, that Dark Heresy is for the 40k. Yeah. I think I made a character for Dark Heresy at some point. But isn't there like another one too? I think there's 2 different role-playing games for 40k. Can't remember the other one's name though. But yeah, I think I've played at least one of them, but I don't think we played too much of it. So it was only mainly like making the characters and then maybe one session, and then it all fell apart like most groups do, unfortunately, at one point or another. Paint and one shot, no karaoke. What do you mean that? Why would there be karaoke? Oh yeah, Rogue Trader. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. It's actually that's the one I was actually briefly looking at, because before you came we were discussing games, Baldur's Gate 3 and then the Rogue Trader game. So that's where I actually looked it up. So there's because I remember the Rogue Trader game, saying that it's based on like this role-playing game. I'm like, wait, is there another one? And that's when I noticed that okay, there's actually two different role-playing like games for the Warhammer 40k, and I'm in tabletop role-playing games now. There's got like a million games for Warhammer 40k, but not like TRPGs. Yeah, Rogue Trader, basically it's like the game is that you're like in this massive ship with like a crew of your own. You're like this special boy, this Rogue Trader, and you've been given by the Emperor like basically the same as James Bond has, so a license to kill and basically do anything in the name of the Emperor, and you can like do different kind of missions and like and put in like you can like conquer stuff, you can own planets and stuff. So I guess in the TRPG it will also be the same, that you will have like a group of like a rogue trader, and I'm not sure if you're playing the rogue trader or someone like the DM or like the GM, I guess, in that sense. So the game master would be the rogue trader and you would be like the confidants or like a crew hired by them. I don't know, I've never played rogue trader, the TRPG. I've played the PC game, and from that, like the setting, I would assume it's something like that. So you're given missions to do by the rogue trader or then by someone around you. But yeah, Nat promised. Yeah, that's definitely what I said. Yeah, Nat, you promised there will be some TRPGs. I think you mentioned D&D specifically, so D&D. So that's why I'm not offering to do like one-shot Warhammers. I actually have done like the Warhammer Second Edition. I have done like one-shots. The last one I did was actually a bachelor party for a friend of mine that was getting married. Because he was the one, like a childhood friend of mine. We haven't really like linked up that much, like when we like as adults, but he was like, yeah, I'm inviting you to my wedding and you will have to be in the bachelor party. And then like the best men were like, or the best man was like, yeah, this friend of yours keeps mentioning that he like remembers fondly the times you were doing these TRPG stuff. None of us here know anything about them, but apparently you do, so can you do something about it? We don't even know what it would mean. So I was then like, okay, yeah, I will do a like a one-shot campaign. So basically it was well, I would say like a murder mystery type of thing. So I made like the characters for people, and I just handed them the papers. I've also done it once remotely. So I've done it once via Discord before. So it is also possible to do those in like Discord stuff. But yeah, there was of course like bachelor parties. There were lots of drinking and stuff involved. Me, of course, not, but everyone else was slightly wasted. So it was interesting. Let's say that it wasn't. Let's say it wasn't a success. Let's say that the murder mystery ended with more murder than mystery solved. But yeah, it was a fun one. So that's definitely something that could be done in the future as well. But yeah, I definitely like one like role playing sessions, because it's like what would be the word for it? Like the entry. I don't know, barrel for entry. What would be the word for it? But like it's not for like only people with experience. It doesn't, because of course like any campaign can be joined, but just anyone, as long as you like want to do it and like have any interest to it. But like one-shot campaigns, you don't have any pressure going in. So for those, I think it's like easy for people that have no experience to go along with those. And that's why I like them, because it usually means a lot of shenanigans, even more so than with like an experienced group, because there's people thinking outside of the box, and they're like, when you're given in, because most people have played some sort of games before, like RPG games, so let's say like Skyrim, but in games like that there's always rules, there's always stuff you can do. But in most TRPGs, even if there are of course things you cannot do, the possibilities are endless in so many ways that in games they aren't. So it's interesting to see like what people default to when they are given the choice. Like you can do basically anything. What do you want to do? And that's where the shenanigans really come. Saku wooed me with Warhammer Fantasy True Story. Yeah, actually Elina was in our first, well, not first, but in the group earlier. So that there might be some truth there. I'm also missing messages. I heard I'd be a good DM. Yeah, that actually would make a good DM. With less karaoke, and I think you have this like, because you're writing fanfic like crazy. I think that's like a big thing in being a good DM, is to like make descriptive stories and stuff. That's the thing I mostly suck at, is like making it descriptive for others. I'm mostly on the everything around it, so balancing and stuff. I run Pathfinder as well, which is based off D&D 3.5 edition. Okay, yeah, I've heard of Pathfinder. I've never played it myself, but yeah, I've heard good things about it. But yeah, I've only had experience from D&D. Well, now I've played Baldur's Gate 3, so I guess that counts maybe. But from like TRPG point of view, I only played 3.5. I have yet to play the CRPG Rogue Trader. It's on my list though. Yeah, it's a good game. It doesn't hold. We discussed earlier that when it's compared to Baldur's Gate 3, it doesn't really do it much good, since you know Baldur's Gate 3 is a masterpiece, so it can't really hold a candle to that. But it is a really good game, so I can definitely recommend it. It's just that games like that, they are such a slow pace that it takes getting used to, and you need to have a lot of time on your hands to play them. That would be pretty good. I think it's good concept because it lets you play as different races who plays together in a particularly xenophobic universe. Yeah, I think the Rogue Trader, like the setting, is really good for 40k, because I think in Dark Heresy, I think the issue we had was that, okay, we're just like some poor scrubs in like a high world that's about to be like doomed in more ways than one, and you're like, basically there's no heroic tales in there, and like you said, if you're like going towards chaos and stuff, you just get executed. So basically there's hardly any wiggle room there. But in this Rogue Trader, since it's like Emperor gave you permission to do basically anything, it's easier to make the stuff work. Sounds like a good alternative for Bachelor Bot. Yeah, it was one of the things we did there. There was of course other stuff as well, so it was not the only thing, but it was a nice one. And both the Stag, I guess is what he's called then, and the others were also really liking it. I tried drinking for a D&D session before. It was a mistake, mostly because I was the DM. Yeah, the people in my current group are always getting wasted as well, and it doesn't really like make it any harder for them. I guess me needing to repeat the rules maybe a bit more than normally, but yeah, I don't drink myself, so I wouldn't know how hard it gets trying to be the DM while also drinking. Because I do know that being the DM, it's also like already hard to even eat, because you need to talk so much. It's hard to try to get anything in your mouth, needing to answer questions when you're not like actively describing things. One-shots are great, good for the DM, since you can explore ideas that normally wouldn't work in a full campaign. One of my most successful one-shots was a goblin-only session where they had to rob an auction house and resell it to a thieves guild. That sounds like an absolute blast. But yeah, definitely that. And I have had like one-shots go into campaigns before, so definitely like a good place to like try out different kinds of settings and stuff. I can run a one-shot for you as well. I play both in person and online. The group I have with some of Nat's friends is online as well. Okay, I see that. Yeah, that would be nice. The only thing we could maybe have issue with is the time zones. But then if you're in the evening time, it would be like daytime for us, so it could work. Because I know there's like in one of the streamers that I watch that has like a D&D group, but it's in US. So for me, they start, I think it's like at 4 a.m. so that's why the US groups generally don't work. But maybe with Australians it could work, since you know, I think you're in Australia. That's what I read from your profile earlier. Hopefully I don't mix it up with anything else. But yeah, I'll go get the measuring stick while I'm out of the Avant. So I could have just stood here, but I don't know how much you can actually see. Where would I need to stand so that you would see? Because I don't know what's the angle you guys have. But yeah, I'll go get the measuring stick so we can see how deep we are in the hole at the moment. Yep, I'm in Sydney. Okay, yeah. So I did get it correct. I'm not sure if you can still hear me, because I'm going away from the Avant machine, but I'm not gonna be gone for too long, so I'll be back. Let's see if I can find the measuring stick. Or did I already? Might have already taken it to the van. I mean the caravan. So paukku. Let's see. We can hear, okay. Because you're in the Avant machine, since the camera is there, the bag is there, but the wireless microphone is with me, but I don't know the signal strength, so how far it can take. I think we tested it earlier and it was like rather decent, the range, but with the Avant machine being in the way, it could like hinder the signal. But yeah, let's see. I think I might have brought it here with the level. Or did I? Can't believe. Oh yeah, it is there. I just had to go in it. Yeah, let's see what the time is. It's almost 12. It's almost noon. So we could have a lunch break at this around here now, since we're yapping. Are you currently at work, or is this your own property? Yeah, this is my own. I work as a software developer, so this is not my day job. So this is for us. So we are trying to build a home for ourselves. So this is me on like a day off or holiday or what you would call it, like an annual leave day, I guess. Oh, what the heck, you're actually a construction site. Yeah, I'm on a construction site, yeah. We can, yeah, Sydney the best place to visit. That I've heard before that Perth would be the best place to visit. Has the story changed at some point? The image was static for so long you kind of jump scared me. Oh yes, yeah, I didn't. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was mostly me yapping, and you know the image not moving anywhere. Are you currently at? Oh yeah, sorry, I read that already. Fellow programmer. Yeah, I'm mostly doing like at the moment. I'm mostly doing like UI design, so user interface design, and yeah, I guess that's my most of my programming so far has been like outside of work. Well, I did do some programming when I started there, but since nobody else wanted to do any UI design, user experience, user interface design, pretty much landed on myself. So yeah, in here in our company we don't really have like separate front end and back end since there's only a few of us. So it's mostly everyone does everything, but at the moment I'm the one trying to come up with what we'll be doing next. But I think the hole is already like a meter deep from what it looks like. Maybe if I could get it to stick up. I don't know if it like stays up or not. I can try to leave it there. Because I would like to watch it from the side. Let's put it like this. Because the only way to see if it's not like straight would be to see it from this side here. That where is it compared to the ground level? I go a bit further to see it. But yeah, I'm most experienced with C# on like programming languages, and I've like made 2 games on my like free time. So that's where I've been trying to keep up my skills. But yeah, what I'm like mostly using at the work now is Figma to draw stuff. So I've gotten quite good with the Figma, even though like I've never had to use it before. I don't know if it even existed when I was in university though. Perth is great if you like rocks and mines. Well, if you see the amount of rocks we have here, I must start to love them. So I'm seeing if I missed any messages. But yeah, you guys are on my chest, like you can see. There's also similar camera mount that you are on right now. I'm not sure if you can see me. I hope you can see me here. But yeah, I have a similar camera mount, so when you're on my chest, you're here. And there's the microphone is on here as well. Just need some mines, yeah. Oh, C#, that's cool. I was planning to learn it, but decided to go with the Godot language for the Godot engine. Yeah, I'm also, the next games I will be making, whenever I have the time for that, it will be with Godot, for sure. Because the previous games I made with Unity, and they went to, well, to be completely honest, they went to shit with the decisions, so, so I will definitely steer clear of them in the future. But yeah, I think Godot also supports C# now. I think the newest one they had like an update that they now support it as well. So, but yeah, I was also like contemplating if I should learn the new Godot language. But I guess that will depend on how well we get going with this construction work. Since I think there will be some years of no free time with this, so I don't think I need to start thinking of any new game project anytime soon. Yeah, but didn't Godot have support for, oh, do I remember incorrectly? Because I think I remembered seeing that the newer version of Godot had the option that you can use, yeah, exactly, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, sorry, I missed that earlier message. Yeah, you can use Godot language or C#, yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, that maybe I wouldn't need to learn the new language if I just use the C#. But we'll see when I actually start making things with it. Where in Australia do they have best rodents? Makes sense. I hate doing anything front end. Centering a div is too difficult for me. Yeah, I have to say I'm not a big fan of front development either, but so far we are making well, basically the situation we have in our company, I'm not gonna like tell too much or like try to dox myself or anything, but basically the situation we have is we have so much legacy software from like the 90s that needs to be made again. There's not enough of us to like upkeep the stuff that needs to be done with the legacy software, not to even like talk about making the new stuff. So there's basically not enough of us to make anything to be quite honest. But yeah, that's enough of my work life. So yeah, basically the issues we have are mostly because we have such an old, we have so much like history and like load from the history side. So, but yeah, that hole should be well deep enough. We just have to probably make the like clean it up a bit, because right now it's like all of the ground has fell into it. So I will dig it a bit deeper then. Well, not deeper, but maybe level it a bit. It's also, the wind is really cold. Like when I'm standing here, it's really cold. I work in government. Everything we use is 50 years old. Oh yeah, then you know my then you know the struggles we have. Queensland probably would have the best rodents. All the scary stuff lives up there. It seems Kangaroo Island in South Australia, Tasmania, Rottnest Island in Western Australia, or Northern Queensland, or maybe Victoria have lots of cute creatures. To the Queensland we go then. Saku is known for loving rodents. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm known for. also I like how Gatak just said Queensland like scary stuff, and Eguna immediately went for like, okay, that's what we want then, because we definitely want the scary stuff. But yeah, guys, should we have a lunch break here, because we're already out the machine. Well, you are still in the machine, so I need to take you out. I have made some food. I think it was was it Sunday or so? It's like frozen stuff. Let's hope the microwave works, but you guys are coming with me to, let's see how we make that microwave dance. Dance, dance, dance. Let's see if I can actually get you guys. There we go. There you go. I won't put you guys on my chest, or should I? The question is, if I don't put you guys on my chest, where do I put you then? Let's see. Also, closing the Avant door might be a mistake. But yeah, you're on my hand right now. Sorry for if I wiggle you too much. But this camera should have like a steady feature. So Nat, let me know if I'm shaking you guys like you shake us. Because Nat is known for shaking us like one of those rhythm things. You know, Nat likes the chat nauseated. Hello? But yeah, here's a pile of dirt. Very nice. Here's a pile of sand. Very nice. Here's a paukku. Extremely nice. Here's the, oh wait, you're not supposed to show keys on stream, because you can replicate them if you know them. I'm known for dropping chat too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you've made us land on our heads way too many times. But yeah, we have options. Guys, it can either be on top of the fridge. You can be inside the microwave. Wait, not hello. And then there's a chair. But I was thinking, my brother suggested that I move the microwave on top of the fridge, because there's like a good place for it there. But I would need to put you guys somewhere before that. There's also the tripod. I don't. Well, where is it actually? Could be that it's in the van. Hello. My cousin was working on a sugarcane farm, and he said he would see snakes, spiders, and other bugs in the housing area he was living in. Sounds like heaven. Eguna, are you are you sure about that? Some of the Fijians he lived with would Fijians, yeah, would sometimes catch some of the wild animals and cook them. Yikes. So that's, maybe that's good for the environment, that, it's not brought from far. Hello? But yeah, there's a bag of sodas. I also brought some like, what is it like? I don't know, what are those called? Like breakfast bars, I don't know what those are. But I will need to put you guys somewhere before, if I am to move the microwave. I don't know, there's not that many high places here. Maybe on top of this, was it felt roof or what was the roof material called? Let's see if I can even put you guys there. Sorry, I'm moving you to hopefully see some of the action. Let's hope the camera stays there. It looks like it might. Turn you guys a bit. Wait, was that a mistake? Maybe here. So now you could maybe see something at least. So I will just rummage around here for a bit. There's a shovel here as well. I brought in here. Where would I put it? Maybe there. My cousin said they didn't taste very good. Hello? Yeah, I wouldn't assume they would be the delicacy, maybe. That's a lot of sodas. Yeah, we have a lot of sodas. Maybe you can see on the ground there. There's also like sodas here in the fridge being cooled. So that's the drink of choice here, I guess. So most of them I think are sugarless, which I don't know if it's good or not, because you know there's still like those sweetener thingies in there. So whether or not it's still healthy, we don't know. We don't know yet. Also, hello gamers. Hello Citronelli. Is the fridge wide enough for this? Is the question next. It's also really heavy. And it's again hard lifting with you guys on my chest because I can't really put my body behind it. I guess it fits here. So we're making some furniture in here. My new home, yeah. Do you have any of those pies? I forgot the name, Karelian pies. Yeah, I know we don't have any of those here. We made them, it was so long ago that we have already eaten all of them. But we already discussed, because I got got a new recipe from my mother, which is for pyörä. So it's not Karjalan piirakka, which is Karelian pie, but it's pyörä, which is similar to like a, how you say, bike. But yeah, I got a recipe for that, so we might do those at some point. I think we already promised a cooking stream for those, but when will that be, we'll see. Also Nat needs to then make them too, so we need to get Nat to promise that first, and then we can, you know, show her how, maybe, if we can show. Nat has now made the Karelian pies more times than we have, so Nat is more finished than we are. Yeah, let's do some arranging here. Then we have like an extension cord for electricity, so we can get more devices online. Let's see if this can. I don't want to bend these cables too much. Do you have any other Finnish recipes? Yeah, that's the pyörä is the one. Yeah. I asked my mother what was the recipe for those, but those are not that common. I mentioned earlier that like if Nat will make them on stream, and Nat has at least, I think, at least 5 Finnish viewers from the nicknames I've like seen there, because there's like, well, I don't wanna, maybe I shouldn't call out chatters from there, but there's like chatter names that are either they are like 100% Finnish, or then they have just for some reason a Finnish name as their nickname, like a username in Twitch. So there's definitely more than me alone in that stream. But I think like most Finnish people maybe don't know about those pyörä, because it's like a specific Karelian thing. It's from my mother's side. And I don't think like Elina even knows about it. Like I don't think Elina has had them, and like she has Karelian roots too, so it's not every Karelian roots coming with it. I have few recipes for sweet stuff. Yeah, that's also an option. Yeah, we are looking forward to the pyörä. Yeah, that you need to promise to make it then. Hello. 3 times using one batch. Can't believe I didn't read how many I was making. We definitely need to be more as a treat in the future. Yeah. I love how Karelian recipes are just carbs stuffed with carbs. Yeah, basically that. Also, why they should just be a treat for me. Carbs, lard and butter, yeah. Nothing else needed for Karelian delicacies. Yeah, that's basically That's basically it. Scientifically proven to make life worth living. I think I can promise. Okay, that's as good as a promise already. So we need to show you how to make burgers, and then you can make them twice. So you have then again made them more than we have. Can't believe you would go like that. Make us feel bad. Can't believe this. Nat is here making us suffer. But yeah, I also brought a fork. I have it in this plastic bag. So not needing to eat with my hands this time. But it's also chicken and rice, so I don't know how well that would have worked with just my hands. But yeah, I hope they are not too frozen, because I did take them from the freezer. They actually are still frozen. But yeah, it should still work. It's just that my hands are freezing already. I still can't find rye flour. Nat had a spot in Sydney, did she not? I am 90% butter. Yeah, that's what you will be if you keep eating the Karelian stuff. But yeah, so I have these are from IKEA, these glass jars. So I do a lot of meal prepping into these. I will show you guys. This thing is frozen solid, so I don't think it will fall even if I flip it. But yeah, this is just like my go-to, one of my go-to meal preps. So just chicken and rice with like sort of like a curry sauce or garam masala sauce, I guess, because it has like chicken bouillon, and then I think garam masala is the spice mix I use, and then I use curry and soy sauce, of course, and there's some vegetables in there. We didn't have too many of the veggies, so it's mostly rice and chicken. How much should we use the, how strong is, because this is my brother's microwave, so I've never used it before. Let's go with like 750 watts. I guess we'll go for like, let's put it for like 3.5 minutes and see what happens. Yeah, I still can't find rye flour. You need Nat. Okay, I will explain. Okay, Nat will do you some explanations on the rye flour. Very nice. I've been thinking of making kauralast to oat cookies lately, but didn't get around to it yet. Maybe this weekend. Yeah, you can, and then you need to, now that you've told us about it, you need to do it, and then you need to post into the food channel in the Discord. There's a command to join the Discord. I can actually put it here. Maybe, hopefully. Let's see if I can type it. Let's see what happens. There we go. So there's a food channel, you have to spam then. Citronelli. She's stealing content and one-upping. Yeah, can't believe this, Nat. Can't believe you keep doing this. Next thing you will do is you build a mansion in Sydney. Can't believe this. We were trying to build a house. She goes and builds a mansion. Can't believe this. I always found the name garam masala name so funny for the spice. Yeah, that's actually, because I don't think I like connected the dots earlier, because I've like seen it mentioned. I was always thinking that okay, it's like a manufacturer name, like because in here we have like Santa Maria and stuff like that, and those are like brands that make spices and like spice mixes and basically sell spices. So I was always thinking that it's like that, so it's not a company. But then at some point it like clicked that okay, you need, that's a like a spice mix similar to like curry is a spice mix here. It just means hot spice. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I ate chicken and rice for dinner at some point every day for 3 to 4 months. Yeah, I remember those times. I remember you mentioning. I remember also Shema Voraki was like, what is Bogus eating? And he already knew the answer before you answered, so it was always the same. Chicken and rice. Kauralastut are the best childhood favorite of mine. 100% same, some latent memories are making me crave them, but I'm too lazy to bake. I think I need to do it soon to make my inner child happy. Yeah, you have plenty of time, you should definitely do it. Also, I will close the door because the wind keeps moving it back and forth, so that we don't get it smacking. Because we do have light here, so I don't think we need the door to be open. There's some light coming through the frame of the door, so it's not airtight here, guys. If someone's trying to gas it up, there's nothing protecting us. Can't believe this. can't believe I didn't make paukku airtight, especially with all the ventilation holes here as well. I also get that craving from time to time. I was playing Type King this morning, snatched a few world records, and it was funny to read the wizard talking about construction spells, really predicted the future. Yeah, there might have been some let's say dreams about construction already when I was doing the Type King, because I think, oh wait, let's see, how did it align? Because we bought the plot of land, it was like fall 2023. And I was making Type King from like early 23 to, because it was released on February 24, and it took me like a year to make. So yeah, it was definitely, construction was on my mind already then. But yeah, the sad thing I have today is that I don't have any water. So, because I was thinking that, like I think I mentioned last time I was here, that I will definitely need to bring in the water canister. Water canister. That's a new dialect I just came up with. Hello. So the thing is that I came from home and not from my brother's place, because the water canister is at my brother's. And I had the option of, like, I could drive to my brother's place, but then I was like, in the morning times, it was like before 9 that I was driving, and I was like thinking that I will wake them up if I do. so I was like, maybe I don't need the water. But yeah, I think I will go sleep at my brother's tonight, so I think I will have the water canister tomorrow, so I will get some water to drink as well, because I usually at home, when I'm like reheating these, I put in just a bit of water, like drops of water on here, because for anyone that knows how microwaves work, it basically heats the water in any of the foods you put in. So the more water you have, the better it heats up. So this will probably take me, well, it's still like solid in the middle, so it will surely take me at least another 3 minutes, probably a lot more than that. Water is for babies, live off Pepsi instead. Yeah, we do have Pepsi here. We're waiting for Citronelli to come in and help with the construction. So that's why we have Pepsi here. Let's put another 3.5 minutes. Actually, the camera angle is not too bad. We might keep it there for while I eat, because the other option would be to have it on my chest, and I don't think like being on my chest would make it any better. Sprinkle of Pepsi fixes everything. I didn't think about that. I could maybe use the sodas for the same end result. Yeah, sorry about my runny nose. It's with the temperature being so cold and my hands being extremely frozen and stuff. But yeah, the food already smelled good, so it is quite spicy. I usually struggle with when I'm making those kind of foods, is that I try to put in a lot of spice, and when I taste it, I'm like, yeah, it's spicy enough, it's really good. And then when you put in like rice or pasta or whatever, it like completely neutralizes everything, because it's like the amount of spice needed would be way more than what I've added. So the sauce tastes really good before you put in all the carbs, basically, which then eliminate the flavors. But yeah, when Bogus was eating rice and chicken for 3 to 4 months every day, what spices did you use for the chicken? Because I'm hoping there were some spices. We have lived together, Bogus and me. When we were studying, we lived as roommates for I think it wasn't that long though, but we did live as roommates for maybe half a year, maybe a year. And I remember you weren't cooking that much back then, so I'm curious if there was broiler mauste. This is just like chicken. Well, basically, I think of chicken seasoning mix. Basically, it's just like a ready-made mix from a store with like chicken intended, which isn't bad actually. I have used the same here as well. I also put in broiler mauste when I was making this dish, but I'm hoping there was some other stuff as well. Seasoning mix, yeah. So it's like a ready-made mix for chicken. Honestly, yellow soda might work with curry. Yeah, I don't think the orange soda would be too bad. Maybe even the lemonade, because it's like lime. So I think that would also work. So I could use that. But yeah, I need to take something to drink because I will otherwise probably suffocate. Although I don't know how moist the food will be. Depends on when it actually thaws, because now it's frozen. Desi. I don't think I have. What is actually? Is it like disinfectant? Because I think from like Project Zomboid you have like bottle of disinfectant. How do you pronounce it? Disinfectant. I think that's the word. I still use the seasoning mix for chicken salad. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. I think it also has like salt and stuff on it, so it's like an easy way to get some flavor in there. As long as you're not just like it's just a plain like white chicken with no no seasoning. As long as you're above that, I think everything's good. But yeah, the glass jar was also already like quite hot, so we'll see. Because my hands are cold, but I don't think I want to hold it. So we'll see what I'll come up with that. To better hold it. I'm trying to see if there's anything I could use. Because again, the setup is somewhat scuffed. There's like these deep plates, so we could also use those. Maybe we'll see if we just transfer it to a plate. It should be quite like a large portion because it's the whole jar. I'm trying to check if I will burn myself if I try to take it. I don't think the gloves do much, but maybe it's just like a placebo. Let's put all the water back in it. Let's not waste a drop, so that we don't need to put in Pepsi next. But yeah, it's now hot on the sides, but still frozen in the middle. As all that have used microwave know it's uneven the way it heats. So I guess moving it to like those plates would make sense. I'm not just sure if that plate is large enough for this portion. We'll see. We're about to find out, guys. We're about to find out. I don't think we have even opened this packet yet, so maybe open it from the bottom. So we'll just take the bottom ones always when we use them. Wait, I use the knife and I still can't get it open. Can't believe this. Yeah, there is the cut. There we go. You were in the way. I accuse you, chat. Because I think we want to keep the plastic on top of it so that we don't dirty the plates by accident. So we'll just take the bottom one. So now, can we do... Well, I guess... Curious if it's large enough. Because I would like to do like a... Wait, I have two of these. Can't believe this. Don't need this many plates. Let's put one back. It's clean, chat, I swear. It's me eating tomorrow, so it's me suffering. It's also not like it's Nat here poisoning us. But yeah, this could be this could be a catastrophe. So me flipping this plate, we could go into some stream fail compilations soon. So get your clip fingers ready. So far so good. But yeah, it is a large portion. It's also steaming. Trying not to spam you guys too much. But yeah, we just saved 20 something euros by heating this up. Because if you remember from the last week, I ordered a pizza as a delivery thing, and that was like 25 euros. And it took so long to arrive. I think that was maybe the worst part. It was a decent pizza, but it came in cold and like so much later. Ooh. This is an absolute portion, guys. Can't believe this. There's also noises coming from outside. Chat, should I be worried? The thing is that I can still feel like the frozen lumps in here. Very nice. Do we have to... ask my brother what's wrong with your microwave. It's an old one, but usually the older ones are not any worse than the newer ones. Show us the food. Here it is. It's still frozen in the middle. It's still steaming quite heavily, but I need to put it back. Poisonous. Rick is still alive. We have already discussed that there are so many accounts that you use to view bot, and like for the scalping business. So we don't know if you just poison Rick and use his account to send messages. There's still there's some accusations. €25 for pizza. Yeah, why is it so expensive? That was like the pizza itself was like 18, I think. Was it a bit less? But there was like delivery fees and stuff that went like all the way. And also like because the pizza price when you go to the place itself where I ordered, it would be like maybe 12, €13 maybe. But when it's on that portal like Foodora, which is similar to like DoorDash and stuff, they take a cut of like 20-30% of the food price. So they need to increase the prices in the services so that because the service takes a major cut from it. So that's why it was so expensive. But then Shemham Foragi was here, like a friend of mine, was like, yeah, when I order a pizza, it's €30 each time. And I think for him it's like when he orders from a specific place and there's like this delivery months and stuff and all that crazy. It's I think it's like 35 for him, like 34. So it's extremely expensive. Classics microwave experience, frozen and also boiling. Yeah, exactly. Frozen lumps are there to make it perfect temperature for eating. Yeah. Also, what's the orange box with the sodas? Looks like Irnbru. Oh yeah, it's actually not even Fanta. It's Jaffa. So it's the Finnish equivalent of Fanta. So it's Hartwall, which is a Finnish brand, and it's Jaffa. But it's basically like our version of Fanta, if you know those like orange sodas. So basically Fanta, but our version. But we have Fanta as well, so you can get either one. Like you can. Yeah, Jaffa is what Ekon also said. So yeah, that's that. There's also Coke, and then there's Pepsi, and then there's another type of Jaffa, which is the lemonade, and that's lime. So it's more similar to like 7-Up and Sprite is this one. But it's still quite different. It's also, I think, I don't know what the description is, but I think it's stronger than either 7-Up or... Is it related to Jaffa cakes? I would say no, but because Jaffa cake has like the orange filling, so I don't know if the name has anything to do with those. Maybe they have used the name to keep it similar so that people know what's in it. But I don't know which one was first, because I know Jaffa is extremely old, like the soda we have here. So Hartwall has been around for ages. But yeah, similar because of like having orange filling. And then I think I have 7-Up there, so there's different kinds of sodas here. Because I'm hoping that there will be people to help us. And if we have people to help us, we need to treat them well, so that's why we have all these different sodas. But yeah, this is a massive portion, especially now that it's on the plate, you can really see it. It's also the plate is really starting to mush up. I'm trying to see if there's still frozen lumps in here. Because then I don't know how long I will have to wait for it to, because I can already feel like burning my mouth if I put this anywhere near it, but because I'm already burning my fingers just holding it from the side here. So reminder to myself, I need to bring some kind of like those padded things that you protect surfaces from heat with, because then I could like eat it with my hands, like on my hands, holding it from there. But yeah, I don't feel frozen lumps anymore. Just mixing it up a bit, seeing if I'm correct with this assumption. My nose is running again. Can't believe this. But yeah, maybe it's good enough for it. That's pretty cool. Are there any other Finnish products you have there? Well, Elovena, like I mentioned, these are like snack. Well, no, not really snack, cause they're not like chocolate bars, but these are like, I don't know if it's breakfast bar either, but there's like a box of them. There's different flavors. This one is dark chocolate. I have also like banana something and blueberry something, but this is like individually wrapped. And this is basically like porridge, porridge, but in a bar form, but also like a lot better than just porridge itself. So those are like sort of like snack bar, but not like sugary stuff that much. Or I don't think they are that bad. Can check. Yeah, it only has well, it has 13 grams of sugar. Porridge in a bar. Yeah, that's the easiest description I have for it, because I don't know if there's like similar bars, because I know there's like clip bar, I think, and then there's there's meme bars that when you bite into them they just fall apart, like granola bars, I think. Is that the word? Because it's similar to those. So that's why I was trying to find a way to describe them. How different are those from granola bars? I think they are. Yeah, that's the thing I was searching for. But the difference, I think, with granola bars are that those usually fall apart easily, and these are quite like stiff, like compressed stuff. And I think that's the biggest difference. But yeah, do I dare take it on my hands? Yeah, the bars that you bite into the turn to dust. Yeah, it's exactly those. But yeah, these are really good. They don't do that. So I've gone to, like, when I've gone to hike, like when I'm hiking, I usually bring those sort of bars, of course, along with like chocolate bars and stuff, like different kinds. But those are really good. But yeah, they did have 13 grams of sugar, so like 13%, so they're not that healthy. But that would explain how they are so good. So maybe no surprise there. But yeah, we've been streaming for 3 hours now. It's lunch break time. If you guys have anything to eat, feel free to join me. I don't know if you have the brand Garman in Finland, but their granola bars are very good. I can't really say, because I know we have like this clip bar, but I can't say that Garman says anything to me. I could actually just Google it if I can see because if I see the label and stuff, I might just realize it immediately, connect the dots. That yeah, we do. It's dinner time for me. Yeah, that works. Because I was thinking that, yeah, if you guys are like, how much is it? Because it's like 8 hours or something. How much ahead are you guys? Garman, let's put in välipalapatukka, which is basically the Finnish word for snack bar. Yeah, it doesn't give me anything in Finnish. The only ones I'm getting is korni, and then something called flapjack. So yeah, I don't think we have Garman here. 7:16 p.m. right here. So what would that mean? It would be 7 hours, right? Yeah, if I calculate correct, so 7 hour difference. Because it changes with the daylight savings time. Because right now Nat stream starts for us at 1 p.m. But so like if Nat would stream today, it would start in 40 minutes or so. Keep seeing corny big in the stores. I have some leftover Nepalese Saku surprised me with yesterday. I was gonna mention that yesterday I got some Nepalese food and it's really good. The plate is so hot. Maybe if I put the lid underneath it. That was a killer plan. Now I can hold this plastic lid and it won't burn my hands. I'm having chicken and feta sausages with chips for dinner. Oh, Garman is an Australian brand. Okay, yeah, so it would be probably too expensive to get them here. Nat, you need to send us some Garman, hello. But yeah, we had some Nepalese yesterday. I already forgot the name of the dish I got, but that's a really good one. Because I remember there was a discussion at Nat stream some point that like you people call curry as a dish, but in here it's like a spice. So I don't think anyone goes into like a restaurant and orders curry. Like you can order like chicken curry and stuff, but then you would have to have something other than just saying curry, because it's like a generally only a spice mix here. So I was gonna, because in that discussion I remember that I was confused that, and I think people were confused that whether or not we have those kind of dishes here. But yeah, we have a lot of restaurants, like Nepalese and stuff, that do those. But yeah, what was I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation even if I check the name of the dish I got, but that's the one I always go for because it's the best. Not having tried too many, but when you find a good one, you don't wanna switch it too much. So yeah, it's makhani kukhuro is the dish I go for. Can't wait to go to Puremaku again. So happy to be back. I don't know if I've ever been there. What is Puremaku? Because we were in Saura. Is that different from Karman's bars? Guys, get your bars together. It's the other ramen place next to the French cafe. Okay, I see. The whole van moved when I did this. I could hear like snickety noises from the structures. So maybe I've eaten too much already. I only took one mouthful. But yeah, this will be a struggle again. Because we learned in the stream we did in the grill cottage that streaming and eating doesn't really go along. If you want to talk, you can't really like chew at the same time. Or that's how I have been grown to be, not like eating and talking at the same time. I might have meant Carmen's, I don't know how it's spelled. The logo does look like a G. Okay, so can't believe Sergeant Katak, just because he has a G in his name, goes on and tries to steal the Carmen's. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. But yeah, so there's only one brand apparently then. TARDIS food gets bigger inside out there. It's the friendly trailer rat there squeaking. Yeah, that could also be. Cursive writing is the bane of my existence. Yeah, mine too. I have to admit that's the worst. Yet I do use it like in many places still, like in like logos and stuff. Well, while it's my nemesis, I still seem to use it too much. You know? Poor amateur is gonna ask for the Garman's bars. Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe I'll go to Perth asking for Garman bars and then I will be laughed out. All because of Sergeant Katak. Can't believe this. The betrayals. Okay, there's someone walking outside. Someone knocking on the door. Hello. Here's my brother. Can't believe my brother just showed up with some paper. With mail. So, yeah, I have to make sure I don't show these to the camera because I don't want to dox myself. Yeah, also, I never knew you were a post office worker. What is this? Can't believe this. Where do I put them? Maybe I put them there, like upside down, so there's no way to.
Road chat.
So yeah, this is brother.
Sampula9.
Sampula9 in the Twitch chat, yeah. Your brother looks like a reformed Viking. Yeah, so that's you now.
Okay. I'll take that.
It's not bad. It's not bad actually. Yeah. For a Finnish person to be like a Viking is not too bad, because usually it's like the Swedes that get that treatment. So for us Finns, it's not too common, I guess. Although I don't know if we look that different from Swedes. Depends, of course, I think on your heritage.
Yeah, I think Nordics primarily look very similar.
Yeah, Nordics looking similar. They are Viking brothers. Now, how did I end up a Viking too? What happened here? What is going on with this? But yeah, my brother has these glasses that turn into sunglasses when he's outside.
Yeah.
So that's why always when I see him and I'm like, does he have sunglasses or not? And now it's like almost. It's not like, I think they can get darker because it's not like really sunny outside. So it's like halfway there. Tell your brother to show us his hair. So where is the, how long is it now?
have a long hair.
It is a long one. There it goes. So we can see. I think we should see it. Too cool for us. Yeah, that's the sunglasses.
Oh yeah.
That was also cooking indoors with the sunglasses on, like here. So that was also too cool for the chat. So.
Too cool for indoors.
Yeah.
Because every time I go outdoors, it gets slightly darker, and
yeah.
then I'm too cool to get indoors.
Can't go indoors anymore after being outside. Too cool for the indoors. But yeah, the microwave worked very well. It's again from my brother, so it worked.
Yeah, I liked it as well. The analog style knobs
Yeah.
to turn, they are easy to use.
Yeah, it's really fast to use.
Yeah.
Compared to like the one I have is like, I think at least 4 times you have to press it to get like anything out of it.
Yeah, that's easy.
He truly is a Viking. He just needs a big axe now. He just needs a big. I don't know if there's any big axes because I think we have an axe in the car, but.
Yeah, I think I'm not that buff that I can pull off the Viking look with an axe.
But yeah, if you come in, you can show how tall you are because you are taller than me, and I'm already struggling inside here. So my brother definitely can't stand straight. Because like with my like working shoes, I also. But like for me, it's mostly that I need to be a bit like I can't be like standing straight here. But for you can't like with any shoes you can't do it.
Yeah, it's badly designed.
Yeah, it's not designed for us long folk. But yeah, the issue with this caravan was that it was thin foam, so like insulation board outside, and already the roof and everything was done. So if I were to like make it any taller, I would have like need to start deconstructing it, and I was like, it's not that bad because it's like most of us here are like shorter than we are. Like I think the average height in Finland is like 180, and I'm like 187, and you're like 190.
Yeah.
So like, if we were to sell this in future, it would be like mostly for everyone else it would be good. So it's only pretty much us that it's there. Give him the shovel. Oh my god, he's a giant. How cold is it there now? Isn't it almost summer in Finland? Yeah, it should be summer soon, but it's really cold. It's like 6 degrees, but the wind is really cold. Like the way it blows, it like cools you down.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm going to head for lunch
Yep.
to work.
Yep.
It was nice seeing you, chat. Bye bye.
Say goodbye to my brother. He's gonna go for lunch and work. And now he locked us in. No, just kidding. How tall are both of you? I would say actually I already answered. So I'm 187 now. That was my height in the army. And I'm hoping I haven't gone like shrunk. Because you know you do shrunk at some ages, but I'm hoping not that old yet. That I would have like shrank. Saku is 188 and Eguna is Elina is 177, so Elina is also quite tall for a woman. But yeah, I'm 187, 188, something like that. But yeah, Nat is 140 confirmed. Hello. Sorry, I exposed you. Gatak is already writing the fanfiction. Oh dear. A true DM, yeah, exactly. Yeah. There will be a campaign involving 2 Finnish Vikings, I think, in the, in the next adventure. One building a house, one borrowing a microwave. But yeah, in Finland, I think the average height, I think it hasn't like moved that much because like back in like from the 90s or something, it kept like steadily increasing. But now I think with like foreigners and stuff coming in, I think we have had it like stagnate a bit. So it's I think somewhere like 180. I could be completely wrong and it's something like 175, but I think it's not at least more than 180. The average height. 187, you would trample on me if I'm not careful. But yeah, for me, I'm also like thick build, and my brother is more of like a lean build, so he looks taller than like even more so than he is, because he's like a lean build. Insane, I'm 169, so many tall people. Yeah, I think it's mostly about your heritage. Like here, I think most Finnish people, is also one reason that we have gotten taller is because the food levels have improved. So that's another thing. So I think that was the main reason like our height steadily increasing after wars because of like the food situation getting better. But ever since then, I don't know if it has like, I think it has mostly stagnated, so it's has mostly stayed similar. But I think they want to follow the average height because of like army stuff, and they knowing like what sort of gear to produce and stuff. So I think that's why it's quite well known what's the average height and stuff. Gonna use Amateur's brother as an NPC in my next session. Oh, dear. I'm seeing if I missed any messages. I've seen myself at 160 on the tape measure, but go-karting, that's the minimum height, so I went back to 163 with shoes on. Yeah, that sounds like the Nat kind of scam, because Nat is known for lying and deceiving and scamming, you know, and also scalper. Wait, is it scalp? Yeah, scalping, I guess that's the word. Can't believe this. I can't believe this. I'm also, you can see I'm already struggling with the eating. I have hardly eaten anything, and we've been at it for. So if we ever need to make some actual progress, we need to do something about this. I need someone here to chew this for me. But yeah, I was a bit worried, like who's coming in, like if it's a neighbor or someone else. But yeah, I'm glad it was my brother and not anyone else. 163 centimeters, the average height for Finnish women. Yeah, that's what I would assume. Yeah, because you're like way taller than average here. If I remember the sign correctly, yeah, for the 163. Or like the 160 being the minimum, yeah. Very thick build, yeah. Police brutality, hello. Hello, nice to have you here. There was something I was supposed to say to you, but I can't remember. Because I think that was, at some point I was talking about something and being like, something police said or something. But I have to say that I'm blanking at the moment, unfortunately. I'm the tallest in my family and I'm only 175 centimeters. Yeah, that's, I think, oh yeah, so Egona has it, 177 seems to be the average for Finnish males. So you would be like an average here still, like, it's not too bad. I think like for most like men, it's like the 180 is some kind of like a golden height that you have to be above it. I think like the 6'3" is similar. Oh, I guess it's 6'3", but I guess 6'3" is closer to my height. So like way past 180. So in centimeters, it's easier to be shorter for men to be still considered tall. Eguna is an average man. Oh dear. My eyes hurt looking at that. What is that? Yo. I can't believe this. I'm 1 centimeter above the average man. Above the average Finnish man, I assume, yeah. Natalie scam, yeah. Also Natalie's scalp when it comes to plushies, you know. I need to go deliver some Pokemon cards for a customer. We'll be back in 30-40 minutes if you're still streaming. I think we'll be here. Yeah, definitely. Hopefully. Assuming. Yeah, I think like battery wise we should be golden. So yeah, go for it. Nice to have you here, and we do come back if we're still here, and hopefully we are. Send it over and I'll chew for you, then send it back. I'll be your mother bird. Is Polish up to date with the makkara possibilities? I don't know if it was makkara related. Can't really think what it was about. Can't believe I would forget this. Can't believe. Send it over and I'll chew it for you. It's diabolical. Can't believe this. But yeah, actually there is this. Were you here when Semhan Foraki was making sister's sausage soup? That's the direct, like the most direct translation there is, because it's siskon makkara. No, Egguna, can you type in siskon makkara keitto? Because that's what Semhan Foraki was making last week. Also makkara perunat is like potato and like fries and sausage. So that's like a grill thing you can buy here, like a plate of like fries and sausage. But the sister's sausage soup, yeah, siskon makkara keitto. Eguna just typed it in there. Because that's like I think the Semhan Foraki was translating it's like fresh sausage soup or something like that's the actual English term. But the direct translation would be sister's sausage soup. Yeah, exactly what Eguna just typed in there. So yeah, that's somewhat the traditional soup here. But I can't believe there's like 10 people just watching me eat when I'm barely doing that eating. Can't believe this. I thought you meant siscon as in being in love with your sister. Wait, is that a word? I have never heard of siscon with a C. Police, you know too much. I'm suspicious now. Police, do you have any siblings? Asking for a Detective Nat. Nat is immediately on the case. Yeah, it's a thing, maybe don't Google it. Yeah, I was gonna ask if I need to have my safe search on for that. Yes, one was a brother, now a sister. Now I'm suspicious now. You had nothing to do with that, I hope. Can't believe this. Can't believe these lore drops we're getting. Is your safe search not always on? Never when I'm searching stuff said to me about in your stream, because I know you're suspicious, so I know that to get to the truth of it, I need to have it off. We are all related in Finland. That, we don't want to start that meme. Not that, we don't want to go with the Alabama stuff. We don't want that. We don't want that same theme song here. But yeah, that is unfortunately true. Like not like related, but like most of our genes are like between ourselves, like for historically obvious reasons. But yeah, now the word for sisters doesn't sound too innocent anymore now that there's an apparently a term for can't believe this brutality, can't believe this. I'm bright enough to use incognito now. I've seen too many furry ads. I feel like you should have maybe done it before you start seeing them. So I'm not sure about the bright enough, but maybe you did learn your lesson at least. So I guess we can agree there. You've done good. Try to see if I'm missing messages. I hope I'm not. But yeah, that's the update on the sausage possibilities. So the sister's sausage soup. That's one sausage we came up with. So that came up last stream. Was it all? It could have been either Thursday or Friday. If Saku was a furry, he would be a bear. What is this? Why would we want to go there? What are these prompts we're getting in the chat? Nat, don't act shocked. What is this? Nat would. What animal would Nat be actually? That's a good question. Because Labubu is not an animal. It's just like cursed. Everyone gets an animal. Yeah. Now you have to reveal yours. Those are very pinkish sausages in Cisco Macarageta. Yeah. I'm not a big fan. I've never done it myself. I've only eaten it a few times. I think it like at school and stuff. So not a big fan of like soups in general, but just not like sausage soups either. But yeah, I don't know how are the sausages like different from like just your average grill sausages, for example. Okay, police is a cat. That's easy. Why is it easy? I'm thinking like what would I connect with the police? And that would be a dog. I'm feeling like there's no imagination here, guys. There's so many animals. Although I did use a bear, so I guess like, if I would be a bear, I don't know if that's too much imagination either. Also, Eguna coming in with the rabbit. No surprises there. Magpie. Okay, well that's an interesting one. Still no surprises there, seeing your love for birds. Have you seen the Golden Compass movie? I don't think I have. At least it doesn't ring any bells. The van keeps squeaking when I move here, should I be worried? Guys, have I eaten too much? I'm still only like maybe 1/4 into this. But I blame my brother for interrupting my lunch. Can't believe he'd interrupt my lunch. You assume I know rodents should be right out there. I have it. It was on TV. Mom was watching it. Okay, Egon has also read the book. Now you have to reveal what were you thinking, because Egon at least knows it. So if you want some like Finnish perspective, we have Eguna here, so feel free. In the Golden Compass, demons are the physical manifestations of a human soul, taking the form of an animal companion. I always think what my animal would be. Oh, so it was like, would it depend on the human somehow? But yeah, that's an interesting concept. I had to read it again to make sure I understood it. But yeah, so you would be like the human would still be alive, and just like the soul part would be physically the animal. Yeah, I've never seen it or heard of it, but that sounds like an interesting concept. But yeah, we've not drank anything yet. We'll see. We have a hydration break. I actually tend to be like so that when I eat, I just eat, and when like after I'm done eating, I do some drinking. I remember my grandpa was like shocked that when I was like eating at their place, and I had like my water glass there, and after I had like finished eating, I then went and drinking. And I remember at some point he was like, "Aren't you gonna drink anything? What's happening?" He was like worried. An interesting non-sassy topic. Nat, coming from you, I think there's a 50-50 chance it turns sassy. Just saying, the side eye. Can I do a side eye for you? Is it too obvious? What will you drink first? Remember, Pepsi is looking at you. Yeah, the problem I have with Pepsi and Coke here is that they have caffeine, and I'm not really used to caffeine because I don't drink coffee, for example. So it will be extremely hard to go to sleep tonight if I do some Pepsi or Coke because it's been so long. I prefer drinking before and after a meal. Yeah, I guess I'm similar. Although I don't really need to drink before either. Mostly just after. It's the purer version of Fight Club where they imagine their power animal in their mind. Yeah, that sounds like a less sassy version. I hope you didn't see me drop the food. I don't think it landed anywhere other than the plate. So maybe it's good that I bring the plate with me. And it's this penguin that waddles up and goes slide. Okay, there's some references I'm not getting here. Because I've seen Fight Club, but it's the pure version of Fight Club where they imagine the power animal in their mind. Yeah. So they're just beating themselves. Wait, what? We're not even halfway through it yet. But yeah, the penguin one, I have no idea. So frugality, since Nat is not getting it either, so you definitely need to enlighten. It's in a session near the start of the movie. Fight Club? Or another movie? Or are you talking about the Golden Compass thing? Because that one I would not get. But yeah, Bogus is the same, I see. So yeah, Fight Club. I mean, okay, it's been like at least 10 years since I've seen the movie, so can't really remember the details. Imagine if the camera slowly zoomed in while you ate. Eventually we'd see the finished plate or not. Are you doubting my abilities to finish this? Nat, I can't believe you would not be supportive of me. Can't believe this. You've been the backbone of this stream from the beginning, and now you start doubting me. Can't believe this. Absolutely diabolical of you. I will never forgive you. This is my SMH. It's a bit too violent. It would need to be slower, so can we do a Finnish SMH? What it would be like? That would feel threatening after a while. Yeah, actually that would also be true, yeah. Violently SMHing. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about the violent SMH. That was too rough of me. Can't believe this. The emotions are coming out of me. Not bogus coming in with it. I've made some progress. I don't know how much we can see of it, but half of it's still like the same as it was before. But I think half of it's already. I think we're maybe 1/3 in here. I drink while eating in restaurants and never when at home. I remember a friend of mine back in like high school equivalent times, so between like 15 to 18, we went to like a pizza place quite often, and the pizzas there were like enormous, like they usually are in these kind of places. So not like a Neapolitan pizza, but more like the mayonnaise stuff. So, and I remember him like being that you should never drink while eating, especially like soda stuff, because then the carbohydrate, what's the call it? The fizzy stuff. I'm trying to think of the word in Finnish first. Yeah, it's carbon dioxide. Yeah, so that fizzy thing expands in your stomach, making it feel fuller. That's what he said. I don't know if there's any truth to it, but he was the one that always like finished the pizzas, and even if he was like the skinny type, so it felt like he could eat like infinite amounts. But the secret apparently was that you didn't drink only afterwards. Is Neapolitan pizza like Neapolitan ice cream? I have to say I only know of the of the pizza type, so unless Neapolitan ice cream is put into the oven at like 400 to 500 degrees for like 30 seconds, there might be some differences to those two. But I have to say I've never heard of Neapolitan ice cream, so I would like honestly I wouldn't know. Maybe they are from the same region, no, wouldn't know. Life hacks for buffets, yeah. Yeah, in Finland we have this thing that you need to get your money's worth in a buffet, so you need eat way more to eat way more than you would normally eat, and then you feel horrible for the for the rest of the day. 30 seconds pizza. Actually, if you've seen those, like how they make like those official like proper pizzas, that's like the ovens is really hot and they just spin it around there fast, so it's like less than a minute or around a minute that they are in there for. But definitely not a pizza you do like at home unless you have an oven for that, like a special type. My brain is imagining a slice of pizza covered in strawberries. Yeah, I know already in here they sell, like in the frozen section, they sell like chocolate pizzas. So it's basically like a pizza but with like sweet fillings basically. So it's like chocolate and stuff on it. So that's also, I think, like diabolical for any Italian. But it's basically like a sweet treat. So it's not really a pizza in any other than that shape, I guess. Because it's like a flat thing and round. So I guess that's the only way. I don't even know if they call it a pizza. Maybe they do. Finns and Asians handshake, get your money's worth. Oh yeah, that's probably an Asian thing too. Yeah, yeah. I think I've seen some memes about it being an Asian thing. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, bingo, yeah. So Neapolitan ice cream with 3 different flavors. Okay. Sometimes eating out only feels worth it if you have leftovers for a meal or two. Yeah, definitely. And like it depends of course on the quality of the food, but I think quantity of it also comes in at quite a big factor. I'm not done eating. I'm just gonna blow my nose. I swear, guys. We need to have a pizza stream and make kankku. Yeah, I ordered a kankku last Thursday, I guess it was. So stream has already seen it, maybe. If they had their eyes open, I guess it's the only thing. So defensive. But yeah, that I might be defensive, but I'm not dramatic. Hello. Unlike some. But yeah, I was laughing at the clips you had yesterday. I was watching the VOD. There were so many good, and I especially liked how you were cringing at most of them. Like the one where you had the foundation of the house upside down and stuff, and the reaction to that was diabolical. Looking back, I really am dramatic. Exactly. I was just explaining the same. So on the clips that was the only thing that had happened like throughout the years. That's one thing that you've kept consistent. At least one of the things. Don't remind me of the cringe. That's even worse. I was so young. Yeah, I think it's still like crazy how much younger you look in those compared to it's only been like 5 years. So for me, that like seeing how much you've like grown is crazy. But then maybe if I'll be streaming for 5 years, you will see me like a grandpa bueno here. Imagine if I go fully grey or something in like 5 years. That would be like the last laugh for Nat to see me go like from here to like a grandpa in 5 years. Yeah, the stress of construction will first make me go bald and then go grey. Don't say that you're setting a flag. What sort of flag am I setting that anyone can attempt at house building? Well, I guess it depends on the result again. If it goes well or not, that depends on the flag. So what kind of goals are we achieving? Okay, would it surprise anyone if I said that the food is getting cold? Seeing that we've been eating it for like, actually, how long have we been eating? I think it's been like 20 minutes or so. So again, with efficiency in mind, that if we want to do this in the future with like actual schedule, we need to I need to come up with something better, because this is way too slow. We're getting vitamin D deficient in here. Yeah, but I don't know if it's any better outside either. Because Finns should use like vitamin D supplements, especially during winter times, because there's like no sun. And even the little sun we have basically doesn't do any good for that, since there's like no visible skin anywhere. So for that reason, you should get it from somewhere. But yeah, I was gonna ask how warm it is. Yeah, it is still like hand warm inside there, but the outside and the exterior side is all like around the same warmth as this whole place, which is like slightly cold. I think it's like, we don't have a temperature meter here, but I think it's something like maybe 6 degrees here inside here. Not much more, at least more than 6. So it is almost winter time here. Yeah, it feels like it's almost winter. It should be almost summertime here, but unfortunately it's not feeling like that. But I'm just checking what time is it, but it's like 1 p.m. So this would be the time that Nat would start normally streaming during this daylight time savings period. Because if it's like before the daylight savings time was switched, it would be like 11. Is it AM then? Like 2 hours earlier than what it is now. Yeah, in 6 minutes. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm hopefully past the halfway point here. I just need to maybe in the future. I'm thinking of another option I would have is to like put the stream on like BRB and then try and inhale the food as fast as I can. It's impressive you can have food and not consume it quickly. I always speed eat. Yeah, I think I'm like, it depends on how hungry I am, and also, well, obviously because you guys are watching me, I can't do this. Did you say you have a fork to eat rice with? Yeah, it's a fork I'm using. Is that diabolical? I've never thought about that being a bad thing. But yeah, I always use a fork with rice, like with rice and chicken. Wait, how is the caught? Can't believe you caught me. But yeah, I guess a spoon would work as well. But I think I've always preferred a fork with this. But you can maybe see that it's dropping everywhere, so maybe that's the reason. Like when Rick refuses to use a spoon and chopsticks and instead eats non-sticky rice with just chopsticks. That sounds like a struggle. Also, Bogus coming in with the diabolical, sometimes I eat a salad with a spoon. Bogus will be our gremlin of the stream, coming in with these gremlin reveals. Like when there's some people that are like loot goblins, then Bogus coming in with like actual goblin facts. So if you need some like goblin knowledge. Only short grain rice or rice in a small bowl is fit for chopsticks. Yeah, I can't use a chopstick. I've never used the chopstick stuff. I have like my finger agility, I guess, is, I would assume, like better than average, but I've never tried the chopsticks thing, so I don't know if that would work. Maybe with a little bit of practice it would work. But again, like when I'm hungry, I would like be extremely frustrated eating with chopsticks if it's any slower. But maybe if you get good at it, it wouldn't like slow you down. Ever since I ate bibimbap with a spoon in the left hand, chopsticks in right, my life changed. Did it change for the better? Just asking for my fork. Because some people, they have like these certain moments that it doesn't feel like it gotten any better. So I'm just thinking, not all changes, maybe positives. Peak efficiency to consumer gas. So maybe it did change for the better. Oh yeah, Egguna, meaning Elina. She's an absolute gremlin eating everything frozen, especially the fries. Also like corn and stuff. Yeah, frozen fries, that's diabolical, yeah. That side eye will be a good emote. Oh yeah, that's actually, maybe it will. I will have to check what it looks like. Also, like, how far is it? What's the detail level like? Because if it's like 5 pixels in total, then I don't know if that makes a good emote. But yeah, I will check the what. It's around think it was like 3 hour mark. What was it? Oh, it's almost 4 hours. But I guess I will know when I'll be eating here. I don't think it will be easy to miss. Did I say that correctly? Yeah, I think. Frozen corn is so good. Yeah, I don't know about that. But then again, my teeth are the like that makes, anything that's frozen really hurts. So my teeth are weak. Or I guess it's my gums that are weak. Oh, you're a two-hander. I feel uncomfortable using both hands when eating. I won't even do knife and fork. Oh, I see. Yeah, for some food, I think, for me as well, I prefer only fork. Like for here example, I could have like a knife and a fork, but I would pretty much do nothing with the knife since, nothing needs chopping. So I too prefer only using like one hand, but I can do the both, especially like with steak and stuff. It makes sense to have both. Because you need to cut so often, and they are like clear pieces that you can like skewer with the fork, so it's easy like that. But for example, like salads and stuff, I don't like. I can do with like a knife and a fork, but it's not the optimal consumption speed. Interesting. Yeah, I think that was for the frozen frozen foods. But yeah, Elina is also the kind of person that buys stuff. I think it was the fries. I think that's the good example, because she bought like frozen fries and was like, yeah, I bought some frozen fries because I ate the ones that you bought earlier, so like the ones I've bought, and I think she's ate them like 3 times since, so that I haven't like used the fries, and she keeps eating them and buying new ones because she ate mine. So it's been like 3 bags of her fries that that she has basically eaten. Long as the text isn't blocking the face, it's usable resolution. Wait, actually I haven't even thought about like where's the different text at. But I would assume the chat is, wait, has to be here, right? Or is it flipped? Because now I'm curious if I'm like sitting where the chat is. Trying to see from that camera it would be, oh wait, actually yeah, it could be that it's this side then. Now we'll make it like a, you guys know the different gifs where the guy is like thinking and the hands are going and there's like numbers and stuff lying around. I think a pixelated emote still works anyways. Behind you mostly. Also like on this side. Yeah. I see. So I could like go in a bit towards the center here, I guess. The van is waving so much. But yeah, I don't know if it's like even necessary to see me. Because I don't know if this is any content, like I basically hope the content is hearing me. Although I don't know if you can like get some eating ASMR, I hope not. But you did get some gulp ASMR earlier when I was drinking, so could be that you're getting all of this. Saku needs to have his fries. Yeah, I do appreciate you buying a replacement when you're using it. So that is very good. Behind you mostly, yeah. Yeah, I think it depends, of course, on the length of the message, but it should cut it at some point. So maybe you got the side eyes and not me side-eyeing the chat. Not too bad ASMR. Some noises here and there, but my volume isn't that high. Each time you read out the comment, you need to eat a mouthful if you want to finish before the house is built. That is actually true. We will have one mouthful per message from now on. Thank you, police, for that, for the good suggestion. But does this now mean that I have to wait for another message? Can't believe the rules we just made came back to bite us in the ass. Can't believe this. With how the chat is going, you might have to do 2. Wait, how do I even read out those emotes? What is this? One byte per word. Yeah, that will work. Making reading sentences really easy. But yeah, guys, I'm on the home stretch, I swear. Don't be another Wolfenhauser, please, Nat. But Nat is no doctor, so I don't think she could. Now I'm just, bantering her to become one. This is Nat's villain origin story. Getting bantered at in Finnish, random Finnish streamers chat. What are you eating, by the way? Oh, yeah, this is chicken and rice I made. I think it was last Sunday. So I froze it and put it in these glass containers, so like meal prepping, basically. So I have the same kind for tomorrow, so yay. But yeah, it's good. Nothing wrong with like flavor-wise and stuff, so no complaints. Just that it did got a bit cold. White people sad. We should have that emote actually here. Yeah, it has lots of spices. Curry and garam masala, and I started with like a chicken bouillon, and then there's like soy sauce and all sorts of stuff. And this time I even got like enough flavor for it to last while when you put in the rice. It usually neutralizes a lot of the flavor. Welcome, welcome. Tervetuloa. Would that be? Yeah. I'm thinking if there's another thing you can say. But I guess that's pretty much the only one. Oh, is it? Does any Finnish people come up with any like welcome as apart from tervetuloa? Here comes the plane. Oh dear. Oh dear. It looked really good when you showed it close up. Yep, yeah, it is good. Nothing really. I don't think there's anything that could be like improved on it. Because the thing is that I'm trying to like watch my calories, so like obviously improvements would be like butter and cream. So it would be closer to the food I ate from the Nepalese restaurant yesterday, but for calorie wise it's as good as it can get. Can't think of any synonyms. Yeah, I don't think there's, because you can like, of course, different kinds of like greetings are like, you can say all sorts of like päivää ja huomenta, like all those things depending on time of day and stuff. But just to like welcoming someone, I don't think there's at least like commonly used ones other than the tervetuloa. Remember your Karelian roots at the butter and cream. Yeah, I think it was Nat stream. I think we discussed that there's like a saying in at least in our family about the Karelian roots that the person that like saves on butter and cream hates themselves. So in Finnish it's se, joka kermaa ja voita säästää, se itseään vihaa. Which is like you hate yourself if you skimp on butter and cream, because the recipes in there are like heavily cream and butter influenced. But yeah, you're welcome would be olkaa hyvä. Yeah, but that's all, I think mostly for someone like, it's mostly like a reply to when someone thanks you for something, you can say you're welcome. So it's not like, I guess it's the same word, like you're welcome is the same as in you're welcome here as to you're welcome for what I just did. But yeah, I think in Finnish you can't really say olkaa hyvä as in like you're welcome here. But yeah. I think it's like Eguna said, but isn't it se, joka vitsaa säästää, se lastaan vihaa. Yeah, that's another saying, it completely unrelated, but similar sounding. But it could be that that's the influence or the where that saying originated in our family. Yeah, it's not the same. Yeah. These days haven't heard it much. Yeah, I don't think that saying is too trendy nowadays. So for those trying to translate, se joka vitsaa säästää, se lastaa vihaa, basically means the one that doesn't abuse their children doesn't love their children, which isn't something nowadays too much. Isn't something used too much nowadays, hopefully. Yeah, it's our family. I think it's like when we're talking about the Karelian stuff, that's always brought up. So I don't think it's like a common saying. Okay, we need someone to check how long did we actually eat. Although there was this like interruption of my brother coming in. But I think we've been eating for like 50 minutes now. That's a saying that's thankfully no longer accurate. Yeah, I did like crude the translation a bit, because it's like it's not about abuse itself, but it's like who saves using like spanking methods basically. So it's basically the same thing. It was still a thing when I grew up though, which is crazy to think about now. Yeah, definitely. I've had a physical growing up as well. So is there an English translation to tukista? Like pulling hair, I guess, but is there like a one word for it? Because isn't tukista like when you're pulling someone's hair? Yeah, I don't know if there's like a one English word, because we have like a specific word for that, which is crazy. When you think about it, we have a specific word for like pulling your hair, which is like stuff that we were used to. Yeah, what Bogus just said, that's like disciplinary action for children is to like pull their hair. So like a milder version of spanking. We have a few odd words like to throw someone out a window. Pulling hair, I don't know. Okay, yeah. So in Australia, instead of pulling hair, which was like a milder version of getting spanked, you were thrown out the window. Sounds like a sane thing to do after wrestling alligators, that is. Also, Eguna has gotten her hair pulled. But your hair is so long. Can't believe they done that. Can't believe. Oh, maybe that's why it is so long. Maybe they pulled it longer. But yeah, the table you can see is very stable. Can't believe we got this stable of a table. That rhymed. I'm almost freestyling there, guys. I also got a sukulaku from a, what's the man called? It's like a salesman trying to sell me a phone. Not really a phone, but like a subscription for my calls and stuff. Like internet and stuff for my phone. So boldness is self-defense against Finnish moms. You keep telling yourself that? No, just kidding. But yeah, that actually would work. It's rarer with children, but then I guess it would mean that you've been pulled, like your hair's been pulled really violently if you start losing your hair. But yeah, we could as a dessert eat this sukulaku I got from this sales dude. He didn't get any sale from me since my phone bill and stuff are golden. I also took a Jaffa. By the time you get bald, they start pulling your beard. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that I can agree with. Especially with women. Wait, what? But yeah, did I miss something or was I supposed to do something? Maybe I should continue with the Avant machine, but we'll eat sukulaku first because it's like a licorice thing. Or is it? I think it... Wait, is it there? Because there's like a difference between licorice and then the... Is it salty licorice or... Can't remember the English terms. It's filled licorice. Okay, yeah, so it is licorice. I'm sorry if you can hear the plastic rumbling. But yeah, this one has basically a chocolate filling. I can show you guys. Family licorice. Oh yeah, suku would be like ancestors or like family. Like relatives, I guess. So it would be like relative licorice. But yeah, I'll show you guys. Maybe you can see it. But it has like this brownish. It's almost like what I would assume what Nat did on her stream, last stream, she, on like Monday, she was making these like sushi rolls by hand, so there was like powders and she added water to them. And then she like those, like Play-Doh type of things, so, but those were edible. So I feel like this is the inside of this is similar to that. So it's like this mushy sand slash Play-Doh kind of. But yeah, nut licorice usually is, it's quite chewy. So it just goes all the way through. Family licorice, yeah, muumilaku is my favorite. Yeah, I don't think I've eaten, have I eaten? How is muumilaku different from any others? But I don't think I've ever eaten cold licorice. It's not it's not like fridge cold, but it is chilly. Maybe making it even chewier. I'm always there for all your straight translation needs. Language is my specialty, yeah. Well, thank you very much for those. I couldn't do it without you. But yeah, I guess we could take this with us. I will finish the licorice at our next break. I'm just hoping to get some more progress done today, because it's already past 1 p.m. Although I don't think I have any like schedule for today, so like no issue even if I'm like late here and stuff, so no trouble in that sense. But for weather's sake and all that stuff, it would make sense to not be here during the night time or like too late. But can I carry all of this? You guys are now with me. Let's see what's the weather like. Are we missing any vitamin D? From what it looks like, we're not. There is no sunshine here today. But yeah, so the last thing we did here was measure. So we measured the pit or the bottom of the trench we've dug. and it seemed to be deep enough, and it does look really deep, so I guess it would make sense for it to be deep enough. So we'll just have to level the bottom of it, and then we'll continue with hopefully getting it straight. I'm just checking if we're inside the house, because these two poles you're seeing, the white ones here, these are the corners of the buildings, and we would need to get it, so I don't know if we can actually go stand anywhere where you would see it, but if we're standing here in the middle of between the two sticks, we would need to go backwards from where the Avant is now, but trying to see the trench we dug earlier, whether it feels to me like it's going a bit to the right from here, but we'll see. It's now again the issue of trying to get the door off. Again, we immediately got it when I started aiming the camera on it. But yeah, so I'll put you guys again to the Avant driving perspective. I will then check if I've missed any messages on chat. But first I will try and get you guys hooked up. It's interesting how this feels like it's harder to get than all of the others I've done, like previously. Like, why is it different? Can't believe this. Can't believe with struggle. Trying to get there maybe. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? Okay, now it's looking like it's clamped on all sides, but now we need to just make sure you're seeing what you need to be seeing. I guess the angle is quite okay. Because if we go downwards, well, we can be like there, maybe a bit upwards, so you're not against the glass, because then it could shake you guys. Defenestration means to throw someone out a window. Apparently it was created after 2 people were thrown out the window in Prague in 1618, sorry. Fortunately, I never needed to know this word when I misbehaved. Fenestration, noun, the design and placement of windows in a building. I was curious where they got it. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's the defenestration. It's like windows did it. That sounds very good. But yeah, so now we know the backgrounds of it too. Guys, we're learning. I wish we were learning about construction though, because that could maybe benefit us in the future. But I guess any learning is good. Hello, Finnish Construction Simulator 2021 realistic graphics. Yeah, there's also like the P meter and all that stuff that is commonly linked to games like that. It's looking like a proper construction site now. Yeah, we have definitely gotten like both the sewage pipe thingies have been added. So those are you can actually, I think you can see, you can see one of them on the camera. So this one here, that's for sewer. So these shaders are so good. Yeah, Nat here coming in with, yeah, I will download all the shaders with my brand new computer. Can't believe that yapping. Nat, that was an absolute cinema of a clip. Those that don't know, Nat had a clip where she was proud of her new computer and was talking about how she can now download all of the shaders, which I didn't know was a thing. You were supposed to be like happy about getting a new computer, but that was absolutely diabolical. No, and the jumping in my seat, yeah, that too. You were completely taken by the joy of shaders. But to me the best one still was the house building where you had the whole foundation upside down, and the reaction to that was absolutely theater kid, how do you pronounce it? Someone doing acting. Let's go with that. I'm trying to put the The way I had it earlier, this bag, it was better. Now it's not as good. Chat can't believe you made it worse somehow. How did you do it? Maybe it's there. I swear I'm studying here. You better. If you're not, you need to come here with me. Because there's no point you being in home if there's nothing progressing there. Can't believe this. No first person peeing, I beg. that was immediately what I also thought, like, but those games have it, so I have to do it now too. Can't believe this. But yeah, hopefully we'll never need to do that. Not enough beer for a Finnish simulator. Yeah, that's also true. And the Jaffa is only the similar color, but still not nowhere near the same as beer is. No, and the jumping in my seat, yeah. Also, police agreeing with not enough beer. There's also no like packages of sausages here. I think we'll wait a bit for the engine to warm up. I can hear like squeaking noises, which I think are not too good, but maybe it needs to warm up a bit. I'm also checking the fuel gauge, and we're past the halfway mark, so we will also need to refuel at some point. But that's actually an issue, because I have a canister that I can refuel it with. I might even have done it on stream. I think I did, yeah, because I remember Simon Foragi giving me shit about how I did it. So that's why I remember that was also on the stream. But the canister is empty. I would need to go to a gas station to fill it. Also, that's what I was supposed to tell Nat about, because you keep mentioning, I think it was in your clips and stuff, that in your clips that you, like at your gas stations, you have to like speak to people. Is that correct? When you refuel? Because you had like this some place that you had trouble refueling at, and I don't know what the solution was, but I guess it was mainly the issue was with the specific gas station. But in here, I don't think there's many gas stations that you would need to speak to another person in. That's not the vehicle, it's just Nat's laugh. Oh dear. Can't believe you're laughing at me there, Nat. Loud enough that it's hearable all the way here. And where's the sauna? Yeah, that's also true. We would need at least like a sauna tent, because you know they make those like tents you can use as a sauna. We drive up to pump, refuel, and go inside to pay. That's diabolical. We would never. So the way it works here is that there's this gas station pump, you go to it, you basically, I don't know if you can put in cash. I think at some points beforehand, I think they should still accept cash. If you take in cash, you don't get any back. So if you use cash, make sure you like refuel the amount you just put in cash. But like everyone I know and myself included, use a card. So you just use your payment card on the machine, and then you just choose on that payment card what's the limit. So basically you tell it that, okay, I want to refuel at 100 euros, and then it just, stops at 100 euros. If you don't use the whole 100 euros, it doesn't like bill you more than whatever you used. So you can like use 91 euro, like 91.27 whatever, because it only bills you as from the amount you used. But you don't need to talk to anyone. And also like the car wash you mentioned earlier, the car wash you mentioned earlier, I don't think we have many car washes here that have like people in it, because like most and pretty much all that I know are again robots. So you just drive in there and the thing does the washing for you, but there's no human contacts, because Finnish people in any type of service they prefer the no human contact. so basically the best kind of business you can make in Finland is one with as little as possible of human contacts. So if you, for example, like the latest things, I would say the latest bigger improvements or like major innovations we've had in like the pizza sector is that there's now like vending machines for pizza. Like those Japanese kind of things that, you just order a pizza and you can see it go in a conveyor belt and stuff, so you don't need to speak to anyone, you just put in the money on the, like pay it with a card. contactless payment from card and just fill it up and go. Yeah, exactly what Bogus just said. So that's the way we refuel here. I know that like historically we've had the same kinds of like gas stations where you either pay first, or I guess mostly they were like pay after you've done it, but those are history. I've never had them, and I've had a driver's license for over 10 years now. So they are from like 90s maybe. But yeah, is the camera angle good? Are you guys seeing? I'm assuming you can still hear me. If you can't hear me, let me know, because I know the microphone will run out of battery in like 1.5 hours, assuming it's the same as it was before, because then back then it was like 6 hours of battery use, so I'm assuming the same now. So let me know if you can no longer hear me. I will let you know if I mute myself, so that should be, because if there's like a phone call coming in or anything like that, I will have to mute. But anything that's like unprompted, I would like to know. Trying to make the bottom of the pit a bit more even. I feel like every time I go in there and take a few stones, it just drops in new ones. But that's life, I guess. I had the idea of someone waiting behind me to. Oh wait, sorry, I'm missing so many messages. I will go back upward. Oh yeah, we have to go in and tell people what pump we used and pay. Yeah, in the machines we have there, it's either one machine for like one side of the pump, or then it's at like the end of the pump where you just choose which side are you on. So it can have like, okay, are you pump 1 or pump 2? So then you just like share the same like payment machine between those two pumps, but it's either that or then like both of them have their own payments on them. You can put in cash. Yeah, that's what I just remembered. Okay, yeah, you can actually put. The only exception being that you don't get anything back from it. So if you don't use the whole amount, you just waste it. So that's the downside of using cash, I guess. But then again, if you know that you need like 60 liters or something, you can just put in enough money that you will get like 50 something liters. So you always get at least how much you paid for. So it's not like an issue then. There's a stone maybe on the bottom, or was it just, or maybe it's just like clay. I think it was just clay. There we have another beautiful bucket. I found the pump. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm again missing some. That was built for Finnish society. Yeah, definitely. And you need to just move into Finland. We have everything ready for you. No need to talk to anyone for weeks if you don't want to. I think sounds bad when you say it like that. But you can genuinely go without human contacts if you want to. Because there's like self-service checkouts in like grocery stores and stuff, so you absolutely can go without talking to people if you so wish. I found the pump thing, you would click and nothing would come out, even after waiting for them to switch it on, and during refueling I don't like it. Yeah, we don't have that issue here, since you just pay for it and then it just tells you that you have to start within 5 minutes, but other than that. The only thing that it always tells me is there's no receipt coming out, because like the paper stuff and all that, they always run out of it. There's no one to refill the papers. So that's always the only thing that always like in there waiting for me, is that there's no way to get a receipt. Do you still want to refuel? But I'm like, yeah, I don't need a receipt for anything. I might as well still do it. I don't care. But that's the only thing. Did you see that, guys? God damn, I was gonna say, I juggled so nicely the few rocks, but still like 3 more dropped in the end of it. I hate the idea of someone waiting behind me. Yeah, that's also something I'm not a fan of, like when you're refueling that someone's waiting on you. like in any place, but like whether it's refueling or not, I don't like people waiting on me. So I can completely agree on that. Luckily here there's rarely any like lines for refueling. So it's mainly just depends of course on like the time of day and stuff, but like generally speaking you don't have enormous lines on especially on evening times. Contactless payment from card and just fill it up and go, yeah. Yeah, and like with the contactless payment there's also the side that you only get charged for the amount you use, so there's no way to waste money there. I think there's always some people like confused about whether or not you can like get charged more than you use, but if you do it with a card, there's no issue with that. Did I get all stones? No, there's still one more. Try and scoop that as well. Skippity scoopity. There's like only smaller stones underneath there right now. I think that's fine. At home this, I'm absolutely fine on this. I sense someone until I sense I'm making someone wait, then I fall apart. Yeah, that's me as well. Yes to that. Man, I'd love to just tap at the pump and go. I swear that's the thing at some places. Okay, so you do have it at some places too. That's good. So you're not completely backwater there. Naurlini laughing, laugh, naur. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to laugh at Australians. Seeing that you're now my most loyal audience. But yeah, that's like the biggest like shock factor when I was in Germany was that they also had it the way you're describing it, that you had to go inside the place and there were no payment stuff like next to the pumps you could use. This is a great angle. Okay, that sounds good. Angle is good. Yeah, very nice. It's okay, very good. I wonder how they go about chasing people down when they don't pay. In here, when they had that still, because like I mentioned, it's been like it was in like 90s and stuff that they still had it like that. From my understanding, they just had like cameras on it. And in here, it's, at least if it's not like, depends of course if it's a licensed car or not, but basically if it's not like not a registered car, there's nothing you can do about it basically. But if it doesn't have like a license plate and stuff, the police should already, like brutality should already be like stopping them. But they have like cameras and in here at least they know the owner of the car based on the license plate and stuff, so that way they at least can prosecute the people not paying beforehand. But yeah, here in Finland you have to pay first. Yeah, so with the card you put in like an amount that you're willing to pay, and they try that amount from like your debit card. So let's say that I go in with a debit card, so not a credit card, and let's say I have a bank balance of 100 euros. If I go in and there and put in the amount as larger than 100 euros, it will check that amount, and it of course will be declined by the bank because I don't have enough money in my balance, so then it will just tell that okay, payment failed. But if I have enough money, so if, let's say I put in the 100 euros and I have more than the 100 in my bank account, it will just like attempt the 100 and seeing that okay, there is more than 100 euros in your bank account, it's okay. It will then not do that transaction, so it won't like charge me the 100 euros, but it knows that I have enough, so then it will wait for me to finish refueling. And after I finish refueling, it knows how much I used, and like it goes up to the amount. So as long as like I cannot go above the amount I selected, so anything underneath it I will just get charged for. So if I use the whole 100 euros, it will then charge me the 100 euros. And if I, for some reason, like for example, let's say that I put in that okay, I can use up to 120 euros, and then I fuel and my car gets filled before I hit that mark, then I just get charged for whatever amount I used. But yeah, it doesn't, like none of it comes out before you. It has checked that you can pay for it. So it's there's no way to scan. But with those like older mechanics where you refueled and then went inside to pay for it, because I know it went like that. That was the earlier way you did it. So in those cases they had cameras in there. But yeah, with the modern system you can't really fuel without being able to pay for it, because you basically pay at the same time. Well, I guess the exception would be that since there's like this a few minutes of time between it checking your bank balance and then actually charging your bank balance. So let's say that you transfer all your money between those two timelines. I guess that could happen. But I guess it also is like sort of like a charge for your account at that balance. So I don't think you could like use that balance when it's not like released by the bank. So I guess it would still not work. Because in Finnish it's called katevaraus, which is like, I don't know what's there's probably like a proper English word for it, but basically like a charge that hasn't gone through yet, but it's like waiting. But yeah, Bogus is saying has never tried pumping first, but it's only in those places that you pay inside. Those that have like the payment methods next to it, you can never pay, like never get anything out of it without paying first. So those you always pay first. I'm actually curious about the line we're making, if we're making it anyway straight, because it could be that I'm overextending it to the left now, trying to see. Because I feel like if you look it from like further back, because you might be able to see it too. Yeah, the transfer is processing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that it probably you cannot do another process for the same balance when it's processing. So then you would like either decline it or decline the other one, since you can't afford both. But yeah, in Finland mostly the services, like the newer services in pretty much any field, they are all similar in this sense that there's hardly anyone employed, and it's mostly just as unsocial as possible. I think we'll have to do the push trick with this stone as well a little bit earlier. I don't think I can scoop it up. We'll just push it to the pile. It's okay, we accept being laughed at. Oh dear. Oh no. But yeah, I guess Finns are similar, because we like, I don't think we are too like proud in many cases. So it of course depends on what's the like instance, what's the reason. But like, because I know there's like this, whether or not it's based on fact or not, that Germans can't laugh at themselves. I don't think we have that in Finland. It depends on how malicious, I guess. How malicious sounding is your laughing. If it's like a villain laugh, maybe then. Gotta run, time to lurk. Thank you for lurking. Also thank you for chatting. Have a nice rest of your day. Bogus. I will be here digging my trenches. Hopefully getting our rainwater pipes in at some point. Because the thing I'm trying to think now is how would I like align these the best. Because I can like reverse it and see these two marks. Like behind me I can see the two white sticks I showed you earlier. But like trying to get this thing to go straight when it like turns from the middle is really hard. And still like a slight change in perspective and all that stuff will mess it up. But hopefully because there's like 1.8 meters of space that we need to run, like we're working inside of, so we should have some tolerance for for this to still work. But let's hope we've not bamboozled ourselves with this. Also, Sergeant Gadak is back, very nice. Hello, hello. Was delayed by the heavy arse rain. That sounds like a specific weather phenomenon. No, just kidding. It's not been that bad here yet. It has rained a few drops, but it seems like it has gotten better. But we've had a few days of like somewhat, or I would say like quite poor weather. It's still like the coldness, I guess, is for most people, because I know there's people like already excited for ice cream and summer stuff, but it's none of that here, not with this weather. Yeah, Australia's weather is very unpredictable. We have it here the same. As you could see, we have had like a brief glimpses of sun here today. We've had like rain here today. So there's even like saying in Finland that the sun is shining and it's still raining. It must be summer. So I guess that's again for how unpredictable we get it here as well. So the forecasts are usually just like lucky guesses. They have been, I think they have improved quite a lot, and I don't know why, but here I feel like Norwegian like forecasts are the best, like most accurate. I don't know how they do it or what magic they do, but I know many people that have said the same, that unfortunately their forecasts rarely like are rarely all the way here, so it's just like for the border areas that can really benefit from the expertise of Norwegian forecasting. Can be very hot one day and super cold and rainy the next. Yeah, unfortunately same here. Usually it's like week and week, but we have had it like within like 1 hour it has been the opposites. So definitely similar here in many days. Did it rain for you? It looks pretty dry. Yeah, it only like a few drops, so not really like a rain, more of like a local shower, I guess. But it only lasted for like maybe 5 minutes. It did that a few times, but it only lasted like maybe 5 minutes at a time. So the ground here is really dry because it's sand, so it sucks up the water immediately, which is good for building, because that's the optimal type of ground for building. Is the kind of ground that dries itself. But yeah, it's been some hours since it has rained. Although we were inside the caravan for like an hour at least. So, because I was eating, I was terrible at eating. Can't believe you're 30 years old and still can't eat. I was so slow. I was the slowest eater in all of Finland. There's I think some larger stones in here. Maybe we'll take this to the end of the plot. Take it to the backyard. Self-drying dirt, isn't that most dirt? Actually, I can't say, because for me, like, I don't know what actually dirt means as a word, because for me I'm assuming like dirt would be like different kinds of ground. So because you know there's like gravel type of ground, then there's like clay type of ground, then there's this sandy type of ground we have here. So is dirt a separate kind, or is it just like a roof word for those kind of different kinds? Because what I'm trying to say is that if this was like clay based, because we have a few like instances of clay here as well, but mostly this is sand, and you know with sand it goes right through it, but with clay you have these like oceans basically, because like Finland is mostly swamp, so we have Shrek here. Basically we both have Santa Claus and Shrek here with the amount of swamp we have. So with the swamp, it's mostly because there's like so much clay in the ground, and with clay, the water doesn't go through the ground. So that's what I was trying to say. That this kind of like sandy ground is what you'd like for construction, if you can choose, that is. How can you be bad at eating? Put food in mouth easy. Yeah, unfortunately I was extremely slow. It took me 1,000 years. I was also like reading chat and stuff, so it was mostly your fault as well. So can't believe you've done this. You were hindering our work. Hello? No, but yeah, it's the same as you definitely know as a DM that like during like role-playing sessions and stuff, it's really hard to eat because you need to be talking so much. So it's the same with like streaming. It's when you try to eat while doing that. Trying to entertain people and trying to yap at all times. It's really hard to put food in your mouth. Like you miss your mouth. I did maybe some of that as well, so can't believe this. But yeah, actually I can show you now. Let's go backwards a bit, it's easier. But yeah, so maybe have to turn you guys as well, because you guys are angled so deeply. I will turn you guys a bit. But here maybe you can see the edge of where we dug, so like this side here, sorry I'm really close. But so like this side here, and we need to go to like the other side. So we would need to keep it straight, but I don't think we can dig it all the way with this, because we would still like to have a way to drive. So if we want to like drive to this side of to the secondary building, so let's say we want to go here. If we dig a way through where we are right now, we can't really drive here. We have like ramps, two different types of ramps, so we'll like 2 ramps to like go through or like over these kind of trenches, so we need to take those out. But I don't think I will be digging this hallway all the way today because of not being able to move them. Because we want to go have access to this side of the buildings as well. Or like me, you don't chew enough. That's more of an impressive skill if you miss. Yeah, unfortunately that is a 360 no scope with the fork. IRC, dirt is just mixture of different types of sediments, mud and dust. Okay, so I am assuming then I did use the word correctly, because I was trying to say that like this kind of dirt and like if you have different kinds of dirt, so like those different sediments and soils and stuff. So depending on like what's the layout looking for where you are, it is different. But for sandy ground, the water is rarely an issue. With clay, it's like a massive issue. With clay, there's another issue of like not being sturdy enough for a building. So if you have like, if you need to construct in a place where there's a lot of clay underneath, you usually need to do poles. So you like hammer these like concrete poles underneath the ground, like depending on where there's like solid ground underneath, and that's expensive. So you don't want that. So if at all possible, you should avoid like clay places, like swampy grounds and stuff like that. Of course, with cities being where they are, people rarely have that much of a choice where they build. Like they have like this general area where they go for, and not so much of a, okay, I don't want to do this because there's clay in the ground. But then again, it could like, the differences could be like in really small areas. So like 1 meter to that direction could be better than 1 meter to the other. So there's still a lot of things you can avoid if you just do your inspections when you're like trying to figure out what the ground looks like, what the dirt is like. Oh, that's very true. I can understand. Yeah, so as a DM you understand. Because I've had the same trouble with as DM as well. So I always bring in way too much snacks for the game sessions. Because I always think like, okay, I'll bring in like 3 liters of something to drink and 1 bar of chocolate and then a bag of chips and all that stuff. And then I end up like with all of it. Like barely opened any of it. So that's at least, that's how it is with me DMing. Sako needs time to aim for his mouth. At home he has laser pointer on his rice fork. What the hell is this slander? Can't believe this. Absolute slander coming from Ekkuna. Can't believe this. But yeah, a tactical 360 with a fork is an absolute banger. You can't deny that. 360 with a fork, actually I don't know how would that work. Let's see if I can take that stone that's on the side. Yeah, I could. I'll just drop it in there and scoop it up. Skibbity. Do one of our signature scoops, which is just, you know, like any other scoop. There's once again quite a lot of stones in this one. Guess we could take it to the back of the plot. Let's hope it stays with us. It's quite full. Don't you pour concrete for the foundations? Yeah, so the whole process goes so that after we've gotten these rainwater pipes, so that's what we're digging up here for, so rainwater pipes to like the exterior of the foundations. So after we've gotten all of these rainwater pipes, we'll have a fabric, like a filtering fabric or cloth or what you call it, and that's to prevent like this dirt mixing up with like gravel. So the next layer after the cloth or the fiber will then be gravel, and it will not be just any gravel, so it won't be this gravel we just drove past, because that's not washed. So we need to put in washed gravel, and being washed, it means that there's no small like stuff in it. So I think it's between 6 millimeters and 16 millimeters is the diameter of the stuff in it. So like gravel between the sizes of 6 millimeters and 16 millimeters, and that's to prevent water from going upwards. Because I don't know what's the phenomenon called in English, but it's in Finnish it's kapillari-ilmiö, so I think it's capillary something in English, where, you know, if you put in like straws into like a glass of water, the water level on the straw is higher than the water level on the glass, and that's like capillaric. So it like lifts the water upwards, and the gravel, when it's washed, to make sure that there's nothing smaller than 6 millimeters in it, it prevents the water from going upwards. So when we like this whole area you're seeing that we have dug up, the whole area will be the filter cloth. Yeah, capillary effect. Yeah, that's what I was trying to find the words for. So to prevent capillary effect, we will have like a filtering cloth to prevent the dirt mixing with the washed gravel. And then the washed gravel will be for that reason that there's no capillary effect inside it. So the foundation will remain dry for as long as there's like walls and a roof above it. So that's the next step, and then the foundation will be laid in concrete. So you are correct with the concrete, but there will be plenty of steps before we get that far. So. But yeah, here in Finland, I think everyone does the foundation in concrete, unless you have like basically if you have like a cottage or like in Finnish you would say kevyt rakenne, so like a lighter structure, so like a summer house or something. You could maybe put that on top of like sort of like these bricks, basically. So you wouldn't need like a concrete foundation. But anything that's heavier and anything that you're supposed to live in, you definitely need to have. You definitely need to have a foundation, and those are always laid in concrete. Like even if you have a house that's made with wood, like a lumber house and stuff, they always have a concrete foundation and footing. Oh yeah, Gatak is getting a phone call, so I won't reply to him. Nat is saying we are a reflection of the streamer, but does that make me a liar, Nat? What the hell? Can't believe you made me into a liar just because I watch your streams. I never thought I look in the mirror and it's Nat that's looking back at me. Can't believe this. yeah, I'm curious how far we should dig it, because this trench we're digging this way, like I mentioned, we don't want to take it too far so that we can still drive from here, but also the end of the, like this side has been made with the scoop, not this kind of bucket thing. I don't know the English words for that either. I really need to start extending my vocabulary. Can't believe. Yeah, about yeah, I've done that so many times. So yeah, Gatake, I think knows about the DM business. But yeah, capillary effect is the one we are trying to avoid with this washed gravel. And it's actually quite expensive, like compared to anything else you can like buy from them. So, because you can like buy different kinds of stone material, but of course since that's washed and it needs to be made sure that there's nothing smaller than the 6 millimeters. It needs to be. There's like the process for making it is obviously harder, more time consuming, and therefore it's more expensive. So. But yeah, the eventual filling of the house, so when we like make the foundation and then start filling the rest of the house, that we'll do with sand. Because afterwards, after we have this capillary gravel here, we'll have the foundation, and inside the foundation we'll again put in another, like those filter cloths. And those filter cloths are there then to prevent the sand from going inside the gravel. Because again, if we have this washed gravel and then we put in sand and it gets mixed, we have the capillary effect. So we don't want anything to go in that washed gravel. So we have to have like a filtering cloth on both sides. I'm trying to get all the stones in there so that I could scoop them up at one time, like at one go. I don't know how much of the struggling hydraulic noises you can hear, because that's part of the driving this machine, is that you get these sounds of struggling hydraulics. Yeah, I guess there were enough stones that we take this to the back of the plot. Because the thing is that these piles we have next to these trenches are of course used to fill the trenches then, but with the pipe in there, and we will have to put some like gravel on the bottoms of those trenches, so we don't need as much ground or dirt as we have dug up from there. So now and then we can go in and eat these buckets to the back of the plot. I think this is my trusty corner that I've been using so far. We can't hear Avant cry. Okay, so it's censoring those sounds. I guess they are like maybe like high enough, like high pitched enough that you're not hearing. But I think you heard the squeaking of the steering wheel back then, so I would assume it's similar to that. Maybe it's not squeaky enough, because the steering still does squeak a bit. Not, I don't think as much as before, but still here and there you can get some rat noises from it. I guess a few more scoops and we're done with this. Because like I mentioned, the end here, though, I will actually drive you closer so I can easily explain. But these these trenches we see here on the edge of this, or like the front side of the plot. So this one here, these were dug by my father with just like a larger scoop, like a wider thing. Oh yeah, you can. Sorry, yeah, I read that wrong. So you can hear. Okay, that's what I assumed. So yeah, sorry, I completely misread that. I can't believe I misread that. Because there's the room we have to turn around with this decreases each time we take a scoop. But then again, this one does rotate in extremely small space, so that's mostly an excuse up until it's like only one Avant width that we can use. Because this one almost rotates like not needing any space. There's some stones in there as well, but I don't think there's that large ones or that many, so I guess we'll drop it on the proper pile. You can already see that there's actually is a... Oh wait, was there? I was thinking that there's a massive rock in there, but maybe it was just the ground being compacted. But the angle I go for in here also like affects which direction I'm digging, because like I've mentioned earlier, we can't like go sideways with this. So it has a... It's more important than one could maybe think. But yeah, I'm also expecting a few phone calls today, but we'll see. I should not notice them coming in because I have my watch on, and my watch will wriggle when I get a phone call. But then again, with this whole machine shaking back and forth, it could be that I'm missing all of those. Let's hope not. Mainly the one I'm waiting for is from the bank, so wouldn't want to miss that phone call. Because of, like I mentioned in the start of the stream, that pretty much the future of this construction depends on the loan negotiations with the banks. So we can go all the way to the foundations with the money we have right now, but anyway, further from the foundations we would need a loan, or I would need a loan, because it's me personally here so far. Yeah, I could actually check if my phone has any notifications. The only ones I see are like memes from my friends on Instagram, so I guess there's time to get back to those after stream. But yeah, it's 2 p.m. Just past 2 p.m. We've been streaming for 5 hours now. I feel like we've made quite a good progress, especially considering that we started the stream with setting up the camera for you guys to see this, and that took us like, I think at least the first half an hour was spent there. So then I think it took at least an hour for us to get the lunch done. So it was my brother came in and interrupted us eating, and then it was just me being extremely slow with the eating. there's a stone in there because it felt like it was struggling more than usual. But maybe it was just an odd angle. It was an odd angle I was trying to do it at. Oh, there is actually plenty of rocks there. Just gonna drop it in here front of us. So I don't want to put too much to the sides because there's the sewage pipes. I don't want to put pressure on them. So I guess it's a few more scoops. Trying to see if the depth is good enough, but I'm hoping it is. I feel like it has to be because, like, looking from the, like, where it starts, I don't know how can I show you where it starts, from like right there, it feels like it's higher than we are here, so as it should like go the opposite. So it like goes away from this way to the back of the plot. So I think we are way easily high enough, or like deep enough here. Another massive scoop. Trying to see at what point will I reverse into the sticks, showing the corners of the buildings. But yeah, there's another bucket, so similar to what we just dug, the like a larger hole, and that's on the corner. I mentioned in the earlier in the stream that we need to dig that one, so we could actually try and see how well that would work. Because, like I mentioned, I have doubts of how well we can reach it from here, but we'll see. Because I actually don't know what's the solution if we can't reach it, because we basically have to, one way or another, because I think the long and cumbersome way to do it would be to move the piles of ground on the other side. But I'm hoping we don't have to go for that, because that will be time consuming. You can see that the stone I was trying to get in doesn't want to. I can't believe this. Maybe not. No, still denied. Can't believe this. Maybe if I go backwards and try to push it in there. There's so many stones at the edge of here. Can't believe this. There it is. Maybe now we'll scoop it up. There we go. Now that's scooped. I think we had Citronelli here earlier, because she was the one that suggested that we get a camera showing the view from the Avant machine. So I don't know if she was here when we were driving with this, or if she was here only for the eating part. but I guess for stream I think this makes a lot more sense, and I can easily like leave this like this mount I set up into this Avant machine, so I only take the camera with me. So it will be faster in the future to get this same angle as you're seeing right now. I'm assuming no new messages. I'm not seeing many messages after Egunas. I don't see any, so I'm hoping I'm still seeing all the new ones. Could maybe test with my own phone to be sure. But yeah, compared to my chest level view, I think you are getting a, because I mentioned in the early, when I started with this, that I think you're seeing better than I am from here, unless I like lean forwards. But at least I'm quite confident that you're seeing as much as I am. Yeah, we're lucky. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm paranoid because in the first streams I had different chat programs I was using, and then like after stream I noticed that they were like I think like approximately 50% of the messages that were sent were never delivered to me on my chat phone. So that's why I have this. I'm almost neurotic with with trying to see that. I hope I'm seeing all the messages and no one's getting ignored. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, this chat program using this is real-time chat, which is something Nat recommended. Has so far been working like a dream, so that was a really good recommendation from Nat. Yeah, chat not working makes you paranoid real quick, speaking from experience too, yeah. Yeah, because that's the worst thing starting out, is that if there's people coming in saying hello and stuff and you're just not reacting to it. Especially like you would definitely want to, so it's a sad time if you simply can't see those messages. But yeah, so far this has been working better. I also had like, with the phone, I now have a separate mobile data on this chat phone, because previously it was shared with the same as what you're getting the mobile data you're getting the image from, so what I used with the Bella box. So previously I was using the same connection with that, but now I have a separate SIM card on that chat phone, so that's also helped and make it better, like more reliable. So there has been some improvements to the setup to make it better with the chat messages being visible to me. I don't think because I do have this one like reoccurring message there that like feel free to repost your messages, and if you ever notice me missing your message, feel free to put in like repost something in like in front of the message, so then I know that it's a repost and I can go and look that the original one is actually missed and not just like not visible for me. Lurking and enjoy the construction ASMR while I'm working on my thesis. Once in a while I will come and troll the troll master. I can't believe you called me a troll master. Master bueno. But yeah, no worries. This is like, for like content wise, I think this is like repetitive quite fast. So depends on like what you're doing while you're watching and stuff, that whether or not this keeps you entertained. for me, I think I would be most interested with the different methods of building, especially like if I were from like a different country. It would be interesting to see how people are doing construction, but for that purpose you would only need to like come and go like briefly to like see the different work phases. And of course that's still like completely valid. I don't mind you coming in briefly to see what are we working on next. Because I feel like this rainwater pipe thing has taken us a long time already and will still take us multiple days. I guess it gets more interesting when we hopefully get to the walls and stuff, so we'll see. We'll see what the content is like back then, if it's just me struggling with eating like it so far has been. But I guess these are like the last scoops, maybe if not the last scoop I can do before I would need to switch to the wider one. Because the wider one you can see we have driven past it a few times, but that wider thing is something you can aim from like your front, because this one basically can like dig with like as you reverse, so like sideways basically, but with the other scoop you can go like from the side, from what you're like trying to dig. So all the other stuff you've seen here, like the more shallow stuff, those have been done with the wide scoop. Yeah, we'll take a few more scoops if we can, and then we'll switch location. I'm curious on if we could work on that other well or barrel or what you call it. Because we might need to move the ground a bit, but I don't think that would still be like an issue. It would just take us some time, but time is what we have at the moment, so that's not a problem. We'll take a scoop from here and hope that there's not too many large stones in there. I'm really close to the sticks already. I guess we could one thing we could do after this is that we could go and see how straight the line is we have now dug up. So whether or not we've been making it between the buildings or whether it goes somewhere else. It's also like whether or not we can even turn around here. I think this is the last scoop we took because it's getting harder to maneuver. I know my father would have no trouble. I need to go back and forth like the amateur I am out there. But yeah, we got a one victory because we didn't knock down those sticks we put up, the white ones that are marking the corners of the building. But yeah, basically I'll drive you guys so that you can see some of the rents we dug, and I will go and see from between those two sticks that whether or not we did a good job or not. So I'll leave you guys somewhere like here for the time being. I guess something like this would work. Also turn off the machine when not in use, because like I mentioned earlier, we might be running out of diesel at some point. There's still plenty, so I think it will be mostly tomorrow that we'll run out, unless I go get some more. I should have plenty of time to get more, so that should not be an issue. But yeah, to me it's looking like it goes between those two sticks, so I don't think we've done too bad of a job. I wonder what this cable is. Where should it go? Can we put it somewhere there? Will it stay there? Maybe. Hopefully that was the right call, huh? But yeah, I'll go between these two and see how far from the foundation are we. Because I can see there's the one stick is onto the left and then there's the longer one on the right. And it would need to go between these two. And luckily there's, like I mentioned, 1.8 meters between these two. So there should be plenty of space. And we are all the way within these two sticks. So we've done a good job. Very nice. Very nice. I'm checking the battery levels. There's 63% on my chat phone, which is a lot. It's actually really way more than I was expecting. Because I guess it depends on the light of day, because it depends on how bright the screen needs to be. So I guess since it's not been that sunny, it doesn't take as much battery. Very nice ditch, yeah. We're making a very nice ditch. But yeah, so then we would need to make sure the elevation is correct so that it goes from there and drops down towards that side. So that would be the next step with the gravel and stuff. But for the depth, it's looking like it's good. Because that point there is higher than here, so we have room to increase it. But yeah, I guess the rest of this we would need to dig from the side. So like I mentioned, that these ones here at the end are made with like the wider scoop, so you can go, well, my father at least can go with it and dig with that too, with the whole weight of the Avant machine on it. I don't know if I have the level of experience to do that, to pull that off. There's a massive stone here. Can I actually lift it? Because you know you should be lifting with your back now. You should never. Can't believe I did this. But yeah, it's not that heavy. But yeah, you would then go with the rake the bottom of these ditches and make sure there's no rocks, like larger ones. That will be on the pipes then. But yeah, this is looking good. And that should be deep enough. There is the barrels over there, so we could also like test this, but I guess we would need to shovel it a bit to make it rounder. But I guess it's already, and the good side with this, I don't know how well you can see me, but the good thing about the well or barrel thing we dug deeper there is that we can still go from the side here. So there's like easy access from the sides to make it deeper if needed. But I don't think it's lifting with your back is fine as long as it's not too heavy. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. But yeah, you don't need to use your legs in like the lightest stuff. But anything like 10 kilos plus, I guess you should start with your legs. But yeah, I guess it's time to try and see what can be done with the other barrel we need to make. Trying to see if we can go from the side here, so basically behind you guys. Actually, I could move the Avant machine so you could see as well what's the next mission. Because there's no point in us changing this scoop or whatever you call it to the other one as long as we still have stuff that we need to dig with it, because changing it back and forth takes time. Citronelli asking the topic of Egguna's thesis. If Egguna is here to answer. I know some of it, but I don't think I can completely quote what the thesis title is. That would be a challenge for me to try and remember it, or dare. But yeah, sorry, I will close the door again. Smack. And then we'll continue. Also, Citronelli, I mentioned earlier, now that you're here, that you were the one asking for this Avant perspective. Were you here when we were driving earlier? Or were you here when we were eating? So, have you seen this Avant perspective? I don't remember if you mentioned about it or not. But this is for you. So back to Avant machining. Back to the ASMR, guys. I will also open the soda so that I have to drink it today. Okay, so we carry on. We actually didn't even drop the bucket on the ground, which is I think something you should do when you're, I think at least when you're like stopping for longer time, so that you don't put strain on the hydraulics. So, resting all of the equipment on the ground when not in use. But yeah, so the next challenge, or the next thing we should work with is here. So basically I'll try to get it into a better spot so I can maybe show it with the bucket. So basically here on this corner you can see that there's like this, like an intersection basically. so here, maybe extend it a bit. You can see that it's like a crossroad here, so it's like a T intersection. And on this corner here we would need to dig a similar hole to what we just dug, like a deeper one, so something like where my bucket is resting right now. So we would need to go here and like go way deeper than what it is right now. So the issue being, of course, that now that we have a certain depth already there, if we start digging from this side, it would mean that all of it gets like demolished. If I like scoop from here, I will scoop it towards me and it will like fill the other stuff. So it will be hard from this angle. It won't be much easier from like if we go then and try to get it from that side from here, because there's like a massive pile of ground in there, and then like trying to get getting the correct spot would be hard from that direction as well. So I guess it will still be easier from this side, even though it means that we will probably fill some of the stuff we've already dug and we'll have to redo that somehow, like slightly at least a bit. But I guess it just means a bit of shoveling at some point. So I guess it will still be better to go from this side than it is to try from there on the upper side. Eating XD, do you mean that I wasn't eating, I was just attempting, or were you here only for the eating? I can't believe this. But yeah, so this Avant camera you're seeing right now, this is thanks to your feedback. So there's like a mount on the arm you can use when you're trying to get yourself inside this, and there's like this, I think it was for like bike handles, this GoPro mount which I bought. So you're on one of those. I'm writing about how one Finnish folk writer, Heikki Meriläinen, aims his books from 19th century to the folk people, something like that. Cool, I also wrote my bachelor's on 18th literature. Oh, cool, I didn't know that. Yeah, me neither. Even though I've been following Citronelli's academic path, seeing that we were studying at the same time, I didn't even, or maybe we have discussed it, but I have to say I haven't registered it anywhere, that I haven't saved that information anywhere that it would have stuck. So I guess we'll go from here and we'll see what happens. I think whether we want to or not, we will absolutely demolish the previously dug. Because we don't need it to be all the way there, we just need to have like a deeper hole here that we can then have the pipes go out of. So we see. It's also like extended as far as it can go, so we basically can't go any further than this unless we somehow drive closer, but then there's the risk that we, wait, is there space? Can we go forward? We can go forwards a bit, not too much. because then there's the risk that we drop into the hole. There's a stone in there. Actually 2. Let's see if we can scoop those stones up. Or at least the bigger one. We done did it. Yeah, so I guess we'll just start digging here, because the pipes, they have plenty of space to go around it. So this intersection we have here, there should be plenty of space for that. As long as we make the hole deep enough for the barrel or well or whatever you call it. We'll just then need to make sure the rest of it is as good as before, so we'll just have to do some scooping at some point. My academic path is unemployment. Please don't follow. Can't believe you said this. Unfortunate, yeah, that is true. So there goes one large stone once again. But yeah, at least Citronelli, you're moving closer. There's some good news. You can come in helping with the construction. Can't believe you're so eager to help that you're willing to move closer to us. Can't believe this. Take a spin from this side, hopefully getting it better, angled better for this well position. I feel like my tire was already in the edge. You guys, I think you can see the tire better than I do. We are so much further than we were earlier. What happened? It's also like a rock underneath one of the tires, which made it move weirdly. Drop this because there's like grass roots and stuff here. Yeah, let's see if we can. So I feel like my strategy there was wrong, so I wasn't really digging downwards. I also might not be in the same spot as I was before, so let's see if we can fix those 2 things. Get it in a better position. Like here maybe. So it might be that we extended too much so that we don't have like, it doesn't go downwards as much as it could. As much as it could. There's also maybe a stone there. Once again, at least 3 stones there. Mine would be also, thus I'm planning on going back to nursing in some form. Yeah, that would be nice. Should be jobs in that field. trying to be careful with how I empty this bucket because I don't want to be emptying it back into the trench we've dug. Just smack that rock. Wait, what is that? It's like a tube of some sort. I might have to go and check. It could be like paint or something. Something weird. There's a treasure of some kind. Probably construction waste of some kind, but still it was interesting to see what it is. Yeah, but I would also once again need to check how deep we need to make this pit for the well thingy. Because I don't think it goes as deep as it did as the previous one did, so we might not even have to go that deep. So I will actually check that while I also go and check the. Maybe I should just lower this thing in there then. Wait, although there was this thing I was supposed to get from there. It's almost like a spray paint can or something. I'll just turn this off here and go and check what is it. But first I'll check the pictures for the barrel well thingy. Also see I've gotten a picture from Semhan Foraki. So he's at work at the moment, and I got a picture of him in some protective gear. So that was looking ominous. Okay, so it's 70 centimeters from the bottom to the French drain. And basically 550 to where the pipe gets out of it, but for that it doesn't really matter what height it gets out as long as it's of course below the entrance level. But yeah, I'll go and check because it could be that we don't even need to dig that too much underground, because there will be quite a lot of ground on top of it. So if it's the exit and depth of it will be 2250, and then let's see again. Take a picture back with your futuristic invincible safety gear. I don't know what kind of safety gear I would need to have inside inside this machine. Like, what's the worst that could happen to me is, I don't know. I can hear the wind is howling. It's like in Witcher 3. Wind is howling. So I don't know if there's... Chat keeps you safe. Yeah, I'm trusting you guys. Trusting you guys to keep me safe. But yeah, so the poisto, so the exit depth of the well we are gonna be working with is 55 centimeters from the bottom of the well, and if it's exiting it at, it will be then 2190. Trying to think of the other heights we have here. Going to do some quick maths, because I do have all the different depths Yes, so I will just check those. Okay, so here it says that the bottom of the well will be in height 22. So it will be, will be quite a lot deeper than. And then, so the depth that the Avant machine is right now is 2290. So we need to be 90 centimeters below where the tires are on an Avant machine basically. But actually we could already be somewhat close. I'll have to take the measuring stick out again, but seeing that, because we should be something like 50 centimeters maybe with 40 centimeters maybe with the trenches, so it only need to be like twice what the trench is deep, and already where you see that the bucket or whatever you call the digging tool is, it's already quite deep there, so it might not have to be that much deeper, so we'll just have to then tidy up the base of this. But yeah, I will go and take out that what looks to be like a spray can of some sort, because we don't want that roaming around here. But first I will take a sip of Jaffa, so orange soda. The wind is really picking up. I hope you didn't get too much of a gulp ASMR. But yeah, I'll go for a second. You could actually even measure it, maybe while I'm at it. But yeah, let's see what that is. It's deodorant spray. It's like the really old kind, because it's like Mennen, which is like a Finnish like for men. No way would I need to put it for you guys to see it. Yeah, you can see it. It's also bent. Can't believe someone bent it. Yeah, this is the treasure we found. It says Dio spray. But it's crazy to see that how well it has preserved. Like all the text is still like readable from. You can still read all the text underneath. It says that the Mennen Company, New York, London, Paris. It's apparently from Turku, Finland. Wild Moss deodorantti sisältää harvinaisten luonnonkasvien villeimmät hienot tuoksut. Se pitää teidät raikkaana ja miellyttävänä koko päivän. Aerosoli. Tilavuus 125 kuutiosenttiä. Ei saa säilyttää eikä käyttää yli 50 asteen lämpötilassa. Farmos Oy Turku. Then the same in wait. Because there's like two different languages after it, but the one is Swedish, but what's the other then? Because they both look Swedish to me. Why would there be two Swedish? There is another one. Okay, so there's another one already. What a treasure, yeah. But it's crazy that you can see like Mennen on it, because I know that that's like the oldest. Like Mennen, I think is like almost like a meme worthy, like old fragrance for men. So some like old folks still use it because they've used it for like whenever they came up with it. I'm too afraid to press it. Like you could press if there's anything coming out, but seeing that it's already bent and stuff, I'm assuming not. Not enough gulp. Can one even enjoy soda with that little gulp? I can't believe this. Oh, there is another one in the yeah. So there's another one in there already. I wonder how dirty were the people here if they needed 2 aerosols of Mennen. Smelly people. Can't believe this. But yeah, I'll take this to trash. There's also the stone that was underneath my tire. I'm not sure if I should maybe move that while I'm at it. I can kick it about. There we go. I don't know if you could see that. I don't think you could. You can just hear about the stories of stones in the way. But yeah, I'll take the measuring stick while I'm at it, so just have to go around now since there's so many trenches being dug. So many new trenches. But yeah, I guess if I get the depth of the well today, we could then continue tomorrow with first step would be to switching the scoop to the other one. Since then I don't think there would be that many things that would still require this, like an excavator head. I don't know what that is called. Maybe we can sell it online. We'll sell them like pristine unused, because that's what they basically were, right? Hardly used. Although I've seen like people are like actually selling like barely used deodorants and stuff, which to me sounds crazy, but maybe I shouldn't judge. But yeah, let's take the measuring stick to get once again approximate measure, because we need to then check these with the shovel and the rake and stuff, so we just need to know that we're deep enough so that we can get the levels and stuff then afterwards. So we can measure approximately how deep is the excavation right now. Although it's harder now since the level we should compare it to is actually where your tires are. So it will be harder to tell. Maybe if we can just put this here and it will stay like that. We can once again go from the side and see approximately what height are we. Or then not. Can't believe you. Why did you trip it? Which one of you guys was it? Is there no ground inside? You were supposed to hold it steady, chat. Because we need to keep it like approximately straight up so that it's still like reasonably readable. If it's like sideways, you can't really measure height with it. But yeah, if we need to go like 90 centimeters from where the Avant machine is, we're still quite far off. We would need to go for at least like 20-30. This POV is kind of like Resident Evil static camera angle. Let's hope there's less horror elements here. But yeah, so there is still plenty of digging to be done here. I think we need to go maybe like another 40 centimeters to be safe. So there's more than a few scoops that need to be done still. But yeah, it's good to measure once in a while, so you know there's still work to be done. I will just return the measuring stick to paukku now. No more treasures were found. Yet at least. Chat plays Avant. Chat should be able to control the Avant. We could give you a little whoop. Yeah, I need to program that. That shouldn't be too hard. Just a few levers here and there, and then we would have a remote working Avant machine. That sounds something that some military would immediately start using. So maybe we won't go there. Was there something I was supposed to come and get while I went for the Avant paukku? Or am I making it up? I'm actually gonna check what is the angle you're seeing. Oh yeah, I was supposed to check. I don't know if there's a way to check how much battery I have left on the. How much battery is there left with the wireless microphone? Because I could maybe change the microphone while I'm here. seeing that when we run out, you will have to tell me that okay, now it's completely muted, and when we do run out, I don't know how easy it is for me to go in and change the microphone on the fly, so could maybe preemptively change it. Although I don't know if I still have to do something on the Bella box side. I guess we'll have to see how well it works. But I guess I could at least take the microphone case with me, so when we inevitably will need to change the microphone, I don't have to go run to Paukku for it, so that it'll be faster. Because I'm seeing that we've been streaming for 5 hours 51 minutes, if I'm saying correctly. I think I am. So the microphone lasting for like 6 hours is what it will last last time, and I don't think there has been anything to preserve it this time either. So we'll just go in and get the microphones. Where are they? Can't believe you hid the microphones now too. Oh yeah, there they are. Because it might be that I have to unplug and replug the microphone in so that it starts searching for it again. Army of chat controlled Avant. What is this? Imagine you guys were just like, it would be like bumper cars basically. I can already see that there would be like 5 Avant machines here, and all of them would be like, every 5th command would be for one of them. So if you would be spamming like up or like forwards, all of them would like go forwards, because like every 5th of them would go for each of those, and that would be absolute mayhem. I think all of you guys would be like lined up next to the neighbor's wall, or like crashing into them, if not like sideways into these trenches that we're digging. But I'm 100% positive that there would be no progress made with chat trolling the Avant machines. Oh yeah, I lost my gloves. I'll take them back. No, we would keep Finland safe. But yeah, the wind is really cold. I'm really happy I'm inside the Avant machine, because it's really, really cold outside. But yeah, here I am back inside it. You didn't see me because I snuck up here. Oh, sorry. I also smacked everything. Wait, the door didn't close. Did I actually smack the cable too? Hopefully that didn't do anything. But yeah, back to the machine. I'm back. I got a part-time job. Wait, what happened? Can't believe this. Congratulations, my dude. But that's amazing. It just said you'll have to go and then come back with a job. You have to tell your secrets, because I know there's Citronelli is also looking for a job here, and if it's that easy that you just go BRB and then come back with a part-time job, that sounds amazing. Also Egguna, I think, is searching for a job, so that's big. City Market employee, by the way. Well, that's still amazing. Especially like if I were to like work in like retail and stuff, I would prefer it to be like part-time. At least like starting out, to see what it's like and stuff. So definitely a huge congratulations on the job. Very nice. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I don't think they like the salary wise and stuff like that. I think they are all good, everything. So I don't think there's anything other than congratulations in order. Although I know it's not like what you studied for, etc., but still like at this time it's still a lot to just get a job, so that's huge. There were once again this massive stone in there. Well, I don't think they're massive, but there's two of them. Yeah, I figured it's better for my CV. Yeah, definitely. Also that you can show that you weren't just like waiting for the job that fits your education, that you were staying busy. So for sure, like if you then like look up and search for jobs that are in your field, it would still be like better than like not having anything 100%. So that's great. Do you know the amount of hours you will be having? Is it from like 0 to something, or is it like 30, or because it like depends on how well you can then like plan out your finances if you have a solid range, you know, already. I think it was City Market. I think that's the, like they've been voted as the best job in many cities already because of like they reward their employees and stuff like that. So 25-week minimum hours. Yeah, that sounds good. They said that's like the amount they can promise. Yeah, but I would at least prefer that. Because for me at least, I currently work like 30 hours a week, so I have like Fridays off, and for me that's perfect. Because you then have like time for other projects as well, like this one. So I wouldn't complain about 25, especially if it's like a minimum 25, so you know that if needed there could be more given as well. Oh yeah, the soda ball keeps flipping and turning here. There's only like a small like soda holder here, but it doesn't really hold it upright. Can't believe Avant was not designed with drinking soda in mind. Are we in the air? Yeah, I won't turn down additional hours. Yeah, but still like 25 promised is a lot. Because in like today's economy, it could be like from 0 to something, and those are like basically worthless, depending on, of course, if there's hours, but you're like not being promised any is not a good sign. But yeah, immediately being promised 25 minimum is a good thing. But yeah, let me know when the mic dies, because we're really close to the 6-hour mark, and I'm assuming that's when the microphone will be like denied. But yeah, I'm glad you got some good news after the interesting interview had in the morning. So that's even better because of that disappointment. Can't believe the rocks keep slipping. Just drop this here so I can try again. Minimum 0-hour contracts are evil. Yeah, I agree. I've had one of those when I was working as a customer service for or like technical service for a ISP, so like an internet service provider. So I had a 0-hour contract, but even then it was mostly because I was still studying, so it was for me to have all the courses and stuff I needed, and it was basically so that I could take as many hours as I could do and still study. So in that setting it worked quite well, but even then I could have just as easily had a minimum of something hours, because I was working basically a minimum of maybe 15 hours or so I might as well have had that one in there. But for me it was luckily it wasn't really that bad, but I've heard some abusive stories of those, so definitely can't recommend getting those if at all possible not to. They're also sort of predatory in some fields at least. That bucket is so full, I don't think, can we make it without spilling it? Spilling it too much. Yeah, the guy at the office said he might have contacts into automation after he sees how I do on the job. Fingers crossed. Okay, that's amazing again. That's also a big thing. Zero contract was good only while I worked on the side while studying. I mostly worked every other weekend. Now that's a good bucket full. Yeah, this is a mad bucket. This is a scary good bucket. Because I'm afraid that I will spill it everywhere. I guess now we can already spill it, doesn't matter, but I'll try to not spill it inside the trenches. But yeah, that was a mad impressive bucket. Bucket maxing even, yeah. So we're starting to flex. Can't believe we have yeah, I'm gonna practice a little bit, and then I'm just here taking these massive buckets every time. Well, not even close, but hopefully at some point. There's also those stones in there that trying to get with me, but no, can't believe that stone is there. Come with me. Come with me now. There's apparently another stone on the side there that makes it hard. Yeah, don't know if we can get that one out. Now we got it loose. Got another quite a good one. I think it was as good as the previous one, but little humble brag never hurt nobody. Yeah, I'm known for bragging very much. But yeah, that was actually a good one. The thing I'm actually worried about with this is seeing that we are making quite a good hole in there for the bucket or the well or whatever you call the barrel or whatever, but the sides of that will also cave in. So now that we need to also fix the previous trench we've dug earlier, so for that I'm not sure how well we can fix it, but we will also maybe go with a shovel, because there would be a less risk of spilling it everywhere when we would use a shovel for that. We'll see. But I'm also thinking that the depth could also already be quite good, because we were, I think I mentioned something like 40 centimeters from where the 90 centimeters from where the wheels are at, and then 40-ish centimeters from where the current trench was at. So we might be going too deep if we continue too much. But yeah, I'm also the kind of person that doesn't like people that are full of themselves, so the line of like bragging and being full of yourself is it's a slippery slope. I guess we could go with the measuring stick to make sure, but I think we'll do a few more scoops and maybe try to level it a bit. There's also some larger stones in there. Now you can actually see there's quite a lot of wind. The wind is howling with the sand flying everywhere. Can't believe the wind is taking all the sand from our plot. Let's see if we can scoop those stones in there. Can't believe that one. I don't think it's coming with us now. Unfortunately, it's not. Less can we actually. We need to extend the beam, maybe then. No, unfortunately not. Can't believe this. So there is a massive stone at the bottom of our pit now. If only we had it with us, we would save one trip. What are you doing to the spots? I so lovingly leveled and measured. Yeah, exactly what I mentioned earlier, that unfortunately going for it at this angle will mean that it will destroy what we previously worked on. So Elina was already measuring and leveling. You were also supposed to put something in front of the hole with drills, so unfortunately there could be someone in the large barrel we put up, since the entrance to that is not covered. So maybe there's a rodent waiting for pipes to connect. I did it by hand, I cry, oh no. Don't worry, there will be plenty to do. Yippee! But yeah, the other option would have been to come from this side where we are right now, but there's so much ground in front of it that I don't know if we could have actually dug up that deep. Because we would need to get really close from that angle, and that would mean that we would have had to remove a lot of the dirt to get that close. There are the stones underneath there on Nemesis. But yeah, I guess we need to go and measure it now. Damn, the stone dropped. Can't believe this. So yeah, I'll just take this away and do another measure. How deep are we with the hole now? So if we should go and fix the damage we've done to Elina's measures. I do artisan construction stuff and you go rouge with the machine. Yeah, that's what happened. I have no excuses. The soda bottle keeps flying everywhere here. Is it really true that there's no like a proper holder for it? I don't think there is. Maybe there. There's on the corner, there's maybe a snugger fit. Let's see if the bottle stays there. Doesn't look like it's snug fit even though it first looked like one. But yeah, we're over 6 hours now and the microphone is, I'm hoping it's still working. Could be that the last time I was trying with the microphone that the setup time I took was longer than this time, so I was using it basically not like really using it, but that it was connected for longer than the stream lasted. Oh yeah, actually I could just drop this here for a second. Just shut it here for a second. I'll go shoveling. Well, first measuring and then maybe shoveling. Chat will know cause we'll lose the ambient Avant ASMR. Yeah, you should actually know this immediately because it goes completely mute. So, Avant sounds like a death trap for summer. No AC and no place for drinks. Yeah, that is actually true. It will be hot and with no hydrations nearby. But yeah, just let me know immediately and I will go. I'll do some microphone switching. Well, we could also like do it preemptively, so even though we know, even if we know that there's some like battery left, we could still switch it. It will be the same interruption, I guess, either way. Just checking if there's any messages I missed. Because when I'm like driving in the machine, it's hard to read while driving. Of course, you even shouldn't. You just never should do that. I think it's also like, at least like driving a car, it's like against the Twitch TOS to like read chat while driving. I don't know what's the what the TOS thinks about driving a machine like this, because there's like no traffic and stuff. But for safety, of course, I'm not going as fast and stuff like that when I'm looking back and forth. But it's mostly me looking like, is there a new message? But yeah, I'll go get the measuring stick. I will also get the shovel already nearby because I know we will need that as well. Just checking if you can see how well you can see how much of it is in the way. Because I guess in this case it's like not too beneficial to be like hoisted or stuck to the machine, since I'm not going to be using it for a second with the measuring stick and stuff. But yeah, I'm just going to finish my soda. Okay. Since there's no place to put it, I'll just drink it. But yeah, there's a interesting picture on the Avant machine that you're not supposed to like open the door if you're turned all the way, because the tire then gets in the way. But we are almost like straight, or how do you say it? So there's no issue with us. But that's an interesting thing which I haven't thought of, like seeing that how it turns from the middle of it. It can like turn so that it's in the way of the door. But yeah, I'll go get both the shovel and the measuring stick, because I think I will, either way I think I will finish with the shovel. The thing I'm looking at it is that whether or not it's large enough, the thing we dug, because it now goes towards the trench and I don't think we want it to be there, so I might have to go. We'll see, because the barrel thingies we use are quite large. So. Does the wheels turn too? That's a good question. I guess sort of no. So it only like turns from the middle point. So that, yeah, I don't think there's like any steering in that sense. Because if it did, I think it could also almost go in like stationary around it, but that's why it does need a bit of room to turn. Where did I put the shovel? Oh, there it is. So yeah, I guess because it like the wheels don't turn, it only turns from the middle of it. You can like damage like grass and stuff if you turn too aggressively. I could be wrong, but I don't think it. If it does, it doesn't do that much. Like I would say it doesn't turn the front wheels because it like from the side here. I don't think there's like any angle that it could turn. So I would say. Okay, microphone should be back. Okay, so we should be back now. Hopefully. Can you hear me? It's looking like it should work now. I will have to check the... Unless I have it muted or stuff. We back. Okay, sounds back. Okay, because when I like unplug the microphone at like the receiver for the wireless microphone, it goes to disconnect because the Bella box like loses the source for the microphone completely. But that's the easiest way to make it like search for the like the microphone again. So that's why I have to do it. That's why I have to put it. It goes briefly into the disconnect scene. But yeah, so it took us 6 hours 19 minutes for the, well, basically I would say like 6 hours 15. Is the microphone eating? Yeah, put it in the charger box. So it's getting lunch now. It's in here. So it's inside this box now. But yeah, I was yapping inside the pit there that we dug up. I don't know how much of that you heard since the sound died a bit. I think you could still see me, but you didn't probably didn't hear me. But yeah, the case is that it's around this proper like depth, but we would need to make it so that it's further towards the back here, because you can see that this is the trench we go for the rainwater pipes, and this barrel thingy needs to go somewhere here. So I will check with the Avant machine if I can go further here. There's this one stone on this side here that you maybe heard me earlier already. I clung to it, so maybe if we pull that out we can dig the corner better. Need to keep mics happy, yeah. But it's really beneficial to have these two microphones that we can like switch between them, and now that the other one is charging again, we should have a, if we ever go for like hours and hours, it shouldn't be an issue with how we can just charge the one and use the other always. Now that they should also be at the equal level of volume, because I think earlier the other one was more silent than the other. So when I switched between the two, there was a clear difference between the noise level. So that should now be the same for both of them. But I'll put the shovel and the measuring stick here so that I don't have to go too far to get them back. But yeah, Egguna, you were supposed to hide the hole we made for that barrel thingy, so if there's like critters and stuff, that they don't fall inside it. So if there are any rodents in there, let's put in a stone in front of it, waiting for the pipes. Yeah, volume seems to be the same. Yeah, I tried to put it so that it's the max volume on both of them, so that there would be a difference when using. But yeah, but luckily we haven't had any of those disconnects, because I think it was last Thursday that we had, like a week from now, that we had like periodically just like brief 1 second, 2 second like disconnects, and we had multiple of those. I'm still assuming it's like mobile data related, so that we just had a hiccup with the mobile data. But we've not had any of those today, so, and I don't think we had those in like last Friday either, so that's good. But yeah, the wind is again going to my bones. But yeah, I guess that thing that if we want to dig it further in there is gonna be interesting, how much of it will collapse. But I guess we'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. So yeah, let's continue with the Avant machine. So I will once again climb back here. Now that we know the depth is good, now we only have to make it further back, or like, yeah, I guess further back is one way to say it. Now again I have to close the door and try not to put the cables in the way. There we go. How much diesel do we have? There's another question we could have. It's not on the red, but it's the next one from it, so it's actually like halfway between there basically being nothing in it, and but yeah, I guess we will definitely have enough for today, but we'll see. Well, I know I will have to go and get some more for tomorrow, so just have to remember, go by the gas station. I think I will also have to ask my father what the size of the tank here is, so, because I'm curious because I think the canister I have is 20 liters, and I don't dare to fill it all the way because I don't want it to spill. So if it's like 18 liters or so, how close are we to filling it all the way? Because let's say that if the tank here is like 25 liters, then like if it's 1/4 remaining, there would be like possibility of overfilling it. So I would be interested in how large of a tank is here. I think I already asked that last time. I think Semhonporaki was googling it, that like he looked it up, but I still can't remember what it was. So I'll need to look that up again or ask my father. But yeah, we would need to go further back, so somehow we would need to go further. Well, actually we can go a lot further, what the hell. The only issue here is that if I start digging, will my tires pull forwards? Because that's the easiest way to go in the ditch myself. Trying to collapse it a bit so that it wouldn't like pull me in the ditch, because I think we're really on the edge right now. So I'm trying not to fall into it, and I'm also trying to like drop the stuff in it so that I could just scoop it up then. Because I think if we can like make it the same depth in that edge area there. Oh wait, we're in like a extremely twisted corners here. Let's take this scoop away. Don't bother my rodents. Can't believe you have already the rodents in there. They're just waiting. But yeah, I guess digging this one and maybe getting it finished would be the last thing for today. So I think I will need to do some shoveling to finish it. But when we are happy with it, I guess that will be the last thing for today. But it would also be interesting because I think it will be here until like the next week, because we are planning. My father will be here next week and like Thursday, and my mother will be here as well, but I don't know how much he will be here on the plot. But yeah, that should be well deep enough. Yes, we could still clean the bottom of it so that there's not that much stuff in it. I'm still curious like whether or not I should go with a shovel or with this machine or on the side of that trench we just dug. Because it would be possible with this too, but how much of it would like fall back into it? There's also like not that much, so it should be easy to shovel. I'm also curious if we should dig it a bit from the side here so that there would be more space. I think we could try at least. Oh wait, there's a stone there. Should have known. See if we can take it loose. Okay, now it's loose. It also maybe prevent the whole trench from collapsing if we take from the sides a bit. Getting some kind of notification on my watch. Also, I see Elina sent me a message about the microphone dropping. I assume it was back when it died. Yes, they live in the well. If the door is open, they are not home. Oh dear. Oh yeah, now I understand what happened. So when I have this chat phone next to my watch, it tries to connect them somehow. I think they can maybe sense that they are like really close to each other, so I have to make sure that my watch is not resting on my chat phone. So yeah, sorry about that disturbance there. That was just me getting confused with my electronics. But yeah, what do you say, Chad? Do we do it with the shovel, the side of these, or do we do it with the Avant machine? So basically meaning this here that you're seeing. So I feel like if we do it with this, it could lead us to dropping all of the stuff inside there. But then again, if we do drop all of it inside there, doesn't really matter, because we can just, you know, take it from there then. I don't think that's like a problem in that sense. But I think we need to drive it more like straightforwards to it, as opposed to how we're there now. So something like this. Maybe now we would be able to scoop it. Avant sounds like more fun. Yeah, that's actually true. It means less muscle and more fun. Less muscles are required and more fun will be had. Assuming, of course, that I don't completely botch it. Something like this. I don't know how even it became, we'll see when we eventually drop this bucket. We can also like press down on it, but I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. The boom is so extended that it's like far away from me to see where it's aimed at. I guess it's not too bad, because we need to, like, the end of it needs to be checked with the rake and shovel and stuff, so I guess it's good enough. I guess we could then do the same with the other side. Then last thing would be to clean what dropped into the pit we dug. So this side here has been clogged. That was not too good. We'll have to do again. Have to try again. It could be that I'll still be there with the shovel, but I guess I've like saved myself quite a lot of work with this already. that's quite good. There's a few stones in there, but I think we'll shovel them. Shovel them then. Now for the pit we dug up, I think we dropped in a lot of stuff already there, so I think we need to go there again. Yeah, we actually filled it. So let's go. Let's do this again. That should do it. Trying to see if it was really close that the stone there fell back into the trench, but luckily it didn't. But yeah, I guess that could be all for the Avanting today. Mayhaps. I could maybe place you guys so that you would see me there, because I think I will still go with a shovel and see what it looks like. I'll just place you guys to the side here, so that you hopefully see something. I will have to put the bucket down, so that will most likely be in the way a bit, but hopefully not too much. Let's see what it looks like now. If we made it any better or worse. I'm assuming you can see here. But yeah, I think we can get the barrel here somewhere. I think we need to do some more digging when we have the barrel with us, but at the moment I don't think it makes much of a difference to do any more of this. But yeah, it's definitely deep enough now. That's really good, because now we can put in some gravel and stuff underneath to finalize it. But yeah, for the shoveling work I was thinking of taking this ground, because it's not like sandy ground, it's mostly like ground you grow like grass and stuff in, so I think we want this here, so take some of it out with the shovel. There's some on the other side as well, so I guess I need to go there too. But yeah, the question is how much of this will just pour back into it. I guess we'll know in the future how much of this has fallen back in. But yeah, there should now be plenty of space to go around with the rainwater pipes, even with the perusvesikaivo or the barrel thingy there. I need to go to that side. I wonder if I can just step over it, or if that means collapsing. There's some pieces of concrete here as well, so from like the previous house that was built here. I'm assuming like the foundation from that or something like that. Because I don't think like when they deconstructed that house, they probably took all of the wooden material or the brick materials and stuff, but I think for most of the concrete stuff they tried to bury it so that you wouldn't need to take it away into like landfills and stuff. Because basically all the landfill stuff you pay by the weight, and if you take in concrete and stuff, you're just paying for for the weight, and that's like heavy stuff. The barrel will hopefully be installed next week. So that's why I'm not gonna be too stressed about it yet. Because if we'll be doing those like next Thursday and next Friday, like a week from now, like anything can happen. It can like fill itself again. But just so that we know that we can do them with this, and I think there's still, it will be like work done that doesn't need to be done then, I hope at least. Some of it at least can be progress towards it. Because then I will have my father here, so he'll be helping me with the barrels. And that should be, then we could like finally install the pipes and stuff. So that's exciting. Yeah, it's weird to see here because I don't know if you can see the bigger barrel thing, but that should be the lowest point. And to me, like when I look at it, it looks to me like it's like going downwards from there towards me. So like the opposite of how it's supposed to be going. But I think Elina measured those, and it should be like it takes the ground, like the elevation drops towards it. But it's also because like the ground levels here are all over the place, so it might be like perspective lying to me, which I'm assuming it is. But yeah, that's I guess all the Avant machining today. I think I will take the measuring stick and the shovel back to Paukku, and I will drive the Avant machine back where we have parked it, so behind the Paukku. And then I guess we are ending quite soon, I assume then. What time is it now? It's almost 4, so I think it's a good time in that sense too. That we've almost been here for a work day. I did measure it, but no, 2/3 of it is gone. I cry. Yeah, some of it is gone. I don't think 2/3 is true. I think that's exaggerated a bit. But yeah, we need to do some more measurings. But the thing is that we need to have that barrel thing in there, because there's no point in us putting in that pipe from this black barrel thingy and then with the pipes in there try to dig that well in, or the barrel in there, because that just means that we get all the pipes everywhere, and like you saw that the ground collapses and stuff, and if there was like a pipe in front of what I was digging with the Avant machine, that would have never worked. So it definitely needs to be done in this order. But I guess the work you did with showing us the level was also beneficial for seeing how deep we need to dig in the future parts. How will the rodents roly-poly home after eating their stomachs full? I don't have an answer for that. Let's say that was not on my mind when I was reading through the designs here. Is how the rodents can get into our house from the rainwater pipes. To be completely honest, I hope none of the rainwater pipes will be connected to our house anyway, except for exterior. So I'm hoping they won't get through that way, but I guess you will make a room for them or some ways. You will drill holes to our walls to make the rodents feel welcome. But yeah, I'll drive the Avant machine towards the parking area, I guess. I have to say the camera bag is making it harder to get inside it, like it's in the way. But other than that, I think the camera system is good. Yeah, I have to check the time that it is. Really almost 4 p.m. already, but it is. We are also nearing the red line for like running out of fuel. So I guess regardless we would like have to end soon with this anyway. But yeah, we can have another soda here before we call it a day. I'll just take this. But yeah, to your left you can see the scoop I was mentioning earlier, the wider one. So that's what we'll use next with when we'll do those. Okay, we didn't have enough RPMs for this immense steep hill we're trying to climb. So I'll just put in more. Because usually when you drive this thing you want to have it like 1800 RPM, so that's what my father said when you're using it with the hydraulics and stuff. But I was assuming you wouldn't need to like increase the RPMs for just driving, but I guess that was a steep enough hill that it shut down to protect itself when it was like trying to fight so hard, got nowhere. In the end, it shut down. So I think it was somewhere here. And then we'll just see the angle of this scoopy scoop. I'm actually unsure what would be the optimal angle here, because I think my father said that like for removing this thing it would be different. But yeah, I guess that will be an interesting battle I will have ahead of me. Is when I will actually try and remove this bucket and switch the other one. Yeah, stalled. Yeah, the engine stalled with the with the uphill there. So I done goofed it. But yeah, I have to say I completely forgot that since I just started it, I had it at the lowest RPM. But yeah, I was still assuming I wouldn't need to increase it just for the driving aspect. My library door is always open for rodents. They like eating fresh stuff, so my dusty old books are safe. I will spread some jam on your books to make it inviting for the rodents. But yeah, the engine stalled. Can't believe that happened to me. Such an amateur hour once again. But yeah, so I guess I'll take the camera with me to my... Oh wait, actually I should take the bag first, because it'll be harder with the camera in my hand. So now I'll take you guys. I'll have to turn you first, because the clip I have you guys on is harder to access with the limited space around it. Let's see if I can get my finger underneath it. There we go. So you can actually see the setup here. So this is the thing. These are the jaws that I need to had to open. Close shut the jaws of oblivion. Oh no, not the jam. Yeah, look out for the jam. But yeah, let's close it and lock it. Let's lock. But yeah, so for changing this thing, we would of course need to like open the hydraulics there. That's easy. Just press the red button and twist this handle upwards, like to the opposite direction. But the thing that I'm worried about doing this alone is that now that you open these, so these are the hydraulic locks, you need to like twist these upwards. So you pull these up and put them here. That's when they are open, and then you start like, I guess, turning this so that it no longer rests on this. But the thing is that I would need to put this guy somewhere where it would stay upwards, because I don't want this guy to fall and like smack like the end of it here on the sand and like do damage on the hydraulics and stuff. So I would need to make sure that it stays upright. Can you show how straight the ditch is? Of course, yeah, we can go and check that one. I'll just take the keys and then for the Avant machine you also want to take out this battery thing, so that makes the battery no longer connected, so you don't run out of battery at any point. But yeah, so basically here you can see you can already see from here so in here somewhere there's a stick, I can see it, but it's hard for me to see on the camera screen. So there's like this stick that's the cornerstone for the corner post for the building, for the main building, and then there's this like a taller stick that's for the garage or the secondary building, and then there's the two at the end of it. Those are the white ones. Those are also like the edges of the building. So the buildings basically go from this side and then of course from that side, and this should be in between those two and it should be straight. It's actually, now that I see it, it's not too bad. I don't know what you guys think, but to my eyes, like seeing it IRL, it's not too bad. It does like tilt a bit towards to that, like the right side. From here looking at it's a bit to the right, but to me it still looks like it's all definitely inside the corridor between those two buildings. Yeah, surprisingly good, very nice. Yeah, it's for the amateur hour we're here. It's really decent, because we can, like with the pipes, the pipes themselves are only like 11 centimeters in diameter, I guess. Yeah, that has to be it. So the diameter is 11 centimeters, 110 millimeters. So if we put them to like the left side of it, it's almost at the middle of the path anyway. Looks kind of phallic from this vantage point. Can't believe this. Veers a bit to the right, but not by much. Yeah, I can see the end goes a bit there, but like overall, I guess it's way better than I was assuming. Because like I mentioned, this pipe, or did I even mention, they are 6 meters long. So of course we can cut them and put in like angles and stuff. But if we had like curved it away like a lot, then we would have to like cut them and make it out of curves. But I think you can put in like a 6 meter long pipe in there. It's like straight enough for that easily, so it shouldn't be too bad. Pump up the jam, yeah. But yeah, I can see the folic shape, but maybe it's because the camera is so, the camera screen is so small, so for me it doesn't show much. And IRL I can't really see where that shape would come from. Like there's this one pile on the left, and of course it's like straight and long. I guess that's the only thing. But yeah, so that was what I was talking earlier about. So this black barrel here is the end point, or like it's not even the end point, it's the second last end point for the rainwater and also for the French drain. And from here there's gonna be one more pipe that goes towards the back of the plot. But this is now the elevation that we want to match all of these trenches that we've dug. So we want to match that, so that anything here is higher than this point here, so that the water comes towards here. So that's what I was talking about, how when Elina was making sure the elevation increased towards here was still important, even though we completely ruined that part, that corner there, with how we again had to dig in there. But yeah, I guess we could have one more soda break. It's surprisingly cold here again, so I'm debating whether or not I go inside for that or not. Because it was extremely warm in the Avant machine, seeing that it's like a closed space, so the wind didn't get to it. But here it is cold. But I also need to take those to the car, and there's also some cleaning I need to do. So I guess for that sake it would make sense to go inside. So I could do the house cleaning as well, because I think we don't want to put any organic stuff in this trash can here. So I think I will need to take the food plate and stuff with me, because I don't want to start like getting those friends of Elina's here, so the rodents. So for that reason I think we need to be wary of that. If I put anything organic in that trash bin, that I will take it with me then. How do you see if it's the right elevation? So to measure the elevation, you basically use a level. I guess that's the English word for it. I will close the door so that it doesn't smack the. But in these levels, there's this air bubble that moves based on whether or not you're higher or lower, or like smack middle. So with that, you can already see like if it goes downwards, which direction is it going downwards to. So that's basically with these rainwater pipes and stuff. It's the old vatupassi, yeah, exactly. So with these like rainwater pipes, it's not that like important whether it's like the angle of whether it's like 1 degree, 2 degrees. Well, I think mostly people are saying that it should be like 2 to 3 degrees with like sewage pipes. But for like rainwater pipes, as long as it goes the right direction, it should be good enough. So I guess there's like less stress with those than with like the sewage pipe, because with the sewage pipes, if those of you that are unaware, it's not like a good thing if it's in too much of an angle, because then the solid stuff will remain when the liquid will go forward. So with the sewage stuff, basically mean like bathroom and stuff. So those things you have to have them at a certain level. So it's like 3 degrees is the optimal. So that's what I've been told. You can of course check your drawings for whatever is used, but yeah, for like rainwater, as long as it goes to the right direction, it's only rainwater, so it's only water, it always goes to where it's lower. So with these, it's only about the vatupassi. We don't need to use anything else than the level I showed you guys. There's also the option of using like a laser. There's even like a specific laser for pipe works. I think the laser somehow put inside the pipe and it tells in there that whether it's good or not. I've never seen them or never used them either. But that's what the excavator operator was telling that he is used to having them. So he was a fancy guy with those. But for us, we do have a laser we could use, but I think we will use it to see like now I was just estimating the height of the barrel thing, so I think we could then use the laser to get the exact heights, because they are in the designs, or like I guess design is the somewhat of a correct word for it, but like the plans that the professionals have drawn us. So it's shown in there that this and this level would need to be for this and that barrel. So I think we will do the laser for measuring that. And for that measure, we have this like one measure. It's in like this electrical box at the edge of the plot, where the city came in and told us that this line here is at this and this elevation. So we can just go for that line and see that, okay, if this is at this elevation, then if we take 10 centimeters, we're at that elevation, and etc. So we have like a reference point on that electrical box. All right, I need to go outside for my monkey brain. Thanks for the Avant entertainment. Of course, no worries. Thanks for being here. We'll be here for tomorrow, and then I think next week, unless we'll do some more on weekends, we'll see. But yeah, thanks you for joining, and see you later. But yeah, so depends on how accurate you need the measures to be. There's like different ways to do it, because of course with the laser it's a lot slower than with the level, because the level is like monkey business. It's like easy. If you see the bubble going one way, you know it's there. So it's only about following the bubble with the level. So that's the easy way to do it. But it's also like the least accurate kind, so you can't really tell if it's like, because I was mentioning earlier like 22 and those, so those are like the exact measures we'd need to have them at, so that they align with the papers, like the designs we have. So for that sake, there will be laser stuff needed as well. But again, with the French drain and stuff, it's again, as long as it goes to the right direction, it should be fine. So with the sewage, it was more important that you knew the amount of the angle that we got. But even then, it's like, because the like 3 degrees is like 3 centimeters per meter, so you can still again measure it easily. So it's not that you basically need a laser for that either. Like, it's not necessary, I guess. You can still do it without. But yeah, I'm actually curious if anyone I follow is streaming at the moment. It's not looking like I have gotten any notifications for any of the people I follow, but let's see. Because I made the mistake before that I just checked that, oh, there's nobody here, and then when I checked, okay, well, there actually was someone But yeah, this time it does look like there's nobody I follow. I again need to find new people that stream around the time I do. Because the problem here is that, for example, Nat that you saw here on the stream earlier, like she streams from at the moment, because like I said, daylight saving time twists that a bit, but she streams from like 1 p.m. our time to something like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. So around the time I'm ending as well. So I will need to find someone that goes longer so that there's someone I can raid. I need to raid people. Because you know, I was already mentioned that I look like a Viking. I don't know where that came from because it was mostly my brother, but there was like Viking brothers mentioned. So with being a Viking comes the raiding. There's a direct link between those two. But yeah, I'm trying to see checking the stream also to see if there's anyone from my Mix It Up app, but I don't think it shows me anyone else but the channels I follow. Yeah, there's like team members, etc. Let us raid Sweden. Yeah, that would be payback time. Unfortunately, none of the Swedes I follow are streaming, so I guess we'll go without the raid once again. Can't believe this. Every time I've tried streaming, I just can't yap enough. Yeah, so far I don't think I've had that trouble. Like, there's been some times of silence, but it also helps so much that there's like, even like a few of you guys, and like even with the message here and there, it helps so much. Like, especially when I was eating, I think I was like, if you guys haven't been here and chatting, I don't know if there would have been enough yapping from my side. Because there's like here and there I come up with like I remember some kind of story that I can like tell you guys and stuff, but like on the spot it's like really hard to come up with those unless you have them like somehow written beforehand that you can talk about this and that. Because I know, for example, Nat has mentioned that she has them like in a memo of her, on her phone, that if she like has a story that she wants to tell the stream, she types it in there and has it ready for the stream. But I think I need to start doing that as well. But I guess the issue is also that like I could easily tell the same stories most of the time because there will be like new people coming in and coming out. So I wouldn't need to like, I guess like technically I wouldn't need to worry about like repeating myself. So I could tell like the same kind of stories over and over. And I also know that there's like enough stories like from the time I was in the army and like my first times at the university, and so there's so many stories I could start spewing out. It's just that for me it feels like when I've told them once that okay, now I've told them, I don't want to bore you people, like if I've told them once. But again, like I mentioned, there's so many people coming in and coming out that that's all fine, of course, but that would mean that there's hardly anyone here that's gonna be watching all of this. Sakulor, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's that would be, it would be interesting because then again, all of these streams are also like multi-stream to YouTube. So like mostly because of like archiving, because I don't have chat from YouTube side. So that's mostly for archive reasons. But let's say that there would be someone crazy enough to start looking at from the YouTube side, like looking from the beginning all the way to the wherever way back then, like hearing the same stories over and over would be interesting. But then again, of course, like I have, if you ask the right questions, it could bring up some interesting stories. But again, it depends on like the what we're working on, because it's like easy to explain about what we're going to be doing, what we'll be doing next and stuff like that, since like it's right in front of you, so it's easy to talk about those. So I guess for my sake, it's like when compared to like when I remember that you were streaming, as because when you were streaming it's mostly like gameplay, and there's certain types of gameplay that can like get some discussion out of you, but if it's like similar like repetitive gameplay, it's like hard to talk about the same thing over and over. Also maybe because like getting a story out of you is like pulling teeth. Also, like, no offense, we've talked about this many times, but you're like one of the worst storytellers with how you go. Let's say you like tangle everywhere and then you go back and forth, and you need to improve that. So I don't know if it's only about the stories, but sometimes it's about how you approach the storytelling. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, it's not a fault of yours. No, definitely not. It's also a funny thing. but like we've talked about it, that sometimes you go into like a loop when you start talking about a story, that it like takes a long time to get to where you were hoping to finish it at. But then again, I think for streaming it wouldn't be bad, like, because like even if you like, if it's like long-winded sort of, because I don't know, I would still assume that as long as the story is somewhat good, people have time to listen to it. If they are there listening to it, that of course it depends on like if people find it or not. But I guess for my streaming it will help a lot that we have like this construction going on, that people can come in and go and see the progress. I think it would help to practice, but I can't be asked. Yeah, that's also true. It's also something like, I would say, like a weird skill to practice, like in front of a mirror, trying to like, how would you describe a story? I guess the best way to like maybe rehearse that or like train that would be to either write some kind of stories, or then like role playing DM stuff, like spinning a story to other people, like just like from your imagination, or it could be like pre-written one. Because for example, when I do like game master stuff or TRPG stuff, it's so much improvisation and it's so much storytelling. Even if I don't want to, like, there's no way the players ever do what you want them to, so it's always improvisation. If you do it right, I guess, because you can always like put the players on rails and do it how you want it. But I guess for the players' sake, it should be more so that it's a free experience for them to mess around, and you'll just go along with it. Many ways to do it, but for like improving storytelling and anyways like improving your descriptive telling and stuff, it would help to have some practice from those kind of scenarios. Because like trying to practice it in front of a mirror, I don't think would work. Well, maybe to some extent, but still, I would assume that for your sake, it would also be like more fun to do it in like a game setting or stuff. So gamify it. But yeah, so normally my workday would end at 16:30, so in 20 minutes I would be off work. So I guess we've done pretty much a full day's work in here. Again, the progress, I have to say, if you consider the amount of hours we used, the amount of trench we dug, the amount of meters we dug, is not too impressive. Because again, we didn't even have that much disruptions. Hannu, wait, what was the again there? Is it, wait, I keep coming up with, is it like messaging master, but it was it auditing master or something? Well, you know the foreman guy. So he was here early, like quite early, like quite, I think it was like at 10 or something. So he came here. And then my brother was here briefly. But I think the most delays we had was me trying to eat while I'm talking, which again is a game master struggle from TRPG I'm well aware of. And we will have that tomorrow too, because I have another jar of the same food. Same kind of food, not the same food, hopefully. But another food prep jar in the fridge there. Answering master, yeah, that's the one. I have to start remembering that. Yeah, that's the straight translation. Yeah, yeah, answering master. That's the Google translation. It's way easier for me to write a story because I can take my time, but putting me on the spot engine cringe. Yeah, I guess that's like a one aspect to it. Is like when you write it down, you can like approach it from different angles and change it and all that stuff. But that's why I also like put in the TRPG aspect, that you would have like players listen to you trying to go with the story. Because like it's one thing to like in your like preparing for the TRPG sessions. So if you're like a game master for like D&D and stuff, that you prepare for the session, so you have the story written, and then it's another thing that the players actually start playing it, because then you have to improvise and go from different angles. So that's why it probably could improve your storytelling, just having the players there and try to ruin your plans, because that's what they always do. They are so, I don't know what's the word for it, heinous. Is that a word? They're like the villains in the story you're writing, is the players. But yeah, I'm checking if I have anything I've missed. I'm hoping that the repair shop is ordering the part for the van, but I'm not seeing any messages from them. Guess I need to maybe call them tomorrow. I think it would be nice to make sure that they get the email I sent them. If I ever get the motivation to improve on it, I will keep this in mind. There's of course like many other ways too, but that would be, I think, for me at least, that's something I would enjoy as a way to improve it. Would be to play some TRPGs with friends. And I have a group, so you're always welcome. But yeah, so we're ending for today. We'll be live until I drink my soda, which again it seems to be slow progress. It's me yapping. But yeah, I have to say I'm pretty satisfied with how the paukkus, or this caravan we're inside right now, ended up. I was working on this mostly like last fall. So I think it was was it August that we bought this? I think it was August or maybe September, either one, because I think it was like a friend of mine's wedding. It's actually the same one that I had the bachelor party I was talking earlier about, where I had a one-shot TRPG session in. So the same guy had his wedding. I think it was August that we bought this, and it was only like insulation board. So I think it was 4 centimeters thick, the insulation board, or could it have? I think it must have been thicker than that. Wait, well, at least 4 centimeters, whatever. So so it was only the insulation board, and then I used like a heat coil gun, I guess could be a word for it, but it's basically like a sort of like a gun with just like a metal coil at the end of it, and that heats up, so you can make it's basically made for putting like wires into these insulation boards. So I bought one of those, and with that I made a lot of like paths and maybe ditches or whatever you'd call them, like rails here inside the walls, and then put in some treated wood, so pressure treated wood here, and that's where the board you're seeing in here is attached to, and then I painted the OSB board we have here, and that's basically what we have. From the outside it's like wooden panels, and then it's like felt roof, I guess is the word for that. But you've seen that there's also like this exclamation mark blog you can use to see there, because I have written a blog post, actually a few blog posts, about how I made this construction caravan. So this will be basically our base of operations for the duration of the construction, at least until we have this secondary, like the side building, which we'll be working first on, until that is like far enough that we can make that a base. But that will be like, even optimistically thinking, that would be maybe, I would say, like December, I guess, like end of this year, I think would be optimistic about how we would be, like when would we have this caravan no longer needed and the base of operations like changed to the secondary building. So then I think after that we would could put this up for sale if anyone else is doing construction and would need a base of like operations like this. But that's still a long way ahead. Kassa amateur, yeah. That's the construction blog, yeah. Because it's funny because in every one of those construction blogs it's casa this or casa that, because I think it's like it's either like a villa or like a house or whatever in Spanish or something. So I think like all the Finnish ones I'm trying to tell you is that all the Finnish ones use that word, and it's not Finnish, so it's not like talo amateur or something that it would be in Finnish. Because the funniest thing I have seen like a name for blog is kasakiviä, and kasakiviä can also mean like pile of stones. If you spell kasa with a K and not a C, it means a pile in Finnish. So that was a funny like a twist to that. Kasa this and kasa that. We will ship paukku to Australia. Who wants it? Who wants it in Australia? We'll just send it to Nat or like one of those others like Attack or Police or someone, and then we're like, yeah, enjoy this Finnish gift. Also, like, can't imagine what it would cost to send something like this to Australia, because I don't think this would like fit in like a freight container. Although I don't know what the measures are for those. It could be that this is like there are freight containers large enough for this, because it's not that wide. It's also not that tall. So I guess maybe, but still, like the price would be like intense to get anything from Finland to Australia. It's hella expensive, but anything this size would be thousands and thousands to get it there. So that would be absolute madness. Because I think the price I've like used money on this, I think it's been something like maybe 5,000, something like that. Maybe 5 to 6,000. It depends. Not including like any work at all, of course, because I don't like count myself any salary when doing any of this. But just the materials alone, I think it was something between 5 and 6,000. So I think it like the transport shipping would be the same. So it would make no sense. We can use the extra 20% of our construction budget for shipping. Yeah, that sounds smart. There's nothing else we could use it for. So definitely should go for shipping costs for stuff people don't need in Australia. Because again, this is for like construction use, so I'm not expecting this to be like a exhibition looking like good enough for those kind of things. Because I was actually laughing because there's like this registration like checkups, I guess, so you can keep them like legal for road use. And this one hasn't been checked up, so you basically can't like drive this around in like roads. But then again, you don't need to, because it's basically just you move it somewhere. But there's you can like apply for a special permit for a certain amount of days, and to like for a special need. And one of the special needs is just like I want to move it to winter hold, like for wherever I put it for the winter. And then another would be like from the winter's place wherever I stored it for winter, I would take it back to wherever I need it. So that's one like legit way to, like, that's not like a shady way to just ask for the license. That's one of the things they have listed there, that one use of this special license is to just get it from the winter storage to the summer use place. So we can just use that if we ever need to move it. But the funny thing with that is that there's one other special need, or like one of those special reasons would be like if you want to exhibition it. So if you like want to drive around with like a special car or whatever, you could have it, the license plate be for like if you want to show it around. So I guess if we made it this look nice enough, we could like apply for the special permit that we want to show it around Finland and drive it around, then like parading it like it's something magnificent and something that we'll make to like sell in the future. But yeah, I don't think there's much business in making these and selling them. I don't think, at least in Finland, because the registration is such a burden. Like trying to get it registered and legal for road use, that's such a hassle. So for our use, it only works because we don't need to move it. And I hope for anyone, like if we are to sell this in the future, which I think we will after we have no use for it anymore, I'm hoping that someone that buys it also has the same deal, that they will be making a construction somewhere. They just need the place to keep the weather out, because there's like enough room to sleep here. There's also like, because the electricity is connected, you can have that stuff as well. Shipping anything overseas is expensive AF. I tried buying 2 anchor bolts for a guitar from Germany, and that was 15 euros. Yeah, that's extremely expensive. But then again, like a normal, like the smallest kind of package to like US or Australia is like 100 euros. I've checked because I was planning on sending a package to Australia, and I have sent a few packages to US, so United States, and those were like 100 euros each. That's like mad. Was it like 50 euros each? Because I remember it was like at 100, but it was 2 packages. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but still, like that's mad. Like for the amount of like the value you're sending in there. Let's say you make a box, for example, I did was for Type King, all the merch and then some candy along with it. The postage was pretty much the same amount as all the stuff inside it. So like business perspective, it's mad. So yeah, Type King is a game I made with my aunt last year, yeah, so like a year from now. So I sent some merch for some of the streamers I watch myself, and the expenses on the shipping were crazy. I think Finland is like notorious with the expenses for shipping, because I don't think any other country, well, at least could be that I'm biased on like just thinking like this, but from my understanding, like if you want to ship something from Germany to other places, it's not that bad, but shipping to Finland and especially from Finland is like really expensive. whatever reason. I don't know what's the deal with that. Could be that there's not enough stuff moving, that there's like small, all the stuff that is moving the packages are small, and that increases the cost. I wouldn't know. It could also be that it's just my biased view of having like checked the shipping costs, not knowing. Yeah, some places get subsidized shipping. Yeah, that could also be a thing. That maybe that's why it feels so expensive here, because I don't know if that's a thing. At least too common. But yeah, it's almost 4:30. Is that the way you say it? 5:30, maybe. Maybe we should finish by then, so it would be like a whole work day's worth. Assuming I didn't have like an hour's lunch. Lunch hour was actually an hour. Checking if I missed any messages, but I am here, so I'm assuming I haven't. But yeah, my hands are freezing because it's again cold here. I'm trying to see if there's anything that would like suffer from the cold in here, but I don't think we put anything here that would like suffer from the heat either, so I don't think there's much anything that could like take damage from the cold. Also, I haven't checked how much electricity we have used, because there's like 2 meters now. There's one on the like the main box, and then there's one on this box here as well, so you can check how much electricity has been consumed. The reason we put it like a separate meter here is that if I had needed to like ask electricity from the neighbors, I could have easily like checked how much I've used so far, so I could then pay them for the amount I've used. But we got the electricity connected here quite fast, so we haven't had to use. I don't think we will need to ask the neighbors for that. The only thing I'm still curious about is the water, because we have the cold water, like the pipes in there, and they have connected the cold water underground, so I think it should be somewhat possible to get the, because in Finland you get this like water meter, and that meter then tells you how much water you used, like cold water. So I think we could theoretically get that connected as well, maybe already, but I think it would also be in the way, since like we will be putting in gravel and stuff, so I think maybe once we have the foundation, we could then ask, especially since, like I mentioned earlier at the stream, that I'm struggling with the bank negotiations and loans for continuing after the foundation. So even if, I guess we should maybe ask for the water meter when we are guaranteed, or like when we are sure that we can continue after the foundations are done, because like the water meter can't be when there's like freezing temperatures, so you can't leave it outside during like winter. So if we were to ask that during the foundation work and then wouldn't go past the foundations, we would need to remove it, so it wouldn't like freeze during the winter. So for that reason, I guess we'll at least wait until we are sure that we can continue from the foundation. But yeah, maybe some of you Finnish viewers maybe heard when I was talking with Hannu, the answering master, that I have now asked from another bank as well, because the first bank which I'm a customer of was like, it's really close, but unfortunately we can't, not with we need to calculate a 20% increase on like budgets people make for building. So with the 20% increase, we are not capable of loaning you that money. And to me, like 20% increase sounds crazy, because the prices I've set in there are like the prices the stores show online, but those are like way more than what they actually give me when I start asking for offers. So there's already like quite a lot of extra on my budget. So if we have like surprises from there, it's generally like mitigated by those increased prices from the beginning. So for my budget, I don't think the 20% increase is necessary. I could be wrong. We will see in the future whether that is true or not. But so far, all of the things we bought has been on the budget, because of like all the surprises are mitigated by the default prices being way more than they actually are then yeah, low ball next time. Yeah, that's the issue, because that's what I was also thinking, like, do I budget it with like a minus 10%? Because that would make the added 20% like have a less of an impact. But then they're like, that's still like weird. Like if that means that, because it doesn't change anything. If I like, they are just numbers. You can like invent numbers, but still someone needs to sign that these are realistic for like building, and then someone needs to do the 20% increase to it. But like to me, it feels like theater, that okay, it's because especially since the amounts here we're talking about, it's like, can I loan 80,000? And they're like, with the 20% increase, you would need to loan, like, we would need to be sure you can loan 96,000. And to me, that still feels like the amounts are not that large. Like if they told me that, okay, we can loan you 80,000, but because we need to have this gap of 20% increase, we would need to be sure that you can pay 96 if we go above the 80 that we planned. And I feel like if you're thinking you can loan me 80,000, how is 96 so far out of reach? Like, to me, that makes very little sense. Like, I feel like if I were to ask, like, okay, I want 100,000, and they were like, yeah, but we need to make sure that you can pay 200,000, then I would be like, okay, that's like in a different ballpark together. But like from the 80 to 96 to me feels like, okay, but can't you just extend the loan time like for a year or two? That would like make the difference. Because like in Finland, you generally take 25-year loans on property, so on plots and when constructing, but it's not like completely out of ordinary to have like up to 30 years, because that's like the most common one I think in Sweden. And so like you can do those, like you can do like 27 whatever years, you can do 20 if you feel like, and you can always of course like pay it faster than was the original intended schedule. But to me it felt weird, like if they're like, okay, we can give you 80, because they did say that to me, that to them the numbers add up so that they can easily loan me 80, but they can't loan me 96. That was to me like, okay, maybe maybe I'm in the wrong bank then, but we'll see. Maybe the next bank will also say the same, but that to me felt really weird, like the message there. So maybe it is time to switch banks and hopefully get some better negotiating next time. But yeah, that was the weirdest part of like all the other stuff they were discussing. All of that made sense to me. Like of course, like the budget increases and stuff. They know for experience that people, when they budget for houses, there's also been like in during COVID times, like Hannu mentioned that during COVID time it was like half a year and the prices increased with like 20%. So it's not like unheard of, but still like the weird part for me was like that we can loan you 80 but not 96. that was weird. So anything else, I can agree with them, but that was something I can't wrap my head around. Maybe there's some bank logic I'm not aware of in there. But to me, like, because if you think about like the amounts here in Finland, the average houses depend on so much on where you are. Because like in the capital area, the like a single room apartment's like 200,000 euros, which is like bonkers. I think if we had any of the Australians here, they would like tell some absolutely horrific stories about like Sydney, because I know that the Australian housing market is even worse than ours. And for us, it's mostly bad in like major cities, and we're in pretty much in a major city. So here the prices are also quite like, I would say, influxed, like bubbly maybe. Not too much of a bubble, but sort of like way higher than in the countryside, especially for example where my parents live and etc. Because the price to construct, like price to build, is somewhat similar wherever you are in Finland. Because you know the brick you order from somewhere, the mortar you order, the wood you order from somewhere, the only thing that differs basically is the transportation cost. The further you are from any of like hardware stores and the further you are from any like manufacturers and stuff, that of course increases the prices. But generally speaking, the amount you need to build a house is generally the same around wherever you are. So then the value of the house is mainly like twisted by the location, the cost of the plot of land, which of course differs widely. Like there's large differences between like the plot of land of the same size and like otherwise similar in like Lapland and countryside and then like the near the capital. So that like has the biggest impact in most cases. But then for like most Finns that are like buying a house like around here, it's like 350,000 and 400,000 total for like a couple to buy. So for me that like 80,000 to 96 felt extremely weird. Like that would be like a key issue here. But yeah, I don't know. It was strange. So we'll see what the other bank is saying. Because there's also this aspect that Elina is on that bank that I now asked. So we have like our finances in different banks. So the one I now asked for an offer is the same one that Elina is currently a customer of. Because in the future, when we will be starting building, we'll have to like take a loan together, and for that we will have to have all of our stuff in the same bank. There's no way we can like take a loan together for a house where one of us gets the loan from one bank and the other one from another. So we have to have like all of our bank business in the same bank. So that's why another reason I'm like asking them, because I don't mind switching to them, because either one of us has to switch at any point anyway, like at some point when we mix our finances and start building together. But yeah, so that the reason why we're not doing that yet is that Elina is still graduating and hopefully getting employed soonish. So then we would be able to get the loan together. Until then, it's just me with the finances here, mostly just me. But yeah, so that was another aspect. So I'm not too like, I wouldn't be too mad if I had to switch banks. It would be like, it would save work in the future. So if only they give me a good offer, that would be good. Well, basically any offer. seeing that the other bank, the one I'm currently at, just told me that they can loan me 80 but not 96. So yeah, that's the current gossip around the loan businesses here. But yeah, I don't know if there's anyone here like with experience on bank loans. How much easier is it to get as a couple like together? Because I would assume that like one person, there's an amount of risk involved, like if that gets unemployed and stuff. So from bank's perspective, it could be like better if there's like two people involved, because then both of them being unemployed, etc., would be the risk for that would be smaller. But then I don't know if like even in that case, that could you still pay the loans if only one of you were working and stuff. So I guess that's something that they would calculate then. But yeah, that's an interesting topic. We'll see when I have the appointment or the meeting with the bank. They were supposed to call me today or tomorrow, so let's see if they call me tomorrow then. Because I doubt they will be calling me. Well, they did actually call me yesterday. No, but it was at 3 p.m. I was thinking that it was in the afternoon time, but yeah, it was at 3 p.m. So maybe they won't be calling me this late anymore. We'll see. What differences do Finnish banks even have, really? I've had OP since I first had a bank account, so I don't know. Not really much. I think the biggest differences are how well the services, mostly the online ones, work. So how easy is it to use the login stuff? How easy is it to like pay and stuff like that? There's really no like larger differences. For the OP bank, what you're mentioning, they have this bonus system that if you have your loans and stuff from them, they also give you like a bonus, and that bonus can then be used for like insurance and stuff. So that has the like added benefit to other banks, because other banks don't have that system. But other than that, I don't think there's like any major differences between banks here. I don't know if there's like major differences in banks in any other country either, because I think it's just like where you have your money at and like who has your like the payment cards and stuff. But for others, like all of the banks we have here, it works like there was some banks that just recently I think got sold or something, and the customers they had to like move to another bank, which was a hassle they had never wanted. The customers, I mean. But just like yeah, I had like 400 in bonuses before I switched my apartment insurance over. Yeah, but like you save money basically. Like it's free money because you have to pay for insurance somehow. So when you can pay it with the bonuses, it's easy clap. That's something I think my like one coworker mine said that when they were like asking for offers from different banks, pretty much all of them had the same interest rate, but the difference being that OP had this bonus system that just saves them money. So with the same interest than everyone else, it was just cheaper overall. So they are like winning the competition in that sense. But like for customer, there's really no other difference between the banks than like how well the services work you're expecting to work, like payments and stuff. But I don't think there's like many major issues with any of them. So like trustworthiness, etc. I think they're all like backed by the government. So even if they went under, unless you have like millions in money, I don't think there's nothing to worry about, because I think they're like insured for like 200,000 or something. So I don't think there's like a big difference to what bank you're a customer of, as long as you're happy with it. So I don't think like a normal user without much depth would need to like go around asking banks for offers, because like what you're asking the offer for, it's basically more or less free to have the services from the banks. It's a few euros maybe to have the cards and stuff. So unless you're like going for more mortgages, I don't think you have much to worry about what bank you're a customer of. But then with the loans, of course, you should ask around to get the best interest rate. For us, I think we do like another round of asking for the interest rates maybe once we've done with this, like when we've completed building, because before that it's really hard to like get any offers that would be easy to compare between each other. I still have my student loans. Yeah, for those, of course. Yeah, but still, like, I don't know with student loans. I don't know if there's much that the bank can like do with the interest and stuff, because isn't like that the same interest for everyone. Like, there's not much you can like compete with different banks on that. But yeah, I think for the student loans, maybe you get the bonus stuff from those then. So with the OP bank, it feels like it's the smartest choice for you. But yeah, that's my understanding of banks. I don't know in like different countries if there's like shady banks and like trustworthy banks, but I think like all of the Finnish banks you know of are like of legitimate standing. So you shouldn't like have to worry about that. There's been like some like every now and then you get like news articles of like this bank is making it easy for people to avoid taxes and stuff like that. So every now and then you get like these certain banks have this reputation of like helping the filter rich. With of course in Finland the filter rich meaning like the few millionaires we have. There's like no one like actually rich here. Like when you think about like global scale, so we don't have any billionaires, etc. So there's hardly anyone like properly avoiding taxes like they do. Gonna pay them off in 2077. Well, at least you have a schedule for paying them off. The bank is happy to hear you have a schedule. But yeah, I don't think student loans are much of an issue. Like, of course, now that you will be employed, you should maybe consider starting to like decrease the amount at some like smaller amount or whatever. But also, I would also argue that you should start like first pamper yourself with at least your first paycheck has to go to something completely bonkers. My first paycheck from my like pretty much my first, yeah, it was pretty much my first actual job was for like a gaming chair, and that boy lasted like 10 years. I think maybe even longer than that. Because wait, when did I get my new chair? I think it was last year maybe. And I like the first like proper job I had was 2015 or so. So yeah, 9 years about. Yeah, about 10 years. So yeah, gonna splurge on rent. Oh dear. Yeah, I think that's the American way. I think that's what I've understood, that in America that's the luxury stuff has gone down and rent has gone up. So when people are thinking, like old people are thinking that TVs are so cheap, you can buy 3 TVs for the price we used to pay them, but then the rent has like 10 times increased, like tenfold. So yeah, you ordered it last year, but it took ages to arrive. Yeah, I guess it was this year that I finally got it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think it was like late last year that I ordered it. Yeah, that's true. Because the one I had was starting to really die, I guess is the nice way to say it. But yeah, it was 10 years old, kind of. So for the price it was, I think it was a DX Racer or something, my previous chair. The one I have now is, wait, what is it even? Fractal, I think. Is it? I think so. But yeah, so I splurged on a gaming chair when I had my first salary. But yeah, guys, we're past the time I would have ended work. Can't believe this. Can't believe you got me on a tangent about banks and the loan I'm hoping to get. But yeah, I discussed with a friend and just discussed with Hannu as well that like building homes and stuff, like the prices you have to pay for stuff is like the amounts are so massive that there's no way you can like save up to them while you're like doing this. So let's say that like from your normal salary, like whatever it is, there's no way you can save 10,000 euros. There's no way. So basically you have to have a loan for building, and then you pay that like in increments, all the like in 20 years or whatever. Because even if like we're talking about this 80,000, 96,000, like from a salary, like an average Finnish salary is something like 40,000. So it would like, with all the expenses, you can maybe save something like 10,000, what would still, I think, would be quite ambitious in a year. But let alone like there's no way you can save 96,000 in a year if you're only making 40 or so. So that's like that's not a, what would be the word for it? What's the, in Finland it's yhtälö, it's like a mathematical, what's the word for it? I know the word. Like it's like subtraction and stuff like that, all those. But yeah, it's not a thing that works. Yeah, it's not feasible. Yeah, you can't really, because no matter how many avocado toasts you skip, there's no way you can save more than you make. And from my understanding, that's like compared to like for example US and other countries in here in Finland, the salaries aren't really that great. So for example, if you're like in a high, like well-paying job in like US, I understand it's like past 100,000, but in here it's very few people are getting paid those levels, and like well-paying jobs are like 50,000 plus, I guess, like way past the average already. But yeah, I guess since I just finished with my drink, we're ending here. Can't stop yapping, so I have to put an end to this, because we'll be continuing tomorrow. I will go and get some diesel and refuel it, and what else? I need to charge all this gear. Actually, I have to check what's the battery level then. But yeah, I guess we'll end it here. Thank you all for chatting. I'm looking like an old man since I have to lift this above the chat phone to see. Hello, it's an old man me now. We were already joking that I will, after the 5 years, I will be looking like an old man. So I guess I'm already there. But yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and then we'll continue also next week. So if you want to join this madness and can't join us tomorrow, we'll definitely be here next week around the same time. So I'm assuming something like the same length of a stream, but starting at like morning time house. So we'll see you guys later. Thank you for sticking with this madness. Bye bye. Side-eyeing you guys. I don't know the delay. How long should I wait before I actually press the end?